latch onto called the Gracefield incident and think it's about a meteorite. Actually, it's about a deep sea diving explosion that sucked a bloke through a tube that should never have gone through a tube. But
yeah,
that's really interesting. I'm gonna have to talk about this now with my circles, because this is really interesting.
You know, out of Elon Musk's 3 companies, he's got the Tesla, SpaceX, and a company called Boring. I always told my girlfriend, I'm like, his company Boring is the most important, crucial company he has that's the most underrated. It's literally, they name it Boring because you think about it as boring. But boring into the ground is the most profitable thing out of everything he's done, because the one of them is basically fake, you know, and then the other one could be based off of a fake person. We don't know if Tesla was even ever really a person. It could have just been something made up. But his Boring thing that's totally overlooked is that's their key company right there, because the digging into the ground's happening everywhere, and they're doing it all the time. I think the other 2 may even be like a smokescreen for it, you know.
I found it really amazing that the tunnel that they built to test the Teslas is it a mile long or something, a mile and a half, whatever it is, and like to dig that tunnel just to test Teslas seems overkill, because it's like, how much testing do you need to do, and would you justify it by spending $1 billion on digging a big tunnel? No, you wouldn't. But they've done it anyway, and I'm like, I was more impressed with the tunnel that they dug to test the cars than I was for the results of the testing that they did with the cars.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You know, there's always another reason why they're doing stuff, whatever they're doing.
Yeah. Look, we've dug a tunnel. Yeah, really? What for? Well, we're going to test Teslas in it. Yeah, what are you really doing in that tunnel? We're providing escape routes for bank robbers. Ah, right. That makes more sense.
It's probably a military tunnel.
Yeah.
They got some gnarly tunnels. There's one in the Cheyenne Mountains. Can't remember where in the United States it is, but I was watching on this dude's channel. He has a thing that's called what's it called? It's a Helio channel. It's called it's mostly about military stuff. It's called I bet you didn't know that was what that was for, or it's like something like that. Like, it's called It's Not What You Think. It's Not What You Think. And he shows this door is like 2 or 3 feet thick, and it's like 20 feet high. It's like a giant door for like a gnarly safe. It's the door they go into this tunnel in the Cheyenne Mountains. And just like all military things, they say, oh yeah, they built this back in the 50s or 60s, and then they didn't after the Cold War, and then they found out they didn't need it, so they don't really use it for that anymore. It's like, yeah, right. But at the very end of this little 1-minute video, it's showing these troops like in modern day paramilitary uniform coming through the door. And then this dude behind it is dressed like a knight from the Round Table with his sword and chainmail and everything. And he was walking like he was in charge of the dude. It was really weird. It was like only like a 3 or 4 second clip. But I really trip out on that. You know what I mean? These military people, they probably have people, you know, who dress up like these things. And like, I mean, they have weird ass titles too, just like the people who started the internet. If you go and look into their companies and the titles they give people who are on the like head chair or whatever, CEO, and all these different positions all the way down, they have Catholic like religious titles like head bishop, grand deacon, just weird ass names that are like of a religious title. And the military has like the military and the Freemasons all have like these same type of titles. And even people who are high up in the post office have these weird titles too. It's like this archaic kind of weird ass title, but it's all Luciferianism.
It does make you wonder whether or not, because I mean, my hometown where I was born, they've got something called the Williamson's Tunnel in Liverpool. And it was basically, it's said to have been dug by peasants that didn't have enough money to survive. So Williamson, a rich guy and a philanthropist, decided that rather than just give them basically benefits, he would make them earn it, and he would make them dig these tunnels under the city for no apparent reason. That's the story. But when you go into these Williamson tunnels, the architecture is fantastic. It's like there's no way that these were built as like a form of slavery or punishment. They were built for a purpose, because there's like streets under there, like roads and streets and everything. It's like a proper village underneath the ground. And I'm like, this doesn't seem like it's been built because people were poor and couldn't afford to live, so they did it just because they could. It seems like it was done for an actual reason, other than living it, like other than living on the surface. It's as if they wanted to build it underneath the ground for some reason, and we've found it, and it's become they can't hide it anymore because they found it. So therefore, they have to make it into a touristy thing. But the point is that like this shouldn't really even exist, and the story that goes behind this Williamson's tunnel in Liverpool really makes no sense.
Yeah, just like all those stories they say about how all these structures that they can't rebuild now, like the Colosseum and all these places with the giant pillars, they can't rebuild those structures now, even with the tools they have. So the stories that they give for these things are ridiculous, dude. I don't know how I didn't see it sooner, you know?
This is how I ended up getting the topic. All I was researching was how did they build the pyramids, because I didn't accept that they could make these massive blocks that needed 600 men to pull them up ramps and all this. I didn't accept that. I thought that's nonsense. That there's no way that's not practical. There would be no benefit to doing it. It would take hundreds of years, and they wouldn't have had the manpower to do it, because I just can't see how that's possible. I didn't accept it. So I started to look into it, because for me, I looked at it and I just thought it makes more sense that they just poured it in like it were concrete, and they just had shuttering to make every other brick, and then once that's set, they then filled in the gaps in between, because you can't even get a razor blade or a piece of paper between them, right? So they're bonded together somehow. So I thought, well, it makes sense that you just put shuttering up, fill it up with concrete, let it set for 10 minutes, pull it away, and then the sun does the rest for you, right? Yeah. And that's how I thought they did it. But that for me is how they built the pyramids. I mean, I've looked into all the internal ramp, the external ramp theory, and all that. And for me, it's just shuttering and concrete. They just made they made the bricks or the sandstone out of into a brick using concrete, hemp, and some other stuff that they can't create at the minute because they don't know what it was. But they poured it like concrete, and that was to me when I realised that that's how they did it. I thought, why are so many people pushing this internal ramp and the external ramp theory and all? And it's deliberately to confuse. And then I was like, okay. Now I know what disinfo is. The next question is, why were they built? What were they doing? And this is where I tend to agree with Bob Nodell a little bit. I accept that they were trying to build as tall as they could possibly get so they could utilize and harvest static charge potential for some reason. Don't know exactly what they did with it, but they were harvesting static charge potential, right? That's what I believe they were doing. But they weren't anything to do with morgues or like mosques. Not mosques. What they're called.
Religious temples for the for like mausoleums.
Graves. No, graves, like where they put dead bodies. Tombs.
Oh, the tombs.
They weren't tombs. Now they did have some tombs that looked a little bit like small. They were flat-topped pyramids, and they were called mastabas. But they didn't have not the Great Giza pyramid and the pyramids that are all the big ones that are nearby. They weren't used as tombs. They were built as a structure that served an actual purpose. And I believe for me, it was basically the Wardenclyffe Tower that Tesla built, but it was their version of it, because if you live in the desert and you've got a shitload of sand and you need to get high, what are you going to do? You haven't got access to a lot of wood because there's not a lot of trees around there, so you're going to build it out of sand and you're going to find a way to make a concrete. But they were basically building a Wardenclyffe Tower because they built it on top of running aquifers, and they were utilising the negative charge potential from the running aquifers and a little bit of piezoelectricity to create something. They were utilising something that we don't even understand. Hence the reason why people argue over it. But that was the realization for me, that whatever the pyramids are, we don't understand it. And it's all very interesting. But my phone's ringing, so give me 2 minutes.
That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting, say they high, say they sipping pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big Pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock that twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news ain't good informant to informing them, there's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this reporting ships important. Yes, of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informant this. It looked like we were snoring tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers actors say they high, say they sip with pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big Pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature is missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
epic content like Jeranism and Dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray. The best white rapper since Eric Debay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraform Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass on nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere. You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research a flat unmoving earth. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FB party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more.
Like John C. Maxwell said, we tend to think of great thinkers and innovators as soloists, but the truth is that the greatest innovative thinking didn't occur in a vacuum. Innovation results from collaboration. So thank you, Battlemod. My pyroclastic flow seems to glow and grow when the bars flow like a nectar volcano. This is not a show, just take it slow and listen like a pro. Learn the lost word, no. Like the northern wind I flow, on the go with the snow I grow, fast like a UFO. That's not what you think though. Eclipse, not a shadow. On Mars there's a rainbow. Wait, that's a rodent though. Oops, the globe got a death blow. Hey Brandon, let's go. Open your eyes tomorrow, too late, you're on death row. If you don't care about the deficit, it is enthrallment indefinite. If you don't wanna mess with it, you become an evil resident. Prejudice, you're stopping it. You fight against development, that's not intelligent. Following a malevolent perfectionist that pretends to be affectionate, at best that's man being negligent. Many hearts I break, I don't wanna take. Sorry but the globe is fake, come on let's go test this lake. I make the ground shake like an earthquake. With the arguments I make, weak men break. At this rate, it's far too late, you open the gate. Can you still procreate or even debate? But here's the clue, just for you. Learn something new, through and through, and you can discern what is true. To the average Joe and the line that you toe, lined up row after row, it's a new low, a sad show. It's clear you don't know. A quid pro quo, puppet potato, the macro and micro. If you knew, you'd say whoa. If you don't care about the deficit, it is enthrallment indefinite. If you don't wanna mess with it, you become an evil resident. Prejudice, you're stopping it. You fight against development, that's not intelligent. Following a malevolent perfectionist that pretends to be affectionate, at best that's man being negligent. If you wanna battle, start your preparation before you turn to cattle. Find a firm foundation, stop the pointless battle. Here you need citation, no time for tittle tattle. That's against regulation, I know it can rattle. The science reformation, a front line of battle. The global decimation, it's all across the nation. You should be on every station, instead you get subjugation. Aren't you tired of this tribulation? We the people have the power, but only if we use it. Stand up for what is right, be examples to follow, not cautionary tales. So join us for the Science Reformation 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Trace out. Peace.
Yeah. ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain. Just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply. And all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make. From the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites.
When they try to prove their spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip the canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites.
Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed, just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G-up, shoot the heat up, we beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, the same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred. That old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter.
tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fears to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm really sick of living, stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
Just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the light. I'm so fed up with the lies they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Here's shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to
No inhibition in your soul, you can't let go. No rhyme, no reason, you fools gave up your rights, thinking you're free. It's this info you get right from the creator, not the government, something greater, not the 1%, sorry hater, not with my consent, love this later, you don't represent the divine intent, regardless of how hell-bent you're on giving the public torment. There's no lie you can invent, this awakening you can't prevent, try as hard as you can misrepresent the objective present. When truth has got your scent, your crimes become evident, just lament and repent, we don't need Clark Kent, it's people versus government. Lost in imagination, you don't trust your eyes, you trust man. Man who believe in stories just like you do, you don't have a clue. Don't stop innovation just because you think you know. Just admit you don't know, and your honesty it will show. There be reasons for the seasons, but not one look at treasons or the gleasons. It's a psychosomatic manipulation of your conscience to depict a screen. They make you dream to normalize the obscene. Are the friends of Epstein squeaky clean? Do you want that 14? It's an adult with no knowledge of the occult or pseudoscience like Foucault. Don't take this as an insult, I'm helping you leave the cult. It's not difficult, the belief offended, don't be offended. We used to be in the same cult, bruh. Lost in imagination, you don't trust your eyes, you trust man. Man who believe in stories just like you do, you don't have a clue. No inhibition in your soul, you can't let go. No rhyme, no reason, you fools gave up your rights, thinking you're free. Please stop the faulty divination, it reeks of desperation. Is your brain a decoration? You live in creation by a feet foundation with a lack of rotation. You live in vibration, it's not a privation. That would be a devastation. Life is cultivation of the generation in your location, through self-exaltation and true liberation. Help yourself for the future of the children. Peace, grace out.
Did you know that this country is just a corporation? A police state that won't tolerate insubordination? Did you know your birth certificate is just a receipt? You were born on a tax farm. Isn't it sweet? They brainwash you with the TV, then enslave you with debt. I see people oblivious and it makes me upset. So listen all, this is my call for an uprising. It's time to brawl because we've all had enough lying. Not done trying, but fuck crying, it's time to act. I see everyone waking up, but no one fighting back. We're in a state of emergency, how we live is absurd to me. Currently, they're about to crash U.S. currency. Problem, reaction, solution, the oldest trick in the book. Been trying to tell you about it, no one would give it a look. Now the new world order is right around the corner. We're living in the last days, time is getting shorter. This is the land of the greedy and the home of the slaves. It's on the back of dollar bills getting thrown in your face. But most people are too stupid to even understand. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land. This is the land of the greedy and the home of the slaves. It's on the back of dollar bills getting thrown in your face. But most people are too stupid to even understand. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land.
You've been messing with some delicate minds. It's a deception. Everything that you've been fed was a lie. Be careful with the medicine that you have just been prescribed. It's the devil and he wants you if you're dead or alive. Look, suggestive thinking's got you a victim of this suicide. And you've been blinded by the invisible prison that you have been doing time in. You're entitled to the truth you think that you've acquired. And the conditioning's what makes you violent with the refusal bias. In zombie land, where we poison our water, we feed you lies about the wars and every board you for slaughter. And boy, it gets darker. The FDA just pulls you in farther with poisoning toxins in food and even more from the doctors. You could either wake up and just think for yourself, beginning by questioning everything education and media tells you, or you can stay asleep, remain in critical health, and fend for yourself in the prison of the material realm. Let's get it.
This is the land of the greedy and the home of the slaves. It's on the back of dollar bills getting thrown in your face. But most people are too stupid to even understand. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land. This is the land of the greedy and the home of the slaves. It's on the back of dollar bills getting thrown in your face. But most people are too stupid to even understand. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land. This is the resistance and I'm not giving in. Breaking the paradigm everybody's living in. No more spinning on a ball, that shit was just pretend. And I'm not gonna say it is just for the sake of fitting in. The truth is different to people because illusions vary. The truth is hidden, the truth is missing, the truth is buried. The truth is beautiful, truth is ugly, the truth is scary. That's why telling the truth is revolutionary. The truth is something that these people just will not provide. That's why they gotta keep sheeple completely occupied. Now our food and our fruits and veggies are modified. And that's what happens when common sense is just not applied. They govern your mind, that's why it's called governmental. Everything that comes out of their mouth is utter dribble. And we just sit here every day, it's always uneventful. That's why I'm out here causing ruckus, man, that's what I'm into. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it. Have to be asleep to have the American dream. There's bloodlines and they seem to think there's a supreme. Democrats and Republicans are sharing the scene. It's no different than the WWE. Everybody's an actor and the world is a stage. We're just some slaves, never knowing the world is a cage. They got us worrying about chasing fortune and fame. They train us to ignore these things and it's more than just strange. But I won't do this anymore, man, I'm taking control. If you don't do it for yourself, no one's saving your soul. It's better that you make it whole than they'll make it a hole. Ripping it, tearing it, twisting and taking it slow. I've never been the type of guy that would tolerate ghouls. They try to take us and brainwash us in all of their schools. They're lying to us every day while we're watching the news. But I refuse to lose and no, I won't follow the rules. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans. Repeat after me, I am not free. They're lying to you, they're lying to me. What are they hiding? I'm dying to see. Why is it God that they're trying to be? The acquisition of wealth and power is what they know. They've always been among us, they own us, they run the show. When it comes to making a difference, we ain't moving. Freedom is a fallacy, you're just a free-range human. From the crib to the grave, you live as a slave, and that's just a matter of fact. If you wanna see change, forget all the games, we're gonna just have to attack. This is our world and we're snatching it back. If you don't want it, move off to the side. Not for the cowardly, not for the weak, only the strong come along for the ride. Won't be so simple, I'm not gonna lie, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna try. With everything that they're doing to all of us, maybe tomorrow we're all gonna die. Either way, they kill us slowly, dumb us down and make us dopey. Everything you see is fake and all the news you get is phony. It's time we show the people how the elite are so deceitful. It's time we rise up high up enough to expose this evil. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
ODD TV Truth Division, the one and only. They hate the fact that I'm nosy, but I say fuck it, blow me. I'm a researcher, a real truth seeker. This is my classroom, fool, I'm a school teacher. Prepare to be blown away, everything you know gets thrown away. Take your mind to a whole nother level, put the pedal to the metal with no delay.
play. How much worse must it get before we do something about it? For we are many, they are few, man, we got them surrounded. It's time we think outside the cage where our brains have been placed. The true history of the world has been changed and erased. It's 1984, these things are so Orwellian. Big brother, motherfucker, super totalitarian. Your thoughts being suggested, your speech being suppressed, always being corrected, freedom being oppressed. Always under surveillance, in a state of unrest. And if you protest it, they put your ass under arrest. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. Tell the truth and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing
Into space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
You can take me to the stars. We can touch the stars tonight. You can take me to the stars. We can touch the stars tonight. You can take me to the stars. We can touch the stars tonight. You can take me to the stars. We can touch the stars tonight.
Bill Nye, the science guy, once said that I am one giant fuckhead. Me and Neil deGrasse, straight shield for cash, and we are the evil that people want dead. You're just a product of the environment, but everything is fake. This entire shit, I don't know what to say, but I'm not buying it. I've been here every day and I've been trying it. Everything that we're taught is a scam, and all along it was part of the plan. Telling us they're gonna go to Mars with a man? That's why I call them out as hard as I can. We ain't been to the moon and we ain't going soon, and everybody at NASA is a soulless goon. Man, this is fact, this is so damn true. Everybody watch out, Orion's floating through. Man, space is fake, but you gotta admit this lie takes the cake. These people need to chill out and take a break, but I'll never sleep again, I gotta stay awake. They lie and we don't need that. It's one big hoax and I'm starting to see that. Space was a place that I wanted to be at. I used to believe that. glue. I used to think the earth was a ball just like you. Who knew? Everything that we learned in school is nothing but bullshit. None of it's true. Ha! And these people call it education. Just a clever way to say indoctrination. You don't seem to understand the plot we're facing. It's all about common sense and observation. But not for the mainstream, it isn't the case. They say you're spinning on a rock in the middle of space, but now's not the time, nor is it the place. I'm really sick of getting lied to, so get out my face. If you feel the way I feel, then come with me, get up. Flat earthers all across the plane, ripping it up. Truth seekers all up in this bitch, getting it crunk. And if you think we plan on stopping, then you're shit out of luck. That's why ODD is always on the grind, and I'm never ever scared to speak what's on my mind. Cause this day and age, everybody is afraid. It's an illness, realness is hard to find. They lie all the time, and we don't need that. It's one big hoax, and I'm starting to see that. Space was a place that I wanted to be at. I used to believe that.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hoes, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they race you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they race you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they race you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
Race you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they race you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, eyes see the skies, but you look beyond their lies, see the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent, cannot trust, truths are must, globes are bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison, broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind, so you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time, there's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, FE baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong, that's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, flat at disco. Ocho Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny, such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Put the truth in the movies and lies throughout the news. They manufacture opinions and form all of your views. Everything we think we know is actually opposite of the truth. But what do you do when reality's fraudulent? The whole system is rigged, it's an illusion of choice. You can keep screaming and yelling, end up losing your voice. What's the point? What's the point? That's what I ask sometimes. Roll a joint, smoke that joint, and then I smash some rhyme. I'm still a slave, but that boy overdose is hard to control. How far will he go? Much further than you possibly know. ODD TV, I've been doing this. I have to get deep because half of you are asleep, the other half are just sheep. Wakey, wakey, wake the fuck up, man. I'm really sick of this. They rub the truth all up in our faces and it's ridiculous. They always keep the odds stacked against us and we can't seem to win. After seeing all the things I've seen, I'll never sleep again.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. We live in a prison cube, ruled over by the hexagon. Nothing but witchcraft and black magic spells in your lexicon. Search till the day you're dead and gone. There's gotta be some way out of here. Looking up at the sky, just watching chemical clouds appear. They got these toxic heavy metals filling up your body. You're a zombie, unaware that you serve the Illuminati. Man, how's your head feel after taking that red pill? When you learn the truth, it's scary. You can barely stand still. The Matrix is a computer-generated dreamland. Most certainly you're a worker bee for the queen, man. They lie to us about outer space
us and the earth is flat. They're killing us with the food they sell us. What's worse than that? You may wake up, but that doesn't mean the world's gonna change. It can stress you out, make you depressed, or fill you up with rage. We're in a cage, the whole world is nothing but a stage. And we're almost there, so be prepared for the coming age.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again.
Everything is a lie.
Everything, man.
Slave till the day you die.
There's no escaping it.
World full of boogeymen.
They live.
I'll never sleep again.
I'm an insomniac.
Rules that you must obey.
Obey, obey, obey.
Can't seem to get away.
No, I can't get away.
It's making my head spin.
It's not the world spinning.
I'll never sleep again.
Never, ever, ever.
Chemicals in the sky.
What the hell are they spraying, man?
Nobody wonders why.
Those are just clouds, bro.
Organelles in my skin.
This can't be happening.
I'll never sleep again.
I can't do it.
Things are not what they seem.
Everything is opposite.
Wish it was all a dream.
I'm wide awake, though.
When will this madness end?
It's not looking good.
I'll never sleep again.
It's just not possible.
Thanks, Kai. KJ. Why did I say Kai? Thank you, KJ, for that.
It's because we wanted to play Kai the Matrix next, so McCoy can hear it.
Their names look very similar, KJ and KY. That's my excuse anyway.
Good excuse.
It's decent. KJ, I hope you're not mad at me.
All good.
Okay, good.
Books predicted, been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship six, and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat as fact. arguments, cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on their face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mr. Strawman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi, how are you?
We got our torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Oh, what a way to start a morning.
Yeah. I love this. Here's 2020. It's Chocolate Scene. It's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like low arsonists. Y'all get dissed, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist, always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies, begging the question and never saying please. Claiming flat earth is only arcade, while you sit back and paint his mosaics or Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro, it seems profound. 2,000 years and still sight 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, what's really going 6 feet deep is the value of your radius, it's RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. Keep it moving. Yo, I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game, it's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane, the cartoon world will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only wanna help you be attained and reclaim your sense of home in your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism as it starts to race. Globetrotters scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think NASA really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water ball is losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time to throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
are some families that been ruling through the centuries, scripting the future and rearranging histories. Divide and conquer, they make us each other's enemies. Archons tapping into all our energies. I try to conjure up the strength and the ambition to spread the truth. I just hope you're getting the transmission. I'm not nervous or even scared, but I am tripping. This damn prison got people fearing a transition. Growing up, I never thought that it would be this way. Sometimes I just fall down onto my knees and pray, dear God, will everything really be okay? Why does everything in the world have to be so gray? I even have my days where I don't wanna try no more. I have to stop and ask myself what I'm fighting for. Trying to unlock the answers, but I can't find the door. I wanna rise up like a lion with a mighty roar. Rise like lions after slumber in unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth like dew, which in sleep had fell on you. Rise like lions after slumber in unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth like dew, which in sleep had fell on you. Rise like lions after slumber in unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth like dew, which in sleep had fell on you. Free your mind, but being awake is bittersweet. Sometimes you feel the emptiness, sometimes you feel complete. Your birth certificate is nothing more than a receipt to let you know that you're completely owned by the elite. Michael Jackson tried to tell us they don't care about us. Big Brother always got the camera staring at us. We live in a system that's way too far from fair and balanced. Everything I've ever learned, I'm now prepared to challenge. All these lies are not easy to come to terms with. The truth is something that most people aren't concerned with. I like to research all day while I burn spliff, trying to figure out a way to overturn this. Speaking and thinking will soon be under prohibition, so right now's not the time to be going fishing. It's gonna be kinda hard to get out this hole we're digging if we don't stand up right now and form a coalition. Rise like lions after slumber in unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth like dew, which in sleep had fell on you. Rise like lions after slumber in unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth like dew, which in sleep had fell on you. Rise like lions after slumber in unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth like dew, which in sleep had fell on you.
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell your vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a bank note. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically is entertainment. The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters and you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught walking alone to be locked up a road off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed,
we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting steady high, say they sipping pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock and twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They forcing misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news anchors informants who informing them, there's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this: we porting ships, important gifts. Of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informant this. It looked like we were storing tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they sip with pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?
I do like that one. I wish Witsit would make another track or two. I wish everybody would just keep making more music.
waiting, asking why we missed our chance. And now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself. I'm looking for high and dry, everywhere. I'm looking for someone evermore, sunshine evermore, someone evermore, sunshine evermore.
How can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow. And I know I just can't leave these things behind. Trying to feel satisfied in my world. I'm looking for
Sunshine
Look into a lot of the claims that is made by the quote, and you'll find that it's either just an assumption or just straight up lies. Straight up, straight up, straight up, straight up. Lies, lies, lies.
Hello, Discord. Mic check.
What's up, man? You're good? Kind of staticky.
Always dead. I'll shut up. I want to do a quick shout out to Sonny. Hopefully he's just taking a break. We haven't heard from him in a minute. So.
Yeah, dude. Totally. Him and Master Chief. I haven't seen Master Chief too much in the past, I don't know, a couple weeks.
What's up, Glad? We got whoever was DJing was doing a great job, by the way. And we have a VC verified in here. If you want to see if he's the real McCoy, you get it, real McCoy. Hello, McCoy. Can you talk? Welcome to the server. And he bounced. And he's back.
You might think his connection's bad because Dave, you're crackling a lot.
Somebody else talk to him. I'll shut up.
He was already having mic issues in the check-in, so I tried telling him to move to a different device to fix it, but it didn't work.
That song's gonna be stuck in my head now. It's a good one. Good one to have stuck in my head. Turn my day around. Good. McCoy, are you there? Oh, I put the pressure on him, but.
Well, it's somebody with a worse mic than me. I can't believe it.
Yours is better now.
Really? I guess he's not the real McCoy then. Maybe he needs to get a real connection for the real McCoy.
He needs a McCoy microphone. Trademarked.
So anyone listening, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. Am I breaking up again?
Nope.
We are going to need 3 globe claims substantiated, please. We need Earth curvature measured directly. We need the motion of Earth detected directly. And we need to see the existence of said ball Earth in the vacuum of space with the gas pressure system attached. Thank you. Back to you guys.
When you draw it out like that, it's like they don't have a chance.
Just 3 simple claims we need to be verified, right? What's the big deal?
All right. No big deal. Shouldn't be anyway. Self-evident.
Be a live stream from the moon or something. Like a real live stream. Something verifiable. Measurement curvature.
Oh.
Yeah, I've said this many times. They should go out to any random, let's say, 20-mile stretch, and you should be able to measure that 200 and some foot drop there. Anywhere, right? It's a ball, right? Come on, man.
Is it though? I'm starting to think that it's not a globe.
No, dude, there's balls
Dave.
in the sky.
I know. Yeah, exactly. But I don't know. I just
when you throw
even though there's endless evidence, countless empirical physical evidence for the flat Earth, for some reason I'm still thinking it's a globe. I'm not convinced yet, guys. What do you got?
I know I'm in the same boat. I don't want to believe the Earth is flat. People think that we want to believe this, like we're pining for it to be different. I don't want to be a flat earther anymore. If someone could come prove me or get me off of or I want to get back on the ball. Yeah. Get me back on the ball.
Get on the ball.
Yeah. Don't drop it.
You know, oh man. See, here's the thing. If globe were proven somehow, I still wouldn't be a quote glober, and I wouldn't I wouldn't go into flat earthers' houses and insult them, put them down and demean them, and then tell them to prove their claims. Can you imagine going into somebody's house, they're having dinner, right? They got some friends over, having a good time, right? Drinking and eating. And then somebody barges in, leaves the door open, and comes right over to the table and says, "You're a liar and you're wrong, and 8.8 million scientists hate you, and you need to prove your claims." Can you imagine? That person would get the shit kicked out of them. Oh boy.
It's like if you only eat McDonald's your whole life or whatever, and then you finally discover that there's more than just McDonald's to eat or something. Maybe that's a bad example. But
Yeah, it's Plato's cave all over again.
yeah, really. It really is. It's a lot darker.
I just wish they'd bring some solid, anything that was even close to evidence. You know, like ever. It'd be great. Because like we have nothing to talk about really. We just talk amongst ourselves because we've destroyed every single claim. Every globe claim is what should I say, like a melted pile on the ground, I guess.
I haven't heard it. Yeah, I
It's
haven't
a
heard it.
good thing we get all this flat Earth music to fill the dead air, ain't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if the Globers are even listening to the music and the words. Could they handle it if they took it seriously? I highly doubt it.
Can somebody tell me in that one song that Chocolate does, they just played a little while ago, that chant that they're doing, what are they saying?
In the YouTube chat?
No, the song by Chocolate saying the like hip hop one, like
Yeah.
I don't remember the name of it, but the guy's going.
What is the world that we're living in?
No, not what is the world. It's the other one. The one that starts out with Brenda saying, "I'm ready to be destroyed."
Oh, KJ played it earlier.
Right, but what is it? What is the chant? Like when they go into the chorus, what are they chanting?
Oh, ha ha ha! What? Keep it moving. It's like it's a sample from old school hip hop beats. It's not a yeah. He's not saying. No one's saying anything during the chorus. Chocolate just let the thing play, and then he keeps rhyming on the verses. Oh, good. I'm glad you Globers in the YouTube chat are listening. Listen up, real quick. You have yet to provide empirical globe evidence. I'm not asking. That's just the way it is. Them's the facts. And that's why we keep coming back here into this live stream, because we really, really want, and you should want as well, to provide globe evidence for a live audience. Wouldn't it be crazy to come in here and just shut the server down? You'd be the one that killed Flat Earth. Holy shit, can you imagine? Can you imagine how much respect you would get from the troglodyte community? I mean, the Globers. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that spotlight to be the one. Took down those dummy flat earthers. Come on and talk to us.
You don't want to be better.
They would be the Glober that went down in history, wouldn't they, Glad? Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah. I mean, their egos are already through the roof. Imagine how big your head would get if you destroyed the flat Earth, right? Whew.
Any Glober listening to us right now is thinking in their head, we have evidence, they just won't accept it.
Well, if we won't accept it, then it's not evidence, right? We know the difference between evidence and sophistry.
For those who don't know what sophistry is, can you describe?
Yeah, hang on. I got a meme for that, of course.
Sweet. Meme is life. Oh, very speechy to it.
Oh, I got another one though. Hold on. Ah, there it is. Okay, that bottom one is the one I was looking for, and it's the Globe edition. So, sophistry or semantic tricks, everything the YouTube Globers do, consists of bandwagon appeals, which is faulty or inappropriate analogies, out of context quotes, which results in faulty rationalization, misuse of technical jargon or false data. They do like that one. Here's the one they like the most. Trigger words to trip an emotional response. They love to do that in place of offering any sort of scientific evidence for their claims. Then they do irrelevant information, right? They distract you with things that couldn't matter less, like, non sequiturs and such. And then lastly, they provide unverifiable data as fact. So they'll say, oh, the geodetic survey, this, that, and the other. Really? How about you go measure the Earth? Is that frightening? So anyway, and then one more sophistry. Again, that's what these Globers, they kind of live in this area of philosophy and sophistry. Philosophy uses critical thinking and reasoned judgments to determine the truth of a matter, while sophistry bypasses critical thought and only uses the art of rhetoric to convince others that they are correct. See how sophistry has nothing to do with facts, it just has to do with tactics. They don't care what's true, they just want to win the argument. That's it.
I see.
And now we know.
So sophistry is basically a fancy word for bullshitting, right?
Yes. Bullshitting in place of tangible evidence. Justification for even being in the conversation. You feel me?
Oh boy.
Yo, so we got a Glober here, said he would willing to do the 3 points. Has anyone talked to him yet?
No, not yet.
Cool. So the first question is, right, first of all, welcome to the server. Thanks for joining.
Of course.
So from ancient times until modern times, who has directly measured the Earth's surface to be curved?
Let's start
and-
with what he knows already. Let's start where his head is. So can you give me a painting or a picture? Just tell me a story about what you believe flat Earth is. Can you do that?
I believe it is a group of people that do not believe in
No. Not that. No. The paint a picture of the Earth for me. Okay, in words. I can do it for you.
What you think, like what I think Earth looks like?
Yeah.
Okay. Like I think it's a globe.
Okay.
Of some kind. In space, in a solar system.
Okay. So just like the narrative that is
Yeah,
in
just
education.
yeah, of course.
Great. Okay. So you don't have any kind of aspect on flat Earth at all?
Not totally. That's what I'm here to learn, actually.
I just wanted to make sure we have a kind of set point, because what you have heard, if you have heard anything about flat Earth, is 100% incorrect. Okay. What educational system gives you about flat Earth is bullshit. Right? Okay. They want you to believe that flat earthers are 100% crazy. And they have not gone to school or anything like that. They don't have any communication skills. They don't have any degrees. They are just here to disrupt the system that is in place of the globe reality logic. Okay? That's what globe says about flat Earth. And then, of course, they add little twists and turns, like the shape of flat Earth is a disc flying through space, and water's falling off the edge, and Australia's missing. That right there is all flat Earth society. And flat Earth society is a controlled opposition.
Okay. May I ask you a question?
Of course.
So, what do you think about the Globe Society? What is your opinion on them?
So I came from it. Everyone here came from it. You cannot be a true flat earther unless you know the globe 100%. Okay? You can't have 99% of the globe and then fight for the flat earth. Okay? So when you come in, it's not we don't know the earth at all from that perspective. We know it 100% from that perspective, and we know 100% that it is a lie for your mind.
So, can I ask you what? How do I pronounce your name?
Gage.
Gage.
Gage. Yeah.
Gage. So, what do you mean by globe society? Is that everyone that has been?
Yeah, I was thinking that like what what you think I think about y'all's community and what you think about my community, in that aspect. You know.
So you identify, right? It's a popular word these days. You identify yourself as a being in the globe society.
Yeah, or whatever you would like to call it.
Right. So have you made that choice on your own, or was that put on to you?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm leading you to the fact that everybody here in this room followed the same educational system where from the moment you could walk, right, they showed you a globe and they showed you the heliocentric model and they showed you, look, there's people on the other side of the earth, right, underneath the earth, standing antipodal to you, right? So really take it as a realization, right? Because I'm betting you didn't actually choose to be in that quote unquote society. You've been put there because of the educational system and what your screen shows you, right?
Well, yeah, I guess you could come from that standpoint, but I believe almost all knowledge could be thrown back to that kind of ideology where math was forced onto me, right? Like
How do
1
you
plus
know
1
all of
equals
that
2.
knowledge is 100% true? You don't. You were told by someone before you. That's the whole thing we're getting at. Okay?
And
so when you grew up, that math that you grew up in was brought to you by someone else.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
So you grew up into this, not that it was just, something that needed to be there. No. You grew up into it.
And math is a language, Gage.
It's just
math is a language,
not reality.
It's not reality, right? It can be used to describe stuff, but it doesn't create reality. It's merely a language we use.
Yeah,
to
that
get
is
by.
true.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Okay, cool.
So you talk about how we have no definitive proof about globe Earth. What about on the other standpoint of flat Earth? So what is your definitive proof that flat Earth exists?
Can I take this one, Justin?
Go ahead. Yes, Roger, go.
Yeah.
Please.
So Gage, the first thing you have to realize, right, is that everybody ever alive has experienced the Earth as flat and non-rotating. So to you, to me, to everybody you know, to everybody who's ever lived, the Earth presents itself as flat and non-rotating, right? So the point is that it is a base axiom, right? It's self-evident. So the only place the Earth is a ball to you is on your screen. For the rest, in reality, the Earth presents itself as flat and non-rotating. So the claim lies on the table, right? So the base axiom is it's flat and non-rotating. So the side, I don't like to call it side, but they claim that the Earth is actually a ball with the rays of 3959 and is actually turning at 1,000 miles per hour around the equator, right? And is actually orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. But you never notice this. This is not in your reality. This is only on your screen. So then comes the part, so how can we validate this? How can we know, right? Instead of believing your screen, how can we actually know that it is a ball? And then comes in reality again. You can go out in nature and try and validate those globe claims. So if the Earth has a radius of 3959, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So at 1 foot observer height, imagine yourself lying on the beach, looking over the water. That horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles on a globe Earth with a radius of 3959, because the radius has been given. It's such a specific number that with that radius we can calculate curvature drop over distance. Okay? So when we actually go out in nature to large bodies of water, to the ocean, right, we can actually measure the surface of Earth. And when we go out to a large body of water and we take, for instance, a laser, and you shoot the laser over the water, parallel over the water, and somebody is at the other side standing there, and the laser hits the target, right? 41 kilometers, for instance. So if the laser hits the other side and hits the target, then the Earth cannot be a ball, because it has to curve away from the laser. It has to do this because they told you it's a physical ball, right? It has to have that.
You see a physical ball in their reality, in their pictures, on their screen, in your educational system. You see a physical round globe ball. You don't see any fluctuation in that.
Right.
Their measurements are specific.
Well, the number, it's not a. So that's why we ask.
I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah. So that's why we ask anybody here if they can provide any measurements of curvature, right? Because it's non-existent.
Okay. But that actually goes back to something called light refraction in physics.
Yeah. Refraction. You can't tell where the sun is.
One second. Are you here for an interview or are you here to debate? What is your intention now?
I'm not sure, because you're trying to come at me as a debate. You're trying to come to me as me changing my mind.
We're telling you the flat Earth. You wanted
You
to hear
asked
the flat Earth.
Okay.
We can.
You are very true. You're very true. I would actually like to ask you about light refraction and how that point bounces off.
So you asked us what is the definitive proof of flat Earth, right? And I will tell you there is no measurement of curvature, right? There is none. And when you actually go out and try and measure the curvature with lasers, with long distance observations, with radar, with radio signals, there is none, no curvature. So if the Earth, if it isn't curving away from you, Gage, what will it be?
I'm not sure. Please tell me.
It's a very easy question, right? If the Earth is not curving away from you, then what is it?
I'm sorry. You just reminded me that I'm an interviewer here. I'm not going to put any of my opinions.
So
I'm very sorry
let's say it's flat then, right? So if my table isn't curving away, it's flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're not talking about hills or mountains or valleys, right? We know that the Earth is a topographical plane.
Mm-hmm.
It has valleys and mountains, but to you, right, the water, when you observe water, and the basic physics of water is that it always finds its level and lays flat. The surface lays flat and level in rest. So if it's in your glass, in your bathtub, in your pool, in a small lake, big lake, sea, or ocean, to you, right, the water is always flat and level. And when you actually go out and measure this, it also is flat and level. That is why the Earth is not a ball.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what do you think about gravitational pull?
What is gravity to you?
well, gravity, to layman terms, is something in the middle of the Earth that pulls all mass inside of the atmosphere towards the center.
Right. That's wrong, because in 1915 or 17, don't pin me on it, but Einstein came along and introduced the warping and bending of space-time, converting gravity from a force into an effect. So no longer is gravity the force between masses. It is now the effect caused by the warping and bending of space-time.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So then we come to the question: how can we validate and know that it is actually the warping and bending of space-time causing shit to fall? Right. So, and that is a very good question, because that has never been shown. Right. Nobody has ever bended some space-time. Nobody has ever provided the cause stuff falling down. Even the high priests of the heliocentric model will tell you, we don't know what gravity is. We don't know. We can measure it. We can look at it. We can drop stuff and measure it, but we don't know what gravity is. It's merely a theoretical construct built by math.
Mm-hmm.
So the question then is, I'm not making the positive claim that gravity is the bending of space-time, right? That is on the globe. I hate to say side, but that is what the globe says. The warping and bending of space-time. So how would you then validate this? How can they prove to you that it is the warping and bending of space-time?
I'm not sure.
Right. Oh, there you have it. Right.
Okay. So I saw some other people talk about this. I was in another Discord about flat Earth. It's called Titan Point or something like that. And they were talking about how all space, the moon, the Earth, it's all fake, and it's a government made.
No, that's
we
a
can't
straw
tell
man.
you that. We're not going to tell you that. We don't know, so we're not going to tell you a story. And when they say it's fake, they're telling you a story. Okay.
And you've probably fell for you've probably fell for some bunch of globers trying to make flat Earth look batshit crazy, right? Because nobody here says the moon is created by the government. It's fake. Nobody says that, right? That's ridiculous.
We can't say that.
You
one
have to,
can say that. Right. That's the thing.
And you have to understand that this realm of flat Earth is haunted by those people that come in here and create havoc just to make flat Earth look ridiculous, right? It's a daily business for these people.
Right? Can you? I think you're getting a little bit too defensive there, because some people do actually make some claims that they may be trying to prove. So I feel like you're getting a little bit too defensive there, Mike.
No, nobody here says that the moon is fake, Adam. So I don't know where that comes from. To me, that sounds like making the flat Earth look ridiculous, saying that the government created the moon
on the flat Earth. We're not here to make stories up.
That's building a straw man and then burning it down for the globers, right? So what the moon is, I couldn't tell you, right? And you couldn't tell me either. If you're honest to yourself, you haven't been to the moon. The only thing you have ever observed is a light in the sky moving above your head. So whoever makes claims about the moon, right, they can't validate it. It's just mere speculation.
Mm-hmm. And you're very right about that. So like, would you call these flat earthers that claim this, are they like fake flat earthers, or like?
I would, yeah. This is so
non-true.
You have a bunch
non-true flat earthers, yeah.
you have a bunch. We have people which we call anti-flat earthers, right? It's a niche market in the flat earth realm. Anti-flat earthers are people that merely exist because we exist, and their whole purpose is to bash and make flat earth look crazy, and probably some agents, right, trying to spread some misinformation, disinformation here or there.
Can I say something, Roger?
Sure.
Yeah, Gage. Think about this. There's like 24,000 people in this server, right? Not all of them are flat earthers, of course, but a good chunk are. And this is where the real flat earthers are, to be honest. But think about this. There's not a single flat earther in here that has met someone from the Flat Earth Society. Yeah, the entire world knows the name of the Flat Earth Society, and nobody knows the name of this Discord. So, what's that all about? You know?
Hey, Gage, real quick. If you're doing an interview, you should understand something about production value. We're running a live show here, so if you could pop yourself on mute while you tippity-tappity away, that'd be nice. Thanks.
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I did not know my keyboard was making those noises.
Well, yeah, everything's recorded and live stream, so you can go back and listen if you're not sure. So.
Oh, well, thank you for letting me know. I will mute when
Yeah, you should know a thing about production value, right? You're doing an interview.
Of course.
Okay. As you were.
Okay, so I also have another question. So I've heard from other sources, again, I'm not saying this is y'all's group or anything, about the ice wall or an infinite plane. So I've heard people talk about like how like the land is like infinite and the government has it like hidden off for the rest of the land, or some people say that there's an ice wall keeping in all the water, etc.
So are you here to clown on sloppy versions of people made up in their head about flat Earth, or do you want to actually talk about some of the arguments that we propose here?
I'm asking a question.
Yeah, I know you're kind of punting out sloppy versions of flat Earth that no one here thinks.
Well, I excuse me, sir, I didn't know that.
He's not really. He's not being sloppy though, because for people who are globists,
for the White Knight Brigade. I'm sorry,
Adam.
I'm just saying, but that's
Adam. Yeah. Go ahead, Gage.
Anyway, Gage, if you want to ask us about the actual flat Earth, we could talk about that. But
I know
you're punting in all these weird versions. Oh, I heard there's this sloppy version. I heard there's this sloppy version. So you could just ask us what we think, bro.
Well, I know I was wanting the truth on these subjects, on whether you disapprove of them or these things are actually true, or it's just getting your opinion.
A bunch of crazy stuff that all you globers come in and start saying.
Well, it's just a question why you're taking it as an attack.
I'm not attacking. I'm just letting you know.
It's not a valid question about what we believe. You're not asking what we believe. You're saying, I heard some other guy believe some crazy stuff. What do you think about that? That's not, we have nothing to do with that.
Well, I'm trying to decipher that because I'm not sure.
Then you ask what we believe.
That's what I was asking. I said these two things.
No, you didn't. You asked about what some other guy who's not us believes, which is not us. It's pretty obvious.
Excuse me, you're being very unreasonable right now.
It's not about just Gage.
What?
Gage is essentially there's a lot of speculation. People have their imaginations, and they like to come up with ideas of what could potentially be.
Okay. So what is
speculation, and it's nothing more. We don't know. We can't give you any real claim as to what is beyond Antarctica.
Okay.
We don't know.
But there is newspapers of people that have tried and gotten arrested, as well as are missing too. Family members are still trying to find them, and they were on a trip to Antarctica by themselves in their own boat.
Okay.
So when you try it yourself, I want you to come back and tell us all about it. But there has been many people to try it themselves and have not been able to say anything about it.
Yeah, Gage, I'm sure you think you're being original right now, but there's probably about 150 other dudes who have come in and tried this exact same approach. You're just reading off the same lines that they have. I'll give you some credit. You're a fairly good actor, but
I'm not acting, sir.
Sure
I'm actually extremely interested.
Well, you are reading off a script, so.
Oh, you are right. I read this.
Well, Creation Bear, you're mostly right because it is a script, but it's spiritual script. He doesn't know he's possessed, so thanks.
I'm just curious. I'm not trying to fight y'all or disprove any of y'all's beliefs.
It's not that. It's what's in your head. Okay. What you came here for is to get an interview, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, never heard that before.
Well, why? Why do you have to have an interview with us? Okay.
Well, because here, so a lot of people like to go around and say that y'all are crazy, belligerent,
That's
rude.
what we were saying.
I know, and I'm trying to disprove that and show y'all that y'all actually believe in something, right? Not trying to make y'all seem dumb.
We don't believe in it. That's the whole thing. We're not just here to believe. We are here to find the facts. And when it's a belief, is that a fact?
Well, of course not.
Exactly. So why would you want us to just give you our belief?
Because a lot of people like to call y'all crazy.
We don't want that. We don't want that. We're just telling you straight up. We want to be real with you. We don't want to give you a story.
Well, of course. And that's what I want from y'all.
Okay. So, like I said, you have gotten multiple stories, okay, from your other server, the other flat earthers that you've talked to, okay? All of them are telling you stories. Do you understand?
And
now you've come into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. 24/7 we speak about flat Earth. Okay?
You are right about that.
When you come in and you just state all this kind of bullshit, we're calling you out.
But I don't believe in these things. I'm just asking questions about it.
We don't either.
The best case scenario, Gage, is we're not trying to bang you over the head and get you to believe anything, but if you could leave here and you're able to return the arguments like that we pitched out to you, if you could pitch them back, well, hey, that's a win. But if you're just going to come in and treat this place like a zoo and I'm going to take some notes.
And then say whatever you want about Flat Earth when you go into your interview. That's what we hate. And it gets a lot. It's a lot. Every single buddy that's come in interviewing us, they always go out and say whatever the fuck they want.
I'm sorry for offending you.
No, you're not. It's not you. Oh, I'm not saying you personally. I'm just saying the script, as everyone says, the script that you don't know that you actually are saying to us. We've had it multiple times.
Well, I bet, of course, because the media displays you in this sort of way, right?
Exactly. So we don't want you to display us in that way. We want you to leave here with what we actually say.
Of course. Okay, and that's what I'm here to learn, right?
Great. So like I said, we're not here to believe.
Okay.
Awesome.
It's okay anyway, because the whole discussion is recorded, so.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, Gagey, you've learned from screens, from television, from people that already believe these things, right? That they've told you it's true. They've never shown you any evidence. We're just trying to show people in reality there's something else. It's called reality. Nobody adjusts for curvature or spin of the earth. That's the point. We're trying to find somebody who has experienced this. Once you realize it's just a cartoon on TV, then you become one of these people and you just wake up to the fact that they've lied to you about everything. That's all we're trying to show you.
Okay. Interesting. So y'all are more into I need to see it to believe it.
Oh, that's a good one.
If I told you, Gage,
it needs to be real for it to be real. Does that make sense? It needs to be real for it to be real.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay. So what can people show you to prove that globe Earth would be real? What would just say that's real?
Wait, hold on. So that would be wait. So you're saying something other? See, Glat Flobe just told you we are believing or knowing or experiencing, then claiming what is real is real. So you have just said you're going to move away from what is real because you're saying what else could convince us of something besides what is real. That's what you're doing right now. That's the point, is that we're trying to get you to realize that's the problem. People that are raised on television move away from what reality shows us, and they need a screen or somebody else to tell them something other than what is real. That's the point. Thank you.
Okay, so let's say globe Earth is real for a second. All right. In y'all's terms.
But that's the point. Is that that's the point. Is that the entire world already has been saying this. We're trying to stop the cartoon. We're trying to pull you out of the religion and show you what reality is. That's the point. When we talk about reality, we can go outside and take pictures. The Globers can't because they don't experience a ball. That's why all evidence is only going to be on our side, bro. That's the point. There's no claim otherwise, other than watching television, bro. That's the point. If I was wrong, wouldn't you say, no, I didn't learn it from television. I learned it from XYZ. No, everybody admits they learned it from TV, bro. That's the point. It's not reality. It's a television.
It's like saying, if the sky was yellow, what would it take to convince you it's yellow? Well, if the sky was yellow, I would know it's yellow. You wouldn't have to convince me.
Well,
right, what would convince you? What would convince you that cats are actually squid and dogs are octopuses?
I'm not sure. I'd have to see that.
That's the point. Right, that's the point. Is that if you don't understand the fact that a cat can't be an octopus, then you're going to have really hard times with straight lines and reality. You know what I mean?
But
That's okay. We don't do stories, so let's not just say things. Okay, if the Earth is a globe, just present some sort of evidence for that. Measurements would be nice.
Exactly.
I'm not. Again, I'm not here to prove anything. I'm just asking questions.
Hold on. First of all, you were coming in here at a completely different tone, and now you're trying to direct the conversation again from reality. Again, the point is, myself and Glatflobe and Creation Bear and a few of us have literally the past 5 minutes said, sir, we're trying to show you reality, and you keep going, well, what about something other than reality? And then you do it again. What about if we assume something that's not provable? So that's the point, is that you're in this religion where when somebody tries to tell you, let's look at reality, you say, no, let's look at something else, and I'll make something up. I'll look at something on the internet, or we can just assume and pretend. That's what you're doing. That's the point.
Sir.
Listen, no, that's the point. Listen, if I talk to Adam, if I talk to California Nightmare, Creation Bear, or Justin, they're going to say, yes, let's test reality. But then someone who's raised on television says, no, let's ignore reality. That's the point.
But see, you can't see these things, so you can't prove whether Earth is a globe or flat.
We were there.
It's already proven. No, hold on. Now you just wait a minute. Now you just spiraled into desperation. Wait a minute. You're claiming something you've already admitted you haven't done it, and you're claiming you don't think you can, which you're admitting you've never done it. So now you're lying by saying other people haven't done it either. No, that's the point. Just because you haven't done it, just because you were raised on television, doesn't mean that other people that broke out of that television religion haven't done it in reality, because I have. So you don't need to lie. Just because there's life outside of TV where they don't show you where everybody else does on the plane of existence. Do you think television tells you the accomplishments of everybody that's ever existed? No, they tell you what they want you to believe. There's a life outside of television programming, sir. And that's why these people are here. And that's why you can't address the point. You have to go into, but what if, maybe, if so, must be, because I saw it on TV. Thanks.
Engage, I gave you some credit for being a fairly good actor, but you just broke character. You said you were going to. Well, hold on. You said, hold on.
You did. You got triggered.
Interview, but we'd rather have you roll your sleeves up and come and step in the arena. So which is it? Are you going to?
I'm not sure, because y'all are coming off extremely.
Are you going to take the?
So what we are doing is answering your questions here, man. Okay, we are truly answering your questions, but you don't like it. You don't like the answers that we're giving. That's okay, because that's seriously what Globers do, and that's the globe mentality. That's the globe logic, is to just disregard every single thing.
I didn't disregard any single one of your points at all.
No, but you're trying to go. Listen, that's the point, is that we're trying to show you reality, and you're already telling us you don't want to see reality. You're already saying it doesn't matter. You're already hiding from reality. That's the point, bro. You've already proven our point. You wanted to be smart ass. Well, I'm sorry, it bit you in the ass. Now you're our example of what happens to people when they believe in this cartoon religion. They don't even want reality. They want to go cartoons and Star Trek and Star Wars, bro. I'm sorry you got fooled. I'm sorry your parents were fooled, bro. You're living in a fantasy, and when we show you, we want to talk about reality, you say, no, let's not talk about reality. You've done it literally over and over, and you're going to do it again. That's why you're pissed off now. Yep.
You aren't the first one.
But don't worry, we all got fooled.
Okay, and we all are here fooled. We are all here fooled.
Okay. So what is reality?
Decide now, Gage. Are you going to take the interviewer approach, or are you going to make claims?
I'm going to keep with the interview approach.
All right. Well, don't break that character then. Make sure you keep those acting.
No problem. Okay.
We can't tell you what reality is, man. That's not for any human being to know.
Okay.
We can tell you though. We can tell you with a lot of assurity that the ground you stand on.
Here's the point. Why can't we just say it's not on TV, right? What you've seen on TV is not reality. That's the point. I'm saying go out and see what reality is. And now I need to hold your hand because you've never thought of that, because you think everything on TV is real. I'm scared to death to go outside now. I'm sorry. That's the point. Go out, go to the beach, go to the desert. That's reality. Fly a plane at 35,000 feet and look at something 1,200 miles away, over 1,000 miles away. That's not possible on a magical ball, bro. That's the reality.
Mm-hmm.
It's over. Yeah.
Okay. So.
Have you ever seen the concept? Have you ever seen the actual concept? Just of exchanging the model that you have known all along, okay, into the concept model of the flat Earth. Because, like I said, we don't have a model, we don't have size, scale, or measurements or anything. But there is a concept that we do have. You want to see that? I'm going to show that to you.
Okay.
Okay, and then you can wrap your head around it just a little bit of where we're at here, okay? Because this concept will make you think. All right, this is the first one. Like I said, concept, not to scale. All right.
Okay.
Now I'm going to put in the one where it changes from the globe to flat Earth. Okay, this is the concept that they did to the flat Earth at the original beginning. You know, when it was the first concept, because I'm going to show you that one in 18 something or other 18. Hold on, I'm going to show it to you right here. Here it is. There's the concept in 1897. Okay, it was in the New York Journal, and that's literally what people based the Earth off of. They weren't saying it was round, like as in a globe. They were saying it was a round structure, kind of like a disc. Okay, but like I said, size, shape, you know, not to scale is what we have here. Now, I'm going to show you a more bigger concept, more land concept, okay? Past Antarctica. Concept, mind you, concept, not to scale or not to truth, because we don't know. Guess how much land that is right there? Okay, and then I'm going to give you the other sort of concept.
Okay.
Like an eyeball.
Hello, everyone.
Pretty cool, huh?
May
Just
I
like
ask one more
you
question?
got to understand there's so many different concepts, okay? But no one knows the truth. They just went with the globe. They structured it into the educational system. For us as brain dead children, we listen to our parents, which their parents, listen to their parents, which their parents listen to their parents. So it kept going on and on and on. But whoever they're listening to, guess who it was? People in the higher educational system that were controlling everything. So now you get these concepts in your head and you're thinking,
Okay. So what about the
atheist paradigm?
What about the pictures of Earth and all that stuff from NASA? So
okay. So one
That's
thing,
a great point.
Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, let me say this to you. So if we can show you that's fake, then you know we're telling the truth.
I'm not sure because I don't know if it is fake. Like
you just admitted, even if we show you that it's fake, it will not satisfy you. And you're trying to
this is the same for y'all
here.
too, though. Like think about it.
No, you're trying to be a bully. You don't even have a claim. You literally just ignored reality. You brought up a topic of pictures from space, then you said it doesn't matter if we disprove them. That is the psychology because you've been raised by television. All you need, that's already what you've been looking at for several years. You believe pictures on screens because television, you believe in outer magical space. That's the point. Thank you for confirming. And you've admitted if we disprove it, well, I don't know what that would mean. Yeah, immediately scampered into the corner, bro. That's the point. That's a religious zealot-like response, bro. You're indoctrinated.
Remember, Gabe,
me.
remember before you break character again, you said you were going to be an interviewer. So if you want to roll your
Yes,
sleeves
I'm
up,
about
you're
to
welcome
ask.
to do that at any time.
I'm going to ask another question.
Take the gloves off and enter the arena. You're welcome to do that any time, but try not to flip
I'm
back.
glad we can move on. Yeah.
No.
Excellent. I'm glad we can move on to the next topic. So what's the next excuse since we got that one?
Excuse me. So apparently, so you believe that globe earthers are a religion?
No. Yeah, just look at the way you're acting. Look at what you're doing. You're saying it doesn't matter what we prove, bro. That's a religious zealot-like behavior.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's
what
what I
about?
do, bro. That's why they bring me in here. That's what I do. If you want to be a bully, this is what happened. Now you are on trial. You've been literally eviscerated. This is what happens, bro. This is what happened. You've literally acted like a religious nutcase and said it doesn't matter if we prove it. I got you to admit it already, bro. I thank God. Thank God you admitted it, bro. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, I'm not trying to prove any of you are wrong or bully you. And if I am, please tell me.
It doesn't matter. That's the point. You're not listening. A Glober says evidence doesn't matter. That's all the evidence I need. You're saying evidence doesn't matter.
NASA.
Can I ask
That's
a question?
insanity.
Can I ask a question, please?
No, sir.
Why not?
See,
So-
because he can't make a claim, guys. He
Well,
can't,
actually,
he can't make
I'm-
a claim.
Okay.
Gage, Wrecker is actually a Glober, just letting you know.
Oh, so how many flat earthers here?
You two are the only Globers in here that are actually talking.
Don't you know any flat earther who's who's finished a university and who has access to NASA and all the I don't know.
I also have 2 degrees. I got 2 college
And
degrees
does that
as
make
well,
a point? That no, it doesn't, because I can just lie to you.
Wait, degrees?
Does anyone work for Elon Musk?
Wrecker, yeah. Excuse
Who
me.
the
Yeah,
fuck cares?
I'm a former 19 kilos, so I'm a subject matter expert.
I just told you that I was.
Yeah,
You don't
what are you
care.
talking about, Wrecker? Wrecker, are you going on? Are you ignoring the fact that your friend said evidence doesn't matter? That's the issue here. You people think evidence doesn't matter.
degree
You're literally
matters.
zombies.
That's it.
Yeah. You people are psychotic. This is what this is the proof of the dangers of this outer space religion. It turns you into a literal criminal. Well, now we hide from evidence, bro. That's what it does. That's the point. It's not about the evidence. It's about the sukkos, the psychology, what it does to you,
Who's
bro.
telling
It
me
turns
something,
you
right?
Yeah, it turns you into a zombie, bro. That's insanity.
You just believe
Well,
the
you
next
sound
person
more
in line.
than a zombie than I do right now. Actually.
Really?
Oh, don't take that the hard way. You're being so.
Bro, you sound like a zombie.
You
literally
don't even understand.
Feelings.
I
All
have-
I got are
don't understand. We're not putting any feelings into this at all. We're telling you the straight facts. But what you are doing is just throwing us all of your emotions that you just have for the globe. It's amazing. But Wrecker, I want to come back to you real quick. I don't know who muted you, but it's okay. You came here to just destroy the globe, the actual flat Earth. Sorry, but you haven't actually provided us anything but a word salad.
No, I didn't come here to destroy anything. I just came
Yeah,
here
you
to
did.
listen, spend some time.
No, you've not said one thing that was like just here to get any information from us. It was just a slam on us every single time that you speak.
No, I just asked a
Yes, it
question.
is.
And I didn't question anything.
No, it is.
I just
We can
asked a question.
repeat it. We've got 2 live streams that can go back and repeat what you just said to us, and that it's a very hard thing to get by when you're in a live stream 24/7.
Wow.
Yes, Justin. Pieces of paper and television are.
It's
what
amazing
reality
that
is.
you
They
don't
live in
understand.
zombie world.
You're on live,
Zombie-
streamed right now, recorded, and you think we're stupid?
It's a Justin. Listen, I'm talking to you now, Justin.
Honestly,
because it's a
I didn't
fantasy world for
question
the audience.
anything. I didn't come here
fantasy
to.
world.
I didn't come here to destroy
Amazing, though.
anything.
See, listen, Globers always want to say what they want to say, but then when we say back to what they just said, they say, "Oh, I didn't say that." But guess what? You did.
What did I say? I just asked a question. If anyone works for NASA or something, what's...
Yeah, do you know anybody that works for NASA that has evidence for? That's the point, bro. You're a psychotic.
Why are you
retard
going
at this
so? Why are you going so
Listen
hard
to
on me?
you.
I didn't.
Because
You
I
are
know what is
telling
your point.
us.
What does that matter? Do you have any sort of degree? and anything that you believe. Are you saying we can't?
Are you smarter than me?
Stop. Here's the point: is that you can't believe something or know it. You can't even know about things unless you have magical pieces of paper. That's the reality, guys. Yep. We're in retard world, guys.
You have to have a book that has the name of a professor on it.
Yeah, name of some other retard that's brainwashed by cartoons to give you a new certification because you're also brainwashed cartoons, and we'll just
say that though.
That's why we have Jeffrey
believe
Dahmer.
their parents. You know that, and so on. Didn't I just say that? I mean that's literally what just came out of my mouth.
Justin, you need to call this what it is. This is a cult. This is a death cult.
I love it. I love it. But see, this actually helps us a lot. A lot. You don't know how much it helps. You coming in telling us that we need a degree. We need a degree.
No. I look sorry because
we don't have a degree, and you have to look at someone that does have a degree.
Hold on a second, please.
Amazing.
No. Justin's right. Justin, you're right. Watch this, Justin. These are the same people, Justin, that say, well, a woman should have. Listen, Justin, watch. This is the same people that say, listen, I'm not kidding. You got to hear me out, guys. These people will say, well, the woman has a right to choose because that's not really a life form. But there's life on Mars. There's life on Mars. There's germs on Mars. Yep. That's life. But the baby in the womb, that's not a life. That's the mentality, guys. That's how serious this is. There's germs on Mars.
Did you know that record?
So, listen. I'm going to finish. Justin, wait. There's germs on Mars, guys. Okay, listen, Glatflobe. You too, Glat. There's germs on Mars. So we're going to spend $500 billion to rescue the germs on Mars. But when it comes to human beings, we're just going to make it so that everybody can kill their unborn babies. That's the society. We have trillions of dollars. We could have paid those mothers to adopt their children. We could set up thousands of homes. We could feed millions of people. We could save billions of babies. No, but there's germs on Mars. Do you hear me, guys? This is what matters. There's germs on Mars, and we have to put $1 trillion into saving those germs. God bless everybody for saving the germs. America.
And that's your NASA record. That's your NASA.
The reason I asked that is because oh, hold on, I got a phone call. Sorry. Yeah, keep going. I can hear you. I'll be right back.
Just the degrees don't make any difference. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyone can get a degree and be as stupid as a motherfucking idiot.
Yeah, wait a minute. We have 5,000 years of human history with the largest megaliths that were ever designed, and the backbone of all technology and knowledge was with people without degrees. You pathetic retard.
And we're on Mars, and we're on Mars flying a drone.
Yeah,
in
degree
space.
Has never done anything in history. Everybody has figured something out because they just figured it out because they were able to. It had nothing to do with a piece of paper. You idiocracy zombies.
A drone with 4 propellers.
I'd love to hear some more lines from Gage.
Yes, please, Gage. I just wanted to shut down record there real quick. Gage, go ahead.
Okay. I actually am out of time for speaking. Well, thank you very much for all this information. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to do some school.
I hope you learn your lesson. Next time you try to bully somebody, just
we only got through 2 points. Just
I'm very sorry.
We do have a third
if I did bully
just
you,
remember. Yep. Just
I'm
remember
very
what
sorry.
happened when you tried to pick on people on the internet. Congratulations. You tried to pick on people on the internet.
Well, the good thing is we don't use our feelings in here. So you couldn't offend us.
You're a big
tough guy.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, yeah.
Take care.
Thank you. Yeah.
Have a good day,
We're always
guys.
here 24/7.
Okay, yeah, you too, buddy. Thank you
are.
so much. Yeah.
Take care with your interview. That was just a slaughterhouse.
Yeah. That was a sycophant mentality to go in and I'm going to make fun of these people.
I'm back.
Get that
please, I think you got the wrong point. Before, when I said about anyone being here, academic and working in NASA, I just meant that, if anyone works for NASA, then he probably has access to all these globe Earth and space stuff.
It's already been admitted.
Let's listen. Hold on, guys.
That's what I meant.
Record.
That's what I meant.
Just let him finish because I want to hear what he has to say about this.
Yeah, welcome to 2015. All the documents have already been public.
I want to help him. That's why I want to help him.
Hold on, please. I got another phone call.
Just keep going, Record. We'll help you.
We'll help flames. Mayday.
Keep going, please. So you were going on about how much people work for NASA and everything like that. Please keep going.
He says he got a phone call, Justin. So
he did.
Yeah. So he got a phone call.
Yeah, I'm back.
He's back.
Sorry.
No worries,
Yep.
no worries. Okay, so please continue about NASA and being having an engineering degree and what were
Yeah,
you
yeah,
talking
that's
about?
it, that's
Go
it.
ahead.
If any flat earther works for NASA, then he probably must have access to all these globe Earth thing that the NASA supports. That's
Then
what
you're
I.
a retard because the compartmentalization of
No,
government working doesn't allow people to have access to everything. So you're some sort of retard that has no life experience. What is wrong with you?
They wouldn't have access to what they are
Yeah,
are
what are you
doing.
talking about? What? How
They only have
stupid are you
access
listening
to their
to?
job
high
title.
ranked?
They have a
can't be this
job
stupid.
title. They have
Any
a job
flat
title.
earther who's high
and
ranked?
Yeah,
in
look, this
NASA?
guy is insane. What are you talking about,
How many
bro?
people have actually been to space? Only about 23.
You can't be for real.
Okay,
Yeah,
that
and,
actually have claimed they have gone to outer space. 23. And
Did you
all of
believe-
them,
You're
all
talking
of
Did you believe
them,
that? Did you
all
believe
of
that?
all of them that have gone to space have come back
No such thing.
and were very upset when they came back.
Mm. But it's not just those 23
'Cause it
people.
wasn't
It's
space
all
where they
these
went.
thousands. It's all these thousands
Justin,
of people that
Justin, but
were.
we can't allow
Thousands
him
of
to say
people
this
that
right now.
have gone to what 400 miles above
no,
the
no.
surface of
You
Earth.
didn't let me
Yeah,
finish
that's
my
not
sentence.
outer space.
No. There are other thousands of people that have worked, engineers to make the.
Yes, but what are they
spaceship
working
go
on?
back.
Are they working on the ground?
Justin, he's just making stuff
Are they
up.
working on the ground? No, we want to make sure that we get this, beat this into them. They are working on the ground on a screen with paper surrounding them. They're not in the sky. They're not in space. The only people that go up there are the select few.
Yeah,
The only ones that you know
He's just making stuff up anyway.
Yeah, besides we've
are
had
what they tell you.
I'm not
yeah.
making stuff
And
up.
we've
I'm not
had-
trying
we've
to
had
prove
people
anything. I'm
who used
just
to work
talking
for
here.
NASA
No,
as
you're not
engineers
helping at
and
all.
other
We already
stuff,
know
and
exactly
come
what
in
you're
here.
trying to do.
He's making
It's
stuff up. Go ahead,
okay.
Drace. Yeah, Drace is going to go.
Guys,
Go ahead, bro.
no, I'm not trying to make you believe that the Earth is globe. Honestly,
No,
I'm
he's just
talking.
lying. But let Drace, excuse me, you're lying. Let Drace speak, please.
I just wanted to say, because he's like saying that, oh, what if the flat earther were in charge of NASA or high up in that?
Yeah, exactly.
No, we're not
And
the
we
ones
have
perpetrating
everything.
the lie.
Insanity, yep.
We've had people low in NASA come in here, and we have some of them become flat earthers. But they all tell us that it's all compartmentalized and
every single one.
So they don't know any more than the next guy.
Than their job title.
Yeah. So no flat earther is high ranked in NASA.
Does it matter?
Yeah, because his opinion would really
are
matter.
we really allowing this level of trolling? We have to turn this around. This level of stupidity has to be
the
dealt
fact
with.
that we have to
This
make
guy can't
sure
be this
that people.
stupid.
This
Justin.
is what they
stay
say.
on topic.
This
Yeah,
is
this
what
guy's
they
a
say.
psychopath.
This is what they
What
go
do you-
to.
I
This
know-
is what they do. We have to continue to understand this, so that new people that are watching, this is what they do to flat earthers. This is what they try to do. But we're here as normal human beings, and we don't accept it.
Justin,
we
watch it. This is like saying,
we
are
just
you
try to help them. That's what we're trying to do. We are trying to
But
help.
Justin,
We've
this is
got to
like
get that in
saying
the mentality.
Democrats
We've
work for the
tried to
Republicans,
help.
right?
Okay,
That's it.
guys.
This is like saying the Democrats work for
down.
Republicans.
We have to try to help. We cannot just beat them down. We have to get it out of their head that this is not.
He thinks that
This is not the
communists
place
can
to
work
do
for
that.
Capitalists, right?
This is not the place to do that. That's what I'm trying to say. This is the place to where you release your information. Okay, whatever information that you have, we're going to try and tell you, of course, the correct information. Because if you don't do the research, you're never going to know the correct information. You're just going to listen, and that's it. You're just going to be a listener.
So let's give the floor to our guest. Do you have anything you want to say, Rucker?
Please.
No, I just wanted to ask that about any flat earther and NASA. That's it.
Yeah, there are. Wait there. Yeah, there are.
Why are you so concerned with personalities?
But what does it matter anyway, Rekko? What are you trying to get? What was the question you asked? I didn't hear it.
He said,
Ask
Crack,
again.
he essentially said, is there any flat earthers in, kind of high up positions in NASA? Because if there was, his opinion would mean more,
He's a firm.
Well, I know two people. What does it matter? But the point is
so
yeah, there are
fucking
people that work for NASA that are flat earthers. Of course there are, you idiot. They're so stupid. course there are.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They could talk.
What does it
Do you
matter?
guys,
Much shit
do
as a
you
glober,
do
and we
you
disregard
believe
their opinion.
do you believe COVID-19 is real?
We're not talking
So
about
that's
that.
part of our.
We're not talking about that.
Oh, just say yes or no. That's enough.
Did you read our fucking welcome?
Ban him.
I'm about to boot you right now, Record, because you're a fucking moron. Okay? That's off topic. We don't fucking talk about that shit here.
Oh,
Why are you even asking about that, Wrecker? Huh?
Did you read the welcome?
Because a couple months back,
Bye-bye,
Here
you
we go
fucking
again.
moron.
Yeah, he's just a fucking retard.
Gone.
Exactly.
You're
Thank
an
you. We don't
idiot.
need people like
People
that.
like
If
that
you're going to
are
be an
just,
asshole, don't even
just
fucking join.
assholes. Okay? So I just want to make sure that the live stream understands that's what we get every single day. They just go off topic. Stay on topic. Flat Earth. Earth.
It's
down on the
completely
earth.
obvious too. If you can't stay on topic, what are you afraid of?
Exactly.
Fucking retarded ass Globers.
Hey, we got a new person. We got a new person. Hold on. Hey, Pelos. Hello, Pelos. Are you there? I can see the mic flashing, but oh, now you muted yourself. Well, we just want to talk. I mean, this is a live stream.
Ooh, selfish Glober.
Yo, Glad, check your DMs.
Okay. Well, I'm doing like 100 million things right now.
Pat, why are you muted?
Sure.
Have you had an open mic?
Huh?
Cut the shit.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was like, why is he muted?
Oh, it's Crack Villain. What's up?
The X.
Long time no see.
That's what I was
What's up,
waiting
brother?
for. Is him to completely humiliate himself.
Right.
And that
good.
was it. That was it.
That's all the evidence we need.
That's
That proves
all
what
we
happens.
needed.
Right. This proves that these people turn into literal zombies, not figuratively. They don't have the ability to think, and they will kill you if you let them. That's a zombie. Thanks.
Yep.
I love the way Access says that shit.
Thank you. This is a waste of time.
It is a waste, but I just have to make sure that we get that total waste, you know. Because we can't just remove them. I mean, it doesn't help. We have to get it all out of them, all of it. And that's how they do it. That's their script. Literally, we can actually pinpoint every single thing in their script. Now they come in different ways too. I mean, some come in straight away and ask a off-topic question. That's fine. That's fine. But we have to make sure that they don't keep doing that, of course. And then the ones that just mix up everything is just it's incredible. Ones that think they're good.
Yeah. The sophists that think that they know what they're talking of. That's kind of funny.
Destrixton? I've never talked to you. Hello?
I know him.
Hi there.
Hi. You have the KJV in your thing. I've actually read that before. I've actually asked my mother about that same verse because she reads the Bible and the Book of Mormon like all the time. She just reads it continuously. It's like her only two books that she just like reads over and over again.
Nice.
And she told me a couple of things about that verse, but that's here nor there. That's off topic. But I just wanted to say it's a good verse. There's so many meanings, but could be twisted too. Monkey, come on, man. Come into a live stream and you deafen yourself. We need a conversation now after that guy left. I mean, abruptly. He left abruptly.
Oh boy, I tell you what, man. These
these globies don't realize what they do when they come here and they troll. It doesn't make their side look good. In fact, it looks bad on them. And they don't realize it. They think, oh, it's just fun. We're going to go make fun. But here's the thing. Do we go to your servers and troll you and make fun of you? No.
Yeah,
Why? Because that's an asshole dickhead move. That means you were born with and raised without a fucking father. You need to get in touch with your father and quit trolling fucking truthers on the internet.
And what they'll say is a troll is us just going in there and talking about flat Earth. You know, it's like
yeah, and then I'll say, well, you know, a troll doesn't have a father, and then they'll sit there and get upset. Well, what do you mean I don't have a father? Yeah, I don't know my dad.
Personal. Yeah, they just flip it to completely personally attacking.
Well, if you want to make it personal, I can get personal.
Crack Villain, you missed it. When did you get here? Crack Villain, when did you get here? Because the other guy, his other buddy. Did you hear the other guy say it doesn't matter if we disprove all that? Greg, it does not matter. The evidence doesn't matter. Is what the other guy said. Yeah, that was a headshot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't hear that bit.
Are you entertained? Are you entertained, Flat Earthers, in the chat right now? This is what happens. Yeah, they've turned this into arena again, according to California Nightmare. That's what happens. Blood will be spilled. When you try to be a bully on the internet, oh, I'm going to go tease these Flat Earthers. Yeah, we got that recorded. That's what just happened. We took your soul. Thanks.
And
yeah, if you want to come up in here with your baby nuts trying to fucking throw some weight around, you're going to get crushed.
Oh, I didn't
and then
say
you're going to know what real men are all about.
Let's go back in the recording.
Right? They're like, oh, I didn't say that. It's like, dude, you do realize this word, everything on here is recorded.
Yep.
Well, wasn't what I meant. Well, what? You said it. What did you mean when you said it? Well, I didn't say it.
He didn't mean anything. He was just an emo triggered kid.
You said it enough. You said it. You meant it enough to say it, and then obviously you realized that you didn't really mean to say it, right?
Truly, he did. Truly, he did not say it. It was the zombie inside him.
No, he didn't mean to say it. He didn't mean to say. He said it, but he didn't mean to say it.
And we do have to give them that because we, as flat earthers, true flat earthers, we were in that same position. I can say myself that I kept that up to just whatever. I believe NASA, and that's all my answer was. So I know you have to be in that. You have to take yourself down to that level to make sure that you understand you came from that level. Okay. And then when they go off, they'll go off into personal attacking and go off topic and everything like that. But you've structured yourself so well because you've already been through that personally attacking and trolling phase that you don't have to worry. It's gonna pass. It will pass.
Right.
X, it will pass.
Oh man,
you are very hard, and so am I sometimes. But it's going to pass. It's going to.
Oh, I couldn't help it. Yeah, I admit that I might even get too upset sometimes. I'm not afraid to admit that. But when somebody does that, it's called listen, watch this. If I go to play someone chess, and I'm not very good at chess because I never play it, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get them to flip the board. So it doesn't matter if I'm good or not. They are going to flip the board and expose themselves and throw the whole game out. And by default, you win. And that's how you win in warfare. Don't play the game. Have them give up.
You're 16 moves ahead now because they are 16 moves behind.
It's also tough love and can help them sometimes realize it later on when they look back on it. And I just thought it was so funny that Justin had to be the good cop when he likes being the bad cop.
I'm trying. Right? I switching.
Yeah, Justin, I'm here to make you look good. Justin, I'm here to make you look good, Justin. That's why I'm
switching my roles a little bit. I really need to make people understand that I was there too. I am pissed. And that's why I had that kind of before, I've got to get through that, and that's where I'm at now. You know,
you can a little bit.
I thank you for noticing that too, because I'm trying that at all points in my life too, and I think it's actually helping a lot.
No, it is helpful. It is very helpful actually to be that way. 100%. I had to adjust myself at a certain time as well. Wait a minute. How is it actually going to be valuable to anybody if I just constantly?
Value. That's
exactly
what I'm looking.
Do you
What
know
is
what?
my value?
Do you know what emergency toolkits are? When it comes to interacting with people, like, and you're trying to turn over and change how you handle people. These emergency toolkits, like when you get triggered, you automatically reach into the toolkit to see what will fix it, right? It's not like an actual kit of tools. It's like an emotional kit,
No.
right?
Well, this is the point of
that's
pushing
bad.
past
That's
the
exactly what I'm
bullshit.
doing.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you don't want to reach into that toolbox.
What? But you have to reach into it to pull out the right thing.
Yeah, but you have to make sure you don't reach in and pull out a hammer when you need a wrench.
And that's why you want to slow. So you got to slow roll. I've always been like really quick. I've always been able to speak like really quick because I took a year communications class, and you will not understand how many times you say the word
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
He literally told me to focus on my sentences and what I say in between my sentences, and I said like every single time, and the word like too.
Well, that's something that I've noticed that all of us in here are pretty good at. Actually, is communications in general, right? Yeah, we're obviously very good orators. We're very good at speaking. In fact, I would say that I've met many people in here that are better at speaking than most of the top podcasters that you would see like all over the internet, and you just say, "Wait a minute, like this is exactly right." You just
insane.
It's an effective form of communication, which is what's able to put across a point. And that is what adds value at the end of the day, right?
Value. Yep, always comes down to it.
Exactly.
What are you leaving behind, or what is value that you have left? You know. Oh man, what a ride!
So what? There was two of them at the beginning, right?
There was two. Yeah, Gage was the other one. And I guess he just didn't. Oh no, I think he had to take off. He had a couple of phone calls and stuff too, and or the other one had a couple of phone calls during. I'm like, dude, come on.
Is there any way I can get a refund on this ticket? Because this ride sucks.
I mean, it goes on forever, and there's no seatbelt, and there's no guardrail. There's barely even any handles because the handles are like shaking. There's one screw down there that's got a nut that's been fried on it, so the nut will never fall off. But it just the whole time.
Yeah, and the carny that's supposed to be taking care and maintaining the ride is like got one arm and like sitting in a wheelchair because he can't walk.
The wheel keeps going off and on the track. Yeah.
Oh, don't even start talking about the track, bro. Please. I was saying that don't start talking about the track itself and its problems.
That's just like the baseline of it, Wait, do we have someone new? No. Damn it.
I have that sound turned off.
I think we're going to have a lull in Globers for an hour at least. They must have all shit themselves at what just happened. The last three.
Yeah, because they start spiraling and then they start self-destructing and fucking start burning bridges and it's fucking hilarious.
It really is the most fascinating psychological process to witness.
Yeah, so
like these people
I
are
stepped out like 10. I stepped out like for 10 minutes. What happened?
Spiral
pretty
out
much,
of control.
shut them down.
Spiral.
Excellent, Justin.
I'm sorry that I literally tried very, very hard with that one, and he went to how many subjects did he go to before he went to the final subject? I mean, like literally, we were on one subject.
Justin, you took my machine gun away, then you gave it back to me.
I'm sorry, I gave it back.
Yeah. Then you gave it back to me and said, spray them all. That's what happened. They flipped out. They went bonkers.
playing like I'm playing the not playing rule here, right? I know how that sounds, but it sounds real good, you know.
Yeah, you took Pillbox's MG42 Pillbox, didn't he, Phil?
Oh God, it was good. I wanted to try something, and it worked. It totally worked. Give me a yes or no answer. It's like, are you kidding me? We're asking you to give us a yes or no answer on all of our questions. And you have to tell us the story of this person that told this other person that was like saying something about these things that were that way, and we have to believe him.
Yeah, so what was his last topic then?
No. The one topic that we cannot say.
Oh, okay. That was his
He
goal.
said one word. That was it, you know, but
let me
he
elaborate.
said it.
Hold
he
on.
said
Let
it
me
twice.
tell you what led up to there, Justin. Here's what happened. Also, first, this is the guy with the, I'm cool furry fighter pilot picture. He likes airplanes too. That's good. But this is what was his name? Derek or Carrick?
Wrecker.
That's him. Yeah, Wrecker. This guy. So first he says, "Are there any flat earthers that work for NASA?"
Yeah, I was there,
that
and
was
then I
there was a
jumped
good
out.
start. Yeah. Right. So the psychopath asked that, right? So that's obviously that you're dealing with a class 3 full verbal phantasm at that point. So and then of course he didn't. Well, I don't understand and he just keeps saying the same thing after we're telling him like, what are you talking about?
Shit.
If I worked for NASA, was a flat earther, do you think most of them would admit it? Like that just shows that you're dealing with a psychopath. Like that, does a Republican go work for the Democrats? Like how stupid can you be? And then he then he brought up the topic we can't talk about. He was here to troll.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So what always is interesting is that these glowers, they come here and then want to talk about flat earthers, not about the Earth, but about us, right? Trying to wiggle in some kind of undercover gaslight. Well, you don't have a degree, so do you work at NASA? Right? So they want to talk about us and not about the topic.
That guy didn't even ask. He just assumed that too. He was like, well, these guys are flat earthers, so they must also not believe in this either. Like he just assumed. He wanted to put them both in the same bubble, which
he was talking about his other server. He brought that other server into this server and said, well, all of these other flat earthers said that the moon and everything in the sky was fake. It's like, wait, why are you bringing that into here? You're not doing an interview on us. You're just bringing another server's fucking bullshit in here. Like what?
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, but Wrecker asked that question about what, because that's his form of a litmus test to disregard anything we have to say,
If you said yes or no, it was going to be, this knows what he's talking about, or discredit everything he says after this.
Yeah,
that mindset was going one of two ways from that question.
Yep.
Yes, he's a zombie. Yep. You have to shoot him between the eyes. Yep.
And it was a weak move. Very, very weak.
Nah, I say shoot him in the hip, then hack him to pieces with or chop their head off with a.
The reason he did that is because
machete.
the other conversation with the princess, I watch TV, whatever that guy's name was, he could tell like, oh, I'm not ready for this. Like he's like it's like in the arena. He's next, and he sees that the competition in the arena is not going to be. So he goes in there with a suicide attempt. He just went in there to blow himself up. That was it.
Essentially, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So credits for him for one glower trying to save the other glower. Usually they just eat each other and let the other drown.
What that guy said he was doing an interview for was like,
I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just said it. I should have just let them go off on each other. But I kind of fucked it up. I'm sorry. Because they were talking to each other and they both thought each other was a flat earther. It was hilarious at one point.
Well, the guy had a Twitch.
Yes, when they eat their own.
I think his interview was for his channel, and I don't think it went the way he wanted it to.
No.
But he prefaced it as a school project, so
Yeah, I know.
Was he lying? Was he
Of course.
Yes,
They're
he was
Globers.
certainly lying. Absolutely,
it's his
yes,
script.
100%.
I mean,
Why would he lie?
really, it's getting that bad to where you can tell if they're lying based on if they're Globers or not. So it's like
You can
their
tell by the tone.
go-to
Everybody knows.
insult is true standing for them. Like, oh, well, you're a Glober, but you have no proof? Yeah, you're special.
Right, it's the tone with it takes at least three things. I mean, you can have a belief, you can have, but as soon as you have that attitude, you could tell that's called a bully mentality. He wanted to come in here, not only make fun, he actually wanted to bully you. That's why I got pissed. That's why I joined. Because when I hear a bully, it just pisses me off. If you have ever had a fight, anybody in the room has ever had a fight as a child with a bully and you beat the shit out of the bully, you probably saved their life. That bully probably never did what they were doing to you again, or their life changed because of it. If you allow a bully to bully, that bully's going to go on to worse crimes. So
and then he's going to die. Yeah, he's going to get himself killed.
That bully, that's the greatest thing that ever happened to that bully.
You held back.
You
held back.
Oh, yes, I did, but watch this. Greatest thing when somebody
could
tries
have
to do that.
done worse, yes.
Right, exactly. When somebody does that, that means that their life has changed forever. They were not expecting when he did that. He is now a different person, and he is going to have to make a decision. So if he comes back, he's either going to be honest or he's going to be much worse. Because he has to change. He knows he just got humiliated. He went in here to make fun of you guys. It didn't happen, and now he doesn't know what to do. That's why he had to leave. He couldn't believe it happened, so he had to say, "Oh, I gotta go now." La la la. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Yeah.
Yep, that was the Gage guy. The wrecker had to go to the obfuscating and then the off-topic subject. So we knew those.
Yeah, he had to go to
he was a
purgatory
full
for a minute.
Glober. Yeah, he was a full Glober. He had the tag as a Glober, so he'd been here for a minute.
And he knows the rules.
Right, it was a suicide bomb. Yep.
I mean, shouldn't we be able to go to their gaming servers and make fun of them?
Yeah, and we get banned right away. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's like, look at these losers playing Fortnite. Bunch of virgins sitting here playing, what the hell is it? Roblox or freaking, what is it?
Roblox.
Minecraft? It's like, look at you. You're 19 years old and you're playing Roblox still. What the hell?
That gives me a great idea. I want to change my Fortnite username to really piss some people off.
Oh, dude.
It's been Kanye West and
Isn't it like $10 to change your name?
Nah, you can change it every 2 weeks for free.
Oh shit, cool.
Yeah, see, I never got into Fortnite. Doesn't seem like fun to me.
I like putting names like Epstein was killed and just have an edgy conversation with randoms. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a topic starter.
With randoms, yeah.
Like, I'll play Call of Duty, and when they have the battle royales, I don't like that shit, but sometimes I have to do that shit for clans. But, yeah, I prefer, like, just the regular, like, multiplayer as opposed to, like, the battle royale type games. You know, like the games like PUBG and
right.
Fortnite and stuff like
I'm
that.
the same, Joshua.
I like those too. I just
too busy, too much going on.
Battle Royale.
Waiting for Battlefield,
The thing about Fortnite, though, is there's such a high level of conditioning going on in that game with like the cosmetics they add in and the themes
of
the events and stuff. They're really getting the kids' minds there.
Same thing with Call of Duty Mobile. I don't know if you've been keeping up with that. But they've been releasing like the Abyss package and Deep Six and the Mark and the Antichrist and the Master Magician and all this like kind of stupid shit for like skins and guns, and it's just like,
oh yeah, and it's getting big too. Call of Duty Mobile. People are playing competitive on that Call of Duty Mobile game.
Oh yeah,
like getting ridiculously cracked.
Right now, my clan's like top 2%. Like we need to get down to top 0.1% to be on the top 100. We're getting up there. Legendary clan.
You have
mobile
little finger
balloons.
Yeah, mobile. But I use an emulator, so I can't do the.
So do you have the real Call of Duty, like the PC version of it, since you play computer, or not?
I have Call of Duty Mobile, but I use an emulator, so it's on my computer. So I use a keyboard and mouse. instead of my two thumbs.
That'll be why you're destroying everyone, probably.
Well, no, some people use controllers, right? But the people that use controllers don't have the freedom of movement that you do. Like, you can't do what is it?
360.
Where you jump up in the air and you go past 360 degrees and you go like, and you can pinpoint where you're going to stop because you have the thing set up on your mouse pad. Yeah. It's like trick
Those are
shots.
easier with those are easier with the controller though, man. Way easier.
I don't know about
that. We don't have aim assist. We don't have like
aim
Call of
assist either.
Duty, Modern Warfare on PC. There is no aim assist for PC players. But if you're on console or even on PC playing with a controller, you get that snap aim assist.
They don't.
But if
I
you're
don't
playing with a
even
mouse,
get a chance to change any of that stuff. I don't have aim assist on this. Like usually when I use a sniper rifle and I fire off a sniper rifle round, the shit kicks way off, and I have to sit there and drag like my mouse almost all the way down off to get a second shot off before I unscope.
If it's mobile, 100%, it has aim assist like built in the game engine, right?
Yeah,
No,
and it'll
this,
fire
it's,
for
I don't
you.
even think
you can toggle it on and off. You can
That's only
toggle
when
it
you
on
play
and
on
off.
mobile.
They also have the gyro too, but if you don't have a gyro on your phone or your device, and an emulator doesn't have that patch in, so you can't use the gyro. And that's like the Mario Brothers jump. It's like you would like move the controller to move Mario a little bit more, but it wouldn't ever work. Well, now it actually does something in the game. Like say, you're getting shot at, so you tilt the phone to the left or something like that, and your guy will dodge out of the way. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So it's got like gyro controls built in. It's like weird.
Yeah, I don't find. Yeah, mobile, man. It's like, why would I play on the small ass screen when I have a much bigger one? It's like, fuck that shit.
And everybody that has those gyro capabilities is like, man, this is so much better, man. I'm getting better kills. And I go, okay, you're getting better kills. Okay, I'm just going to use an emulator and like, just get like fucking, just fucking put you in the dirt, man. I'm fucking, let's look at this. And like, man, I don't want to play with you no more. And I'm like, dude, look at you. You got it like 1.17 KD. Look at mine. It's fucking 3.65. Come on, man.
Wow. Okay.
And they're just like,
well, you should test your skills versus all you guys. Actually, open challenge to any of you guys, mobile motherfuckers. Why don't you get on a computer or Xbox or PlayStation? Play hardcore pistol only versus me.
Oh, hardcore, dude! I'll fucking win every time.
Hardcore pistol.
I'll destroy you.
The 1911,
I will
right?
make mincemeat out of you and wipe the floor with you.
Okay, then you play. You know what I'm talking about. If you're challenging like that,
I've only played about
okay.
7.5 minutes of mobile. That's it. That's all I've played. So
I don't have mobile, nor I'm not willing to downgrade myself to play mobile.
Well, what's the game?
Call of Duty.
COD.
Warzone.
Yeah. Oh, Modern Warfare. That's it. COD4.
I don't play. I play competitive. Like I play Shipment and Shoot House. That's all I play, bro.
I play a lot of Shipment and Shoot House.
Hang on, I have a question. Is that COD4?
No. What would it be, like 8 or something like that? It's Modern Warfare. It's the Modern Warfare
the
revamp.
Latest.
No, there's Vanguard. Vanguard is the latest.
Oh my god.
No, it's the new Modern Warfare.
It's the latest. Yeah, the latest of the modern weapon fucking Call of Duties. That's the only
because
one.
they re-released Modern Warfare when they came out with, I can't remember what game it was, Advanced Warfare or something like that, Advanced Fighter. They came out with another remastered version.
There's the Triarch who made those guys make Black Ops and the Black Ops series, and what's the other guys? Infinity Ward. Infinity Ward, I like. Even though if you Google
Infinity Ward does Modern Warfare.
Yes. They use the same engine, which is the Infinity Ward engine. However, the mechanics are off. It doesn't feel the same to me. So that's why I don't like to play the Call of Duty Black Ops series, because it's done by Triarch. And
that's
whatever
why you don't like the mobile.
engine. No. I'm all about how the player flows in the game. Otherwise, I can't kill shit.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. You don't like the mobile because it's built off of the...
never even played it.
Fuck, goddamn it, Black Ops.
Call of Duty.
Is it?
Yeah.
Call of Duty.
Yeah.
It's basically like Black Ops 3 on steroids, or Black Ops 2 on steroids.
Yeah.
On horse roids, bro.
Mobile.
Yeah.
Why?
You know that's how the
It's
bodybuilders do,
all
right?
the
They get horse steroids.
It's got all the maps from the second
steroids?
Black
Sorry.
Ops.
What about the maps? I interrupted, so I apologize.
It's got all the maps from Black Ops 2. So
I just got 2 triple kills. Wow, that was good.
2 triple kills. What the fuck are you doing?
I'm playing CS:GO right now. It's one of the only games I can run on this old computer.
Oh,
well,
they added.
Hold on, then.
They changed.
I'm not bad at the game.
They changed search and destroy on Call of Duty Mobile. It's called Payout and Search. Basically, it's like set up
I like the other name better.
CS:GO.
Payout and
It's set up
Search. That sounds weird.
Counter-Strike. Yeah, it's set up like Counter-Strike. If you get kills, you can buy weapons.
Look up Counter-Strike Warzone.
Yeah,
I've seen that. I've heard of that. Yeah.
There's such a thing? Wow. Okay.
See, the problem is I'm on
Warzone's
an
free.
archaic system.
It's absolutely free.
This was... Yeah, go ahead.
Warzone's
I'm on a
free.
Macintosh desktop, guys. That's totally tricked out from like 2016.
Just try. I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure
know
it'll
if you
work.
can do it on a Macintosh.
I decked it out for video and audio editing, so there's a shitload of RAM, and the graphics card is pretty good, so that's why I can run CS:GO. But that's about it.
I'm just telling you, if you can run CS:GO, you'll be able to run the Counter-Strike Warzone. It's just like 1.5, I think. Like Counter-Strike 1.5.
That's what I like
It's
about
all
Valve,
absolutely
man. They
free.
make-
Servers are all open. Everything. It's great.
Cool. Cool beans.
I like what about the new MSI?
I have an MSI motherboard.
Yeah, I don't know what this motherboard is. I had
well-
Mac build it.
I don't know. Well, I'm a little bit of I wouldn't say nerd, but I like computer stuff just like I like car stuff, and I like muscles and muscle nerd too. But I built my own.
You and I are a lot alike.
Overclock.
I can build a computer.
Shit, I got a
used to-
Ryzen 5 with Sigma 6.
So I was building a computer for one of my friends who passed away from cancer. But while he was dying, I was like, I'm going to get this thing done. He ended up dying too soon. So I just made the machine for myself in his honor. And it was pretty badass for a while. But yeah, I can build a computer. And I know how to run like all the Windows platforms. I don't know Linux and all that other stuff. But yeah, fairly versed.
If you know how to read, you can run
My
Linux.
first computer was a Gateway 2000 with Windows 3.1, was it?
Oh my god, 3.11, dude. Okay.
Yeah, that's how far back I go. We
I
played.
remember that shit. I've had a
Yeah,
computer
we
with
played.
3.11.
Where in the world is Carmen San Diego?
Oh yeah,
that was a game.
Where's Waldo?
I don't know if there was a game for that. Probably. It's probably just pictures on a screen. Oh, this is just like the book.
Okay, I remember
I remember going to the Scholastic Fair, right? And everybody was all hyped about the I Spy books. And only the rich kids could afford them because they were like $20. Remember these days, dude?
Dude, you'd go to
We'd all
someone else's
go to the
school. You
book
go to like
club.
you go to a middle or high school for the big book sales and just fucking go nuts. Your parents would spend like $400 on you, and you'd be set in your room for like 2 weeks with toys and books.
Dude, I was stuck selling fucking pizza kits just to pay for my school books. Like, what the hell is this system, dude?
Wow.
System's fucked, man. It's literally slavery, and people are tied into it.
Yeah, you got to pay for incorrect information. Wow.
Not only that, they have the information to escape the slave system, and they choose to continue to be a part of it. Like, big yikes, dude. Don't know what to say to those people.
Big yikes. Yikes stripes.
Wake up.
Yikes stripes.
That's a Fruit Stripe gum commercial. Remember that?
Yeah, Yikes stripes.
Yikes
yeah.
stripes. Fruit Stripe gum.
They only lasted for like 30 seconds, and you're like, tastes like nothing.
I know, it tasted horrible, dude. It tastes like feet after that.
So like,
Breath was all bad. Like cherry and feet.
I've never tasted feet in my life, man. I think I have. No, my own feet though. Yes,
I think I've tasted feet. Yep, I have.
Tasted my
Not
own,
mine.
for sure.
well, if you've smelled feet, then
I'm
you've
not a
tasted
prophet,
feet.
That's why.
Well,
Hold on.
This was
If you've
different.
smelled feet, then you have tasted feet because most of our taste is smell.
Yeah, there was a lot of being naked involved. That's all I'm saying.
Like if you plug your nose
I
and
know,
you
I
bite
know.
into an apple and then bite
Hold on,
into
like
an
a feet.
onion, you can't
It's
tell the
like, I don't
difference.
care what the feet.
Yeah, if you don't
I'm
know
more
the
of a-
taste of a couple people's toes, you ain't lived.
Fleet's foot. Well, you know, them hot chicks, man, with the perfect booty and the perfect quads might have them athlete's foot. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, it's legs. It's legs every day, all day.
Isn't that how like wine was
All
made?
day.
Is they would just stomp
my sort
grapes
of
with their athlete's feet, and then like afterwards it would start cooking.
No,
You got
man.
a
I know
pretty
some girls who
foot.
do it right. They work out every fucking day, and they're just fit as fuck, and they're awesome people. There's a shitload of them. Just go to the gym and start meeting people.
I'm not gonna.
You know what I mean?
Hey, I'm
Get
not
a
into
crew
feet,
of
man.
hot girls to work with. You know how many dudes go to the gym and do that? They've got their own little crew of really fit chicks, and they just all walk around together, and they almost just watch while the dude lifts. They just talk amongst each other, dude. It's so funny. Anyway, I like it. I think it's great.
Oh, I love it.
Flock to
Delicious, obviously. You're in
birds
Cali,
flock
right?
to a crowd. Is that what it is?
Well,
Sorry, what?
Are you in Cali?
No, I'm in the Midwest.
Oh shit! I thought you were in Cali for some reason.
Deep entrenched.
Okay, landlocked, huh? Sucks for
All
you.
right, so I just did the math, right? I just did the math on this. Listen to this.
What, you just did the math?
From age 20 to 60, if you work 40 hours a week, bro, from 20 to 60, you've wasted 9.5 years of your life, right? That's what it means to be a part of the slave system, to waste 9.5 years of your life. That's only working 40 hours a week for 40 years. So where are you gonna? When are you gonna get that 9.5 years back of your life? Jesus.
You don't. They pay you for your time. That's why you get paid.
Yeah, and then you're spending your money on stuff that everybody thinks is normal, that's actually harming you, and you're basically paying taxes on top of that.
Exactly.
So
It's a
yeah,
unit of
it's a
slavery.
huge slave system that you need to get out of, and if you want to do something with your life, work on removing yourself from that at all costs. That's what I'd recommend.
Yeah, it's insult to injury, brother. They really, really hate us.
Yep. And then these idiots that sit there and go, "Oh no, I'm free because I'm an American or whatnot." It's like whoever fucking told you that shit is the enemy.
You joined
Whoever
a
told you
system
that is
with
the enemy.
rules and stipulations, and then you say, I'm free? No. You're free if you don't agree to anything verbally or on paper, and you're pretty much by yourself away from society. That's free.
Yeah, if you're free, go ahead and try to drive without a driver's license.
Right.
Yeah, I might have told this story before, but I was talking to someone from Sweden, and he was like boasting. He's like, "Oh yeah, all the jails and prisons and stuff here, they're owned by the government. They're public, they're not private." I was like, "All right, so this government entity of yours is basically coming to the table with all things that you can consider to be a complete faction of your reality, and these things just don't even exist. Like, these people are paying taxes to people that are making the laws to lock up the people. So basically, you're paying to get yourself locked up if you don't agree with the laws."
Do you guys see
He
how
just
Mickey's
stood there
putting
in
the holes in that
disbelief.
cheese?
Like, it took him like 2 minutes. Like, literally, he just didn't say anything for 2 minutes, and then he came back and responded, and he was like, "Wow, I never looked at it like that." Like, this is some dude that's bragging about his government in Sweden. And I was like, "Yeah, dude, you're paying to lock your people up." Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh my God.
Where's the gong? Where's the gong? Where's the moderator with the gong? We got an announcement. Thanks to a gentleman in chat right now. I'll get his name in a second. We have another conversion. Somebody just admitted, and this guy's a staunch Glober. He now admits there's no evidence for any measurable shape of the Earth. So congratulations to Glatflobe. This is a big deal because Glatflobe has been working on this guy for years. So it must be him that it's paid off. What's his name? Into the Break, God bless you, man. Into the Break has made Bobby Steels admit that no shape of the Earth has ever been measured. Welcome to Flat Earth, Bobby Steels. Congratulations, guys. That's 3 in one day. Unbelievable.
That's
wow,
great.
yeah,
That's
I just saw it. Got a screenshot of that, too. Excellent work, guys.
Great job.
Thanks, Bobby. Hey, Bobby,
keep up
I
the
knew
great
you
work.
would come around at some point. I know you know the truth, right? You're a very smart guy, very bright guy, and I'm glad you could put your pride aside and admit that you've never seen any evidence of another shape. Yeah, you got it.
A+.
Yeah, that was probably a typo by Bobby Steele, so don't get excited.
A+.
That's a good one.
Somebody took my treasure. I'm pissed.
Treasure. Yeah, it's like a It's like a dolly that a girl has. You know, she doesn't want to grow out of it.
I literally just told.
When your
told my reference
globe-tard
to
friends
treasure and
finally
said what it
admits
was
the
in the
Earth
same
could be
sentence.
flat.
Holy shit.
Crying on the inside is so much worse than doing it for real. You're gonna give yourselves cancer, guys. Come on.
Nah, the
Get it out.
government
Let
will
it out.
give you cancer before you give it to yourself. Trust me. I gotta sell you those 20,000 chemo bags, bruh. Big bucks.
Big bucks. Chemo killed my father. Not even
Big
kidding.
bucks. No whammies. No whammies. You're dead, and you were taking 20 prescriptions before you died. We milked you for all you were worth and profited from your pain and suffering.
Yeah, it was
See
the
you next time
surgeon's
when you come
scalpel
back.
that killed my grandfather.
Crazy. Did he nick a nerve or, an artery?
No, basically removed half of his brain and like half of his head. And then he was like in a vegetable type state. And then when he was in the nursing home, we couldn't even see him because of the bullshit that's been going on. And then they ripped the feeding tube out of him. And
they ripped it out?
Yep. After that,
you mean like just the nurse went up and just right out?
Yeah, it was like
fast?
4 days after they ripped his feeding tube out, he passed away.
I got it. Yeah, shit.
Had to go back in there. They opened him up to try to stitch it closed or whatever, and that was it.
It's a rough deal because the family has a certain amount of power, but so does the facility. They have like not as much as the family, but a lot of families get coerced into, taking the feeding tube out and this, that, and the other, and instead of just on their own deciding it. At the same time, the facility where I worked, we tried, to respect the family's wishes as much as possible while following policy and procedure,
Yeah, I
never tried to convince anybody that it was the end, dude. I would sit there with these people for hours, get in trouble at work. I'd be like, I wouldn't ever pull the plug. Even if they're just laying there breathing, I'd like to see that for as long as I can, and that's that. And they waited like a day, and then, but anyway.
I almost went around to all of their cars and took a picture of their plates.
Yeah.
You ever been riding down the road and you see a license plate, it's got some numbers on it, right? And like for some reason you read those a certain way, and then like you take it like, it gives you some kind of wisdom or knowledge that you didn't think you had. Like that happens to me all the time, like in all aspects of everything, being in my surroundings and stuff. I was curious if anybody else has had these things happen to them as well.
Yeah, I should speak to you for every medium. That's what I'll say.
Well, you're saying everything is God?
I ain't saying everything's God. I'm saying that everything's manipulatable by God.
Ah, I see. So yeah. Everything's
the Creator.
You say Creator, I say yeah. What's up?
Yeah, God the Creator is what I was adding.
How you doing, Glad? What's up, brother?
Doing good, man. Just chilling.
Yeah, you just chilling?
The floppy
I'm about to keep writing a new song. It's called GFDGAF. Glat Flob Don't Give a Fuck. It's gonna be pretty good.
Let me get the LP for that, please.
But I gotta make it like hardcore, right? Because it's an attitude-y title, so I gotta fucking crack my knuckles, get gritty.
Yeah, I've got to do that. You've got to do that. Indeed. Yeah. You better go hard, brother.
I'm gonna. But I'm gonna have to download some like dubstep synths and shit, and I always hate doing that, but whatever.
I just make
pay for them, that's what sucks.
Alright, you have to pay for them, do you?
The good ones, yeah. The free ones are okay, but you can only do so much.
Hey, don't you
I
have
pay for
like
this
a
one
really
plugin.
good?
Sorry, go ahead.
Don't you have that really good music maker that comes with Macintosh?
GarageBand is decent, but it's not.
GarageBand.
I mean, you can get stuff done.
Like
yeah, you can.
It's like one of the better ones.
I'd say top 10, but yeah, it's in there. It's because it's free, number one, and it's multi-track. I think you can get as many tracks in there as you want. You can plug a mixer in and a
MIDI
external hard drive. if you up your RAM too, then it'll be better. You can you could probably record a decent record on GarageBand. I'm sure a lot of people do it.
I think you can hook your MIDI up to it, so you can hook your triggers
Right.
up. So
Well, that's
you
what
can do
I've
your own
done before. I had to start that way. Because I had to figure out how to get the keyboard plugged into the computer, right? That was the first step.
Yeah. Yeah, they I don't know how you would do that. They might have like an external connection to a serial port, something like that.
It's just a USB
But they used to
to the
have
back
they
of
used
the
to have the MIDI ports that used to plug into the back of the computers back in the day, like joystick
Oh,
ports.
they did. You're right. I'm looking at my MIDI out and MIDI in. I've got that, of course. It's a keyboard, but yeah, this is just USB. But it's into my I/O. Sorry, go ahead.
I said everything's made easier through the USB.
For sure. Universal serial bus. The word universal makes it so good because it has so many applications, does so many things, and it's one of the easier, I don't know, just things to plug in, unplug. It's really durable.
Yeah, I would say look at the way phone chargers are going, man. That's so rubbish.
Yeah.
Our phone chargers, I don't even understand how anyone could design anything as shit as a C charger, or even a micro USB, for that matter. I would say, you remember the PlayStation 3 controllers?
Man.
Yeah, I
You
do.
like
They
them?
would unplug.
You like that micro USB? Yeah.
It was okay.
Is that your favorite?
It was all right.
No, I don't
No,
like
not
them
my
either.
favorite.
I hate them both.
Dude,
I hate it.
USB-C's the shit, man. I love it. It's kind of finally.
You wait until it stops working.
D. Yeah,
The only
USB
good
D.
thing
You nerds and virgins don't use Apple Lightning cables?
Fuck Apple.
The only good reason for a C is its strength compared to a micro.
Yeah, it's a lot stronger than a micro
Physical
USB,
strength.
don't get me wrong.
That's the only plus I see.
It
But as
doesn't
soon
matter
as-
which way you plug it. You can, it's reversible. It's kind of cool. I like it.
Listen, I think the concept's good until it stops working. That's my point.
What, like the wire stops working? That's like, doesn't matter what, like the end connection is. All wires go bad.
No, I'm being serious. Like they break at a regular, rapid pace. I've noticed in England anyway. All right, maybe in America they're building them
It
different.
is the quality. No, mine. I mean, shit, man.
I've bought the
I go
most
through
expensive
so many wires.
ones. Mm.
Oh no, I go with the cheapies because I know it's consumable.
I would say invest in the thing that doesn't go bad ever, right? Think about
Even
it.
I'm saying it's even, yeah, of course. But at the same time, it's even the actual port that you put it into. Like I'm just saying about a lot of these phones, these C charger phones, break them already. And like it never makes any sense either. I'm not saying, yeah, it never makes any sense. Like the one that doesn't break will be the one that I've dropped like 1,000 times, and the one that does break is the one that's been kept perfect. You know what I'm trying to say? So I don't know. I've just had nothing but problems with those phones since they've come out. But that's just me. And then the charger, you put it in and eventually it slips back out. But that could be to do with the phones I'm using.
So what you're saying is go Apple.
No, I'm not saying
that.
I'm just
Straw man, you know that.
Yeah, it was a nice straw man.
Wow, look at this.
What you're saying is like, oh, what? You're straw manning me already.
There's that Kathy Newman interview with Jordan Peterson where she just continues to strawman him time and time again.
Fuck!
What you?
Oh my no! I hate
Literally,
that lady.
like I watched that live.
You got her though. You got her, man.
So funny.
So
Crack is because I have an app called 12 Memes for Life. It's just a soundboard.
Yeah.
All the Jordan Peterson thing, and if you click on it too much, the Kathy lady will come out and say, "So what you're saying is."
That's brilliant. So yeah, no, she just continues to strawman him for that whole interview, doesn't she? She's just literally like, so what you're saying is, and he's like, whoa, I didn't say none of that shit. So, how do you feel about the fact that right-wings Nazis sympathise with you? Sorry,
Dude, I would have head kicked her. I would have given her like, I don't know, maybe axe kick, like a very
I don't
subtle,
know, bro.
not
You should have like ab slammed her.
smash the top of her skull just a little bit, just a couple of knocks, like pop, pop, just.
Yeah, give her an ab slam. Just run at her with those abs, bro, and just go bash.
Like, sometimes women need a little, like a little love tap. I would call it love tap. Like, hey, look, check this out. I am male. I was like, yeah, how about this? Yep, put you in the spot. Good. Shut the fuck up.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That lady, bro. I would have totally, I would have elbowed her for sure.
Yeah.
She did that to me.
Yeah,
She would have gotten an elbow or two. What, bitch?
Not.
Wow.
For real though, right? Nah, seriously though, she's got problems up in the head.
She's a proper cunt, bro.
I feel like they listen. I'm gonna stick up for her a little bit, right? I feel like I think they misprepared her for the interview, right? I feel like she didn't actually understand the caliber of who she was talking to.
Yes, she thought, she could just steamroll. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah, she thought she could steamroll him, and she thought that he would fall for those tricks, and it does usually work. I've seen her in interviews where that works. So what you're saying is, and then she'll say a point, and then it forces people to speak on the point that she just brought up, right? Instead of just saying, "Well, I didn't even say that." You know what I'm saying? Like, I never said that. So
no, I'm not saying
just
that
move
at
on.
all. You're matter if women aren't getting to the top, because that's what's skewing that gender pay gap, isn't it?
Oh, the gender pay gap.
And then he busts out the fucking bricklayers. I always use that now. It's such a beautiful fucking bricklayers.
Yeah, right.
They're giving out breast cancer through the shampoo. Have you guys seen this latest info? Most hair products are loaded with toxic chemicals that give your hair instant gratification. They help give us a clean, shiny, bouncy, and smooth locks, which often makes us settle for them. However, these short-term benefits come along with long-term ill effects, ranging from breast cancer to hormone imbalance. They're promoting shampoo to kids? What? What's this?
I don't use shampoo. I have some.
Yeah, I got
Causing
some. To throw in people's eyes.
Early puberty in women? What is this shit? Sperm count in men reduced. They're called phthalates. Oh god, this is crazy stuff.
Well, it's all about bringing out, the genders, because they care about the genders.
Hygiene products causing cancer, huh? I thought they were supposed to keep us clean.
Well, we got to put all these chemicals in, or else you're not going to get clean.
Oh yeah. And then we're gonna make you pay to give yourself breast cancer. Wow.
How much is that? I'm gonna
What
get
logic,
some.
bro?
How much for breast cancer?
Oh shit! Yeah, I mean, apparently you can go to your Dollar Tree and get the shittiest shampoo you can think of for like $1, dude. So it's only going to cost you $1 to give yourself breast cancer.
Yeah, but
that's pretty cheap.
Why? Okay, so why are you
it's a good
removing the
deal.
natural oils from your hair? Unless you got
the
like
microbiome. Yeah, exactly.
Why are you degreasing your head? Like, did you get grease on your head? Like, why are you using a degreaser?
Oh, this is
the
point.
Simple green. Simple green on your hair, man. Never tried.
No, but it's true. It's true though. Like, people don't realize that. Like, even showering twice a day is extremely bad for you, right? And actually, I've noticed this. In fact, you will start to smell a lot worse if you shower twice a day. It's just a fact. Do you know what I mean? The natural oils in your body will actually regulate the way that you smell. You understand? And replenishing them with poisons and stuff. That's why people end up stinking like shit at the end of the day. It's true, right?
Definitely.
It is.
Yeah. It's like, tell me any chemical that that actually smells nice when burned.
I mean, there's aluminum in the deodorant, right? And people are using deodorant, soap, shampoo, toothpaste. I mean, just think about all these toxins that these people are putting on their temple. I mean, it's unreal. And they think it's normal. Like, they think it's normal, right? They're like, oh, yeah, everyone's doing this, right? Everyone's killing themselves. Like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to pay for it. I'm going to work to pay taxes to pay for it.
Yeah.
Jesus
See, like,
Christ,
someone just posted what did someone post? They posted 100% olive oil soap. See, like, that's what I mean. This type of soap that I use.
That's some good stuff right there.
I've got some
but how much is that
clove
going to
oil
cost
soap.
you?
I got mine for free. Luckily, someone was nice enough from the server to send me a gift box of like soap. A girl in the server, she sent me like a load of stuff, right? And I was like, yeah, sick. You know what I mean?
No,
But
that's
this is
dope,
easy.
dude. I mean, did they grow the olives that they made it with? I mean, where'd the olives come from? What's in that?
They sourced it. They sourced it locally from where they're from, and like they got it all properly. Yeah, no, that's the whole point.
It's just a chain
You gotta
of
remember,
command.
this is a flat Earth that we're talking about, right? You know what I mean? They didn't just go to the shop and buy it, but that way.
Oh yeah. Just making conversation to hopefully help someone out there. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, of course. Like, right, exactly. You got to look at the very thing that you're using, that you put into the soap that you're making too, right?
Yeah, and apply that knowledge to everything in your life. Like, you need to know if you're putting it on yourself, or you're eating it, or anything that's touching or going inside of you, what the fuck is in it, right?
What was that
Like,
touching
that's the
before it
first
went
question
to
you
you?
should ask. Exactly. And it goes all the way back to the seed and everything else. Whatever that product was, what's in it, and where did it come from, and what was in the thing that it came from. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
you guys gotta ask yourself this shit, man. Like, get healthy. And see, they're pushing. All they push is diet and exercise. They don't push anything else. That's it. They don't talk about removing the toxins. They don't talk about detox. They don't talk about none of it.
Well, listen to this. So if you look at the epidemic apparently of obesity in America, for instance, right, the time when that started, with the curve of it, right, is the trajectory follows that the moment they started telling people what to eat is actually when people got confused and they started to put on weight. So people could try and say that it was a byproduct of, you know, the way society had, you know, maintained a form of economic growth that would allow for a sort of form of post-scarcity in a sort of, you know, in this sort of like stasis field of America with, you know, a massive accumulation of wealth. But it doesn't quite follow, because obviously when that started to happen, when they started to show the food table and stuff like this, and they started to show the food pyramid, should I say, you can see the correlation. And it wasn't that the people didn't have these same things accessible before the actual pyramid was, you know, released to the public. And they harped on this point for a very long time. They started saying to people, this is how much carbohydrates, how much protein that you should have, how much fat you should have. This is where you should source this, this, and this. And before you know it, people are confused as fuck, and people are getting fat. I wouldn't say it's necessarily all of their fault, right? Because obviously you've got your own mind and you can do your own research, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, I do think that there's a correlation between that, right? When you look at it, like, you can look at the release date of them starting to harp on that point. You can see the amped up propaganda toward that directive, and then you can start to look at the curve of people and the obesity epidemic, as it's so called.
The pyramid is so funny. The candy at the top, like, oh my god, dude.
It's like, why would you even put it on there, bro? Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, that's the whole point. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, you know, you're like, before the pyramid, do you think anyone thought the candy was even part of a thing that they should be eating? You put it into the pyramid, now it's something that I'm allowed to eat, right?
Right.
You know?
I mean, the point is they're influencing every single aspect that can affect you in order to manipulate you into profiting for themselves, right? Like, that's the point. Whether it be getting you sick to make money off of you in pharmaceuticals, whether it be to influence the food you buy, I mean, everything. Everything is to influence you for profit.
Well, do you know what pharmaceutical means? Like, what the root of that word is?
Pharmakia.
Yeah. It's sorcery, man.
Well, if you think about it, I've always said this to people, like, if you had Moshe or Moses, right? Sorry, I was saying it that way. If you had Moses to look at you and you were stood there, like, you know, cooking up speed or methamphetamine on the table, right? And, you know, you effectively, you know, let's say you had, like, you know, every piece of equipment that you needed,
with
right?
your
You had all the
cauldrons
different
and
drugs.
everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, so you would have right. Think about it. You have your centrifuge over there, right? You're spinning material separation. You're using you've got ethanol running into the pipes. Right? You literally you're literally got every aspect there covered. You've got all your precursor chemicals in different bags. And then you start to mix this substance up, and at the end you end up with this crystalline substance that's then placed into a pipe. You liquefy it and melt it and then smoke it. What is someone in the past going to look at that and call it? Sorcery.
Yeah, probably sorcery. Up. Yeah.
However, when you have somebody that's just growing a plant and cultivating an herb to collect the flower and smoke the flower, that necessarily would not be the same as sorcery.
Yeah,
not necessarily, no. But one thing I will say is I disagree on the idea of this, right? So the body is the temple, right? Regardless of what anyone says, what type of plant material do you put onto a fire in order for it to make lots of smoke? Green plant material, right? Is green plant material carcinogenic in nature naturally? Yes, it is. Do carcinogens affect your lungs negatively? Yes. Right, so that is the only point that I have on that. So, it naturally follows, right?
Let me say one thing though, while we're on this topic. One thing I will say is that you have to understand that our temple is a very advanced creation, right? First and foremost. Now, there's different tweaks that the creator can use to make you different than someone else's temple. These are usually brain tweaks, connection receptors, things like this. I will say that I smoke weed because it helps alleviate the anxiety and some of the frustration that I have working in the field that I work in, right? So it is beneficial in some aspects depending on the receptor tweaking that has been done by the creator itself. Now,
so you could use a different ROA. You could use a different route of administration.
Of course you can. Yes, of course you can. Now, unfortunately, I'm one of the individuals that I can't eat edibles. They don't affect me at all, right? So what I usually try to do is I try to vape THC and CBD, and that's of course a lot better than smoking. But yes, eating would be the best way, but I just don't get any effects from that. It doesn't help me at
all. It doesn't affect me either when I eat it. I'm one of those guys too.
Yeah, and see what's cool is
liver enzyme or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I'm just one of those. I just got the short end of the straw. Unfortunately, I still get immense benefits from it. But at the end of the day, I suggest you listen to your intuition. You do what's best for you, right? If you're looking to make a change, man, you can do it. Just let yourself be the guide, and when you find the creator, you'll know, right?
But that's the point that I'm trying to make is that, obviously this is my hypothesis on this, right? So it is just an idea, right? So naturally, right, we have cannabinoid receptors in our brain, right? We understand the beneficial nature of even tetrahydrocannabinol and CBD, right? We understand the parts of that which are beneficial, right? We're starting to understand more about it. But naturally, obviously, if we have those parts of our pleasure system, I would say that obviously when we look at things such as like pollen and the effect of pollen on the endo-pleasure system itself, so how pollen would affect, let's say, the serotonin system versus your dopamine versus your oxytocin, whatever it is, right? There is a relationship between receiving not just pollen in terms of the information it gives to your brain for firing the receptors, but the information that received via our microbiome as well from pollen. So then when you ask yourself the question, so cannabis was called a weed, right? Weed is like a word that effectively is a way of just calling something wrong when it's really not. Let's look at like dandelion and burdock, stinging nettles, dock leaves, etc., right? These things are mostly beneficial, mostly superfoods as well when used, can be used for a multitude of things, right? Also, lots of them have very strong tensile fibers in them that can be used for like a multitude of things, right? So then when you start to think about cannabis in that sense, and then you ask yourself, well, where can cannabis grow? The fact that it's a weed means that it's a hardy plant, right? That's really what a weed is. It's a plant that can pretty much just grow anywhere, right? and it can grow pretty much on 90% of the face of the Earth, meaning anywhere that has land, right? So, and I'm not saying obviously the oceans. We understand about the oceans. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about 90% of the land mass that we have, and I believe it's probably even more than that when we talk about, because obviously we have to take into consideration coastal lines that don't have, let's say, any form of arable soil, for instance. But that doesn't mean that humans can't transport soil to the coast. So you can still grow it in places where effectively it doesn't naturally grow. But the fact is there's obviously been a massive campaign to remove all forms of hemp, right, and cannabis from naturally grown areas, right, and then concentrate it into a smaller form of economic market. And in doing so, what does that do to the pollen count of the very air that we're breathing in? So this is the thing that I think about, is like, well, if we have natural cannabinoid receptors and we have connections between other forms of pollen and our endo-pleasure system, wouldn't it be logically to follow that cannabis might be one of those things that we naturally are supposed to have growing everywhere, and the very implication of its chemicals this is what I mean, even that's a bit wrong. Its oils, for instance, into our airways and us breathing it in, right? In a completely different format that is maybe supposed to be some form of a booster. Maybe it's something that's supposed to coat things. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, it's supposed to be something that we put into our mouths. It's supposed to go into our nose. It's meant to go into our ears, into our eyes, whatever.
I like it.
That's sort of the way that I see that whole thing. When you actually look at it, and it is clear to see that it can pretty much grow anywhere. But I would say there are a lot more negative effects to hydroponically grown not even just genetically modified cannabis, but selective breeding of cannabis itself. Everything's been hybridized away from land races of cannabis as well, which is another problem I sort of have with the whole thing.
I love F1 hybrids, man. They're the best. I like hybrids.
I get it. Listen, I'm just saying, I think natural hybridization is something that's pretty cool, which can occur. So you could have a land race in one part of a country, and then seasonally speaking, that obviously things could be pollinated from one country to the next. And we've seen examples of natural hybrids. For instance, like Moroccan cannabis crossing with cannabis that was grown in the south of Spain, in the Andalusian mountains, and so that there's like natural hybridization and cross-pollination. But I'm just saying that when it's using selective breeding, so you take the short, stout plant that grows wider, right, versus the tall plant, and then you start to change. Obviously, you start to change the ratio of sativa to indica. I'm just saying, I don't know exactly whether we're supposed to do this or not. I'm just talking about what naturally occurs, right?
I mean, I'm pro manipulation of nature, because that's how you get gold, silver, and the metals and shit. You have to work with nature, and I don't know.
No, so listen, I'm not saying that.
I'm not against messing with nature, but I'm pro doing it responsibly. What I mean?
That's more what I'm talking about.
Damage. Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm talking about. Because if you take cannabis, for instance, in the way that's been messed with, I wouldn't say it's been done responsibly at all. There's a whole industry that is against and rallies against cannabis, and has done so for a long time. The tobacco industry and the pharmaceutical industry has done so. So we really don't understand what cannabis should be. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It could be even better than what you're talking about. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Than F1 strains or any of that stuff. We don't know, because we've never had cannabis grown naturally across the whole earth and watched what naturally would happen with it. We haven't seen that in our lifetime, should I say? Sorry. Not that it's never happened. So I imagine it did.
Man, it'd be cool to get some hands on that stuff, baby.
But I'm just saying.
All you need to do is get a few Johnny Appleseeds together. Right?
Hit me up for the apple seeds.
I'm just saying, right? Like the same way you would say, like, right, you would refine silver or gold, right? I wouldn't taking two different things from different locations across a planet, right? A planet, planet, and crossing these things together to be an equivocation, right? I wouldn't say it's the equivalent. I wouldn't say that it is the exact same thing. So, for instance, right, like you could say that taking cannabis that wouldn't, let's say, be strong enough for medicinal uses to like get someone high, for instance, so that they could like hide themselves from their own woes, right? Which is spoken of in the word, right? Like it talks about that sort of thing, right? You know, someone that's just lost a loved one, right? It literally says like get the guy drunk, right, so that he can sort of forget his problems for a little bit to help with the grieving process. But what I'm talking about is you can still refine that very plant, right? You can still use a methodology of extraction in order to turn the THC that's in that into a higher amount per gram, for instance, right? So you can concentrate what's in it, even if it's got a very low THC yield, right? You know, you can still get an extract that's of a similar yield in terms of strength from a very weak plant. Or a low amount of THC in a plant, should I say. That's more what I see it as. Is that would be the refinement process of gold and silver in the cannabis, right? That's the way I see it. But I don't see, like, would you say that it would add value to the gold system? Do you know what I'm trying to say? For them to go and take gold and try and replicate it, or to try and, do you get what I'm trying to say? Like to try and make something different out of gold, like obviously we could say, yeah, you can make an alloy out of it, right? Which is what they did do.
Yeah, I mean, hybrid in general, I'll cross-pollinate shit. I don't care. You know, see what comes out. Yeah, it's an experimentation. Like, I'm cool. I'm not. I don't think the creator said it's non-kosher. So as long as he said it's kosher, or he didn't say it's non-kosher, I'm all game.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the herb that gives seed, like any herb that gives seed, meant for meat, meant for us to consume?
Yeah,
like chew on and put into our bellies.
Almonds.
Not necessarily put into our lungs. But.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, hemp seed is great stuff. It's got good protein. It's got like perfect
Not
balance.
necessarily the seed. I'm talking about the plant itself. Like I know this one guy. He likes juicing and growing his own vegetables. He lives in Las Vegas. Now that weed is legalized for recreational there, he's been growing cannabis, and he'll take like a plant with a bud on it and all of that, and he'll juice it, and he'll just drink the juice. It doesn't get him high, but he gets all of the vitamins and minerals and essential fatty acids that you would get from it because it's non-activated. Right? If he would have added heat and activated it, then it would get him high.
Yeah.
But since he's just juicing it for nutrition, you know, it's different.
That's interesting.
That's sort of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, see, that's like, okay, there's no psychoactiveness to it, so it's like interesting.
Yeah, it needs to be activated.
But that's kind of my point. Is cannabis supposed to have a psychoactive nature in terms of the way that we consume it? If it is supposed to, then I think it's probably best to use a different route of administration via other than smoking, right? I'm not... Listen, you're talking to someone that smoked cannabis for a very, very long time. I don't smoke it anymore, right? I've grown a shit ton of weed. I've smoked a shit ton of weed. And I think there are a lot of problems with smoking cannabis that people are not willing to admit. And that only comes from my own personal experience.
I'm getting a pretty bad cough.
Yeah. Guys, I just took the last dab like 5 minutes ago or whatever. I'm going to quit a little bit.
Like when I was dabbing, dude, I was dabbing like every 15 minutes and recovering for 7.
Yeah, man, I smoked... I just bought a gram not even 2 days ago. It didn't last 2 full days. It was like 36 hours.
Oh, the least.
See what I'm saying?
Better than me, because a gram with me wouldn't even last a day. Like, it don't matter if it's... It don't matter
this is
like a 70-year-old man
like
too.
Oil it is, or like wax it is. Them dabs
when I
be gone.
cough, it's like, wow. It's like I sound like my 70-year-old neighbor. You know, it's like, whoa. Smokes,
listen,
it's been smoking
this is kind of my whole point, right? So when I was 21 years old, I went at a chest X-ray, and the guy said to me, he turned around and he said, "Bro," he said, "it looks like you've been smoking 40 cigarettes a day for the last 30 years. He said, but I know you haven't because you're 21. I go, all right. And I go, yeah, I smoke a shit ton of cannabis every day. And I have done for 5 years. And he said, whoa. And then I started being involved in a group in London, right? That was to do with basically research around people ending up with holes in their lungs from doing things like dabs and bongs and stuff like this, right? And it was a study between people from the age of 17 to like 25 or something like that, right? And effectively the data that was found in that, right? And this wasn't a group that was like malevolent, right? Or anything like that. They didn't hate cannabis. They weren't people that were anti-cannabis campaigners. They were actually pro-cannabis campaigners that ended up doing this. This is why I was interested in it. Because the core group of people were effectively people that had tried to rally for cannabis, but then it obviously through, like I was talking about, obviously hybridization, concentration of cannabis and changing it into something that it doesn't naturally occur as, right? We start to realize that, oh, wait, the oils in there slick down the cilia in your lungs, and the bronchioli get affected by this. And before you know it, right, like you implicate yourself into a position where your lungs aren't effectively doing the things they're supposed to.
Oh, I heard that.
But that's the whole point that I'm sort of trying to make, is that if something is extremely resinous, right, like even tobacco, we know tobacco is extreme. The shit that comes up with tobacco is extremely resinous. It's got tar in it, right? So we know that, right?
Yeah, see? Your lungs need a... I'm telling you, man.
It
Yeah,
does
that's why I
clear
like
up,
growing
though.
organic, and I like finding landrace seeds, ones that haven't been hybridized, things I haven't monkeyed with.
Urban poison, or what? What you got?
Right now I got some ancient landrace from Pakistan,
Ancient landrace. Oh,
and I got tangy. And just from my experience on growing the tangy, it's a real bushy plant, and the buds don't get real big. At least the seeds that I got. But
tangerine?
The other one, it grows like a proper indica should. It's got the indica shaped buds that are nice and dense, and it don't get very tall.
Then. Maybe you just got a shit phenotype.
Well, the tangy,
seeds.
The tangy's like real nice, but it's stretched out, like it doesn't have big buds. It's more like a sativa type bud structure.
It's wispy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
wispy's probably a sativa, right? Isn't it?
Well, it's a hybrid.
It's a sativa dominant hybrid.
Yeah, but the thing is this has been pollen. It's been showing pollen for my other plants, and my other plants are almost done. So that's why I'm like, it's got to be high sativa. Then I have another one that's like more sativa. And the only reason why I know that is because right now it's starting to develop the buds and starting to shoot out the water pestils, whereas in the other ones are getting ready to be done.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's different.
That's for sure.
Well, the reason why I say
this
this,
with it and different genes like Rutadellas to it.
Yeah, right. So if you guys ever played around with 30 Day Wonders, right? So I'm not saying necessarily that all hybridized cannabis plants are necessarily wrong. I'm talking about the genetical profile to the seed that you've got. So, for instance, you could have 400 successful growths under its belt. Like, let's say you get a cutting from someone, right? Like, I used to get cuttings, and they would have like 400 successful, grow rotations, right? For instance, this would be where this would have come from. But then when you look into what those people were doing with their cannabis and the hydroponic systems that they were using, you're like, wait a minute, like, regardless of like this. Yeah, but it depends. It depends, right? If you know how to flush your shit, then fair enough.
Oh yeah.
But people don't know how to flush their stuff correctly, so you end up smoking and it's got bare chemicals in it, bro. Like you don't want that.
Oh yeah.
That's what I mean.
What I mean by I don't like hydro is it tends to be fast burning, right? Like 3 hits and a bowl will be gone. Whereas like my outdoor organic grown, 3 hits and there's still green on it.
Yeah.
So it's like it's quite the difference, but then again with the hydro you can really pump out the volume. So then again it all comes down to the bottom line, right? The pocket of the person. How much you want.
That's what I'm saying. Hydro is for making money, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is, and it just and it gives you better resin production too. It just, you can tell, you can look at two buds and be like, this has been grown outdoors, this one has been grown indoors. Just from the quality.
Depends where you grow it. Depends where you grow it.
You can't control nature, you know what I mean? Like you'll have like, I love outdoor bud, you know. It is better in my opinion, but not like potency wise. No, just better smoke, just smoother in general.
Right. So what I would say is this: yeah, have you ever tried growing stuff indoors without hydro?
I would never do that because it's the most efficient. If I'm going to burn electricity,
I've grown a couple crops indoor with soil, doing the hydro farm. Which is where it's a complete flood system, and then you let it dry out, and then you do a couple of cups, and then you'll do another flood. You'll flood it like once a month, and then just do a couple of cups. So it mimics like storms and stuff like that, and it really changes the root structure for the better.
So that's my whole point as well, is that what grows THC in a higher yield, in fact, is obviously having hydroponics there will be a food for the plant to do said growth. But what really causes it with an indoor grow, and that's a misequivocation of what a lot of people don't realize, is that it's actually the lack of vitamin D from the sun. The plant goes into a form of starvation mode, so it starts to grow the trichomes bigger, and trichomes are effectively magnifying glasses for the photosynthesis of the plant. You know, it's a almost crystalline structure made out of resin, right? So it's like a little pyramid with a ball on the end, right? So that it can receive light from all directions, and then that light can be transferred down the stem to the actual plant material, right? So
the resin is for catching pollen, from my understanding, not light, because that's the green leaf is for the photosynthesis, and the resin is to catch the pollen and drip it down into the pistils or wherever.
It's a twofold job.
Not the pistils. It's interesting.
It also has another job of pheromone output, because the pheromone output of the female plant, when it starts to show, will cause the male plants to drop their balls.
Exactly. No, it still does that.
So it's like
and then you cut them out of your garden. It's like, oh, thanks.
Well, there's a reason why they're called glands, man.
They are.
And it's a female hormone, the THC.
But so all right. So what research was done? Do you have the paper? Was done on the
Well, think about it. THC is a female hormone because it's only found in the female variety of cannabis when it's ripe and mature.
Right. And it's found in the oil.
It's not found in the male.
No.
CBD is found in the male, but not THC. It's because it has to take those hormones of the nighttime process and the budding process and the reproductive process to create the THC, and as a side product, because it's a oriceate, it's a resin, it's oily, it tends to collect other things like dirt, dust, and whatever's in the air. Even small insects that fly around, like these little black beetle motherfuckers. So yeah, like they're like gnats, nymphs. But yeah, man. So it's like one of these things to where if you're in an area where there's a lot of wind, then your plants are going to have a lot of dirt on them. So thus the dirt weed. A lot of people would think the Mexican farmers would put weed in with the bag to have more weight, but that's not true. They would just simply cut the plant down and compact it. It's the wind and the dirt blowing on the plants and sticking to it that is where the dirt would come from. It's a natural thing. It even happens out here when it's windy and dusty. Yeah. So just to get rid of that whole thing of, they add this and this to make it heavier. No, it's just stuff that's going. It's just cannabis. They just don't separate the males from the females, and they let it do whatever, and then they just press the whole thing. They press the whole plant. They leave the leaves on for more weight.
Tons of seeds. Yeah, it's all seeds.
Yeah, they compact it wet and then let it dry out as a brick.
You hear them fucking burn up. Tastes great. I remember that fucking Mexican brickweed, man.
I've never smoked it.
Dude, I've gotten some of that brickweed, dude. It was straight up Scentsy. It was just packed in bricks.
I was 15. I think the last time I ever tried shit like that. Fucking brick.
Dude, I've gotten some Sensi, like $75 for 2 ounces. Some Sensi, but it was just bricked out. Like it was chronic.
No, I mean I buy
grown in Mexico and
outdoor butt here.
by the cartel.
$30 an ounce, bro, from the store, man. So it's the low end stuff. But I pick through the bags and actually, find decent nugs with trichomes actually on them. It's like, and they vary quite a bit. But $30 an ounce.
Yeah, see, that's the problem with working in Washington. The market's
way
flooded.
too much bud. Yeah, way too much bud.
So that's when you need friends in, like, say, New York City, where you can be like, hey,
bud. Exactly.
Because they're always trying to hit me up, and I'm like, dude, the best I could do for you for an ounce is fucking 150, man. It's like, yeah, I don't think I could do that.
30 bones, 40 bones, 50, 60. They just go by $10
I mean,
increments.
it's not like I'm growing trees. If I were growing trees, then it'd be a different story.
Right.
Yeah. I only have limited supply, and you want pounds? Yeah.
That
ain't gonna happen.
Kilos a tree.
Yeah.
6 kilos a tree. It's like, oh yeah, there we go. And you got 20 of those. It's like, okay, we're gonna be trimming for about a month straight.
No, it can't have 20. Can only have, can only have 12.
Where are you at? I don't know. Medicinal.
Arizona.
Okay, you can have 12. That's pretty straight. 6 for
California. It was worse because California was 6. It was 6, and then when Arizona changed the law, California changed the law to allow 12.
Okay.
So it's 12, like, general. Because it was all about Arizona. Because, like, the thing with Arizona, they didn't do it like they were supposed to. They were supposed to retroactively decriminalize anybody that's in jail or that has a felony for cannabis to be expunged. And they didn't do it. They did it in California, but they didn't do it in Arizona.
Yeah,
which is the right thing to do. You know?
I don't know.
It's like, oh, we were just going to make drinking and driving legal. So everybody that has a drinking and driving, yeah, you're still fucked. But anybody else now that gets in trouble for drinking and driving don't get arrested, don't get a felony, you know? So it's like one of those kind of things. It's like fucking stupid bureaucracy. But that's because the lobbyists of the prison industrial complex.
Yeah, they make a lot of money from it, bro. They know that cannabis is something so widely used that it's going to be one of the highest things that you're going to get people in prison for, right? So, yeah, it's been privatized. It's like same here in the
officers. A lot of the officers here were pissed off because they're like, well, shit, we can't bust people for cannabis anymore.
Yep. Hard to get my quota, bro.
Yeah. Dude, in Arizona, they arrest...
I hate Arizona.
I don't think they arrested him. I think they just gave him a ticket, and then he surrendered himself to do the 10 days afterwards. He was driving down the road in Arizona, coming down the mountain, smoking a joint, and passed a cop. And I guess the cop smelt it or something, so the cop pulled his ass over, and he had fucking swallowed the joint and aired out his vehicle. Anyways, long story short, gave him a DUI. He had to go get one of those breathalyzer interlocks put on his vehicle.
Oh, wow.
What
For
the
cannabis.
fuck is that?
Like, say if you get in trouble with the DUI, they put this thing on your car to where, in order for it to start, you have to blow into it. And it samples your blood alcohol. and they made him get one of those for cannabis. Dude, you could sit there and fucking rip a bong and blow through it and the car will start. Because it does nothing for THC. It's only for alcohol.
Right.
That's how. Then he had to go to classes, right? So when he went to classes, they're like, okay, you know, you're here for, you know, DUI and all that, you know, don't do that, you know, see money, you killed someone. And then, you know, what did you blow? 0.000. It's like, no, you're lying. You didn't blow 000. Was the thing broken? No, I blew 000 because it was for cannabis. And they're like, well, why the hell are you even here? It's like, because I have to be here. The judge said to come. It's messed up, man.
You make a machine, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had to pay all the fines as somebody that got in trouble for drinking and driving.
That's disgusting, bro.
It was $18,000.
Shit, $18,000. I literally, this is my point. I fucking hate Arizona. Sorry, Abba, for swearing, but listen, I'm just saying it again. Like, I hate Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona's kind of jacked up, but they do have some nice gun laws.
They do have a good.
Yeah,
that is true.
It's the fucking desert, bro. We got pine trees for days here. Fuck your desert.
I miss pine trees, man. Hey, man, fucking send me some fat wood, dude.
Oh, really? Dude, okay. You can buy it now. Fuck. You're gonna have to make me like go
wood, right?
on a hike.
No, I'm talking like I want like
the resin,
blue
the resin.
spruce because I like the smell of it, and I'll just like whittle a couple pieces of it off and put it on a coal for like incense. It's really, really nice.
Oh, so you like the pine? Okay, yeah. Well,
yeah,
my
because I'm in the
buddy
desert,
from
dude.
overseas. My buddy sends me
I grew up
frankincense from
there, man.
overseas. So maybe
I
I'll
grew
send
up
you
up there.
frankincense. You like frankincense and myrrh? I got myrrh.
Frankincense is nice. I can get frankincense, myrrh, and copal from Mexico. Like high quality stuff. Like they're gems. Like clarity's awesome on it.
Okay.
My buddy Che Hecha, he also like does medicines and like root barks if you need root barks if you want to do sorceries.
Sorcery.
Yeah, and like chocolate nibs. He's got all kinds of chocolate nibs. They're fermented, high in antioxidants. Cacao nibs.
Nice.
Yeah. And I don't know why he's been doing this lately, but he's been having snake venom injected underneath his skin.
Yeah. I've heard of people doing this shit.
And I go, why are you doing that? And he goes, man, you get so high. And I go, you do realize that is literally... Never mind, man. Never mind. And he goes, what? And then I would go into it and he goes, oh, I didn't know that. And I go, yeah, man. I mean, look at this. You know, I'm not going to go into...
What type of snake venom?
It's rattlesnake.
Fucking hell, bro.
Rattlesnake.
Sorry.
Right.
Yeah, I've heard of people doing
dude.
this. I've heard of people doing this stuff, you know.
Have you heard of people smoking scorpions?
Yeah, of course.
That's crazy.
Hold the fuck on. Hold on.
People in Egypt are smoking scorpions.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not. No one's doing that. Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're getting high off of scorpions.
That's too much.
Desperation.
What's going on out there?
Anything with poison in it will get you high. People used to take,
Listen,
people used to take mercury to get high. Come on.
Right, no, I know that. Little Mad Hatter action.
Mercury will make you go. Mercury doesn't get you high, it makes you go crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a little vial of mercury right here. It's a tilt switch.
Take a dab.
No, dude, it's a tilt switch, man.
No, what's that?
Mercury's cool. It's mercury vapor.
It's like a light bulb, like an old neon light bulb that's got a couple of filaments in there.
Yeah.
One's short, one's long, and the other one's long and bent with a sleeve on it. To where, you know, if the mercury tilts, or if the tube tilts by like 1 degree, the mercury will slide to the other end of the tube, and the connection will be made for, you know, it'll close a switch as opposed to open a switch.
Mm-hmm.
So you can have it either way, to where whichever way it tilts, or you need it to tilt. So like, you know, those
it's pretty advanced. That's an old form of tech, that is.
Yeah.
Well, like the old thermometers or thermostats that had the coil on it. That's what this came from. You could also find these in pinball machines.
Yeah.
Plays a mean pinball.
Tilt sensors. So like when you jam it, it'll
Uh-huh.
So let me get this straight. When you jam it, it'll ding.
Well, when you slam the machine, the pinball machine, like it'll go
yeah, to say
then you won't be able to use the
shit.
paddles anymore.
I was going to say, when you
all
slam
goes
that
down the-
machine, Josh, I have no doubts you get the job done. Okay, all right. Your mind's out the gutter.
But no, and it can also be used for a trigger mechanism for like an alarm or something like that.
What can again? Sorry. The machine?
Mercury switch. Mercury tilt switch.
A tilt switch.
Yeah.
Just got to
All
look that
types
up.
of. They got Mercury arc rectifiers. They got a bunch of cool shit. Old Mercury.
I mean, if I wanted to, I could be, real Al Qaeda with it, but I'm not
Exactly.
like
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. I was waiting for to either say it myself, Josh, or for someone else to say it. That's why I said that's
you're a
advanced
moderator.
technology
Let me say
right
that.
there. Yeah,
Let me say that you're a moderator.
I was waiting. I always have to move you off explosives.
Well, I wasn't going with explosives. I was just going with,
ignition,
like Al Qaeda type stuff, because they have these Al Qaeda farms out here, and they have these hay squeezes, and sometimes they topple over because they don't have a tilt sensor on it.
All right.
Yeah, man, you can believe whatever you want.
The ground is soft, and when like these hay squeezes, they pick up like these are tall sticks of hay, pretty heavy, So sometimes, if they could find out like they're starting to tilt down, they could probably drop the boom a little bit so they're not gonna flip and drop a stack of hay. I mean, you got to help them Al Qaeda farmers, man.
I would laugh. I imagine any women listening to this have no clue what's going on right now.
Well, out here, all the farms that grow the alfalfa is called Al Qaeda farm. It's a family.
You're not pronouncing it right. It's Al Qaeda.
No, but that's the thing.
That family is Al Qaeda.
The name of the family is Al Qaeda.
Okay.
It really is.
I'm just gonna ruin the name for the sake of it.
It's Indian.
You guys know, it means the base, like in Arabic. Like if I tell you go back to the base, I'm like go back to your, Al Qaeda means base, bro.
Well, it's funny. I think most of the world would not know what the word jihad meant if the New York City thing didn't happen, right?
I don't think Arabs know.
Nobody's looking that up.
Does anyone even know what jihad means? I know what it means.
Holy war.
Mm-hmm. They say it means struggle. Actually,
no, actually, that's close.
No, they say jihad means peace. I go, what the fuck is wrong with you?
What the fuck is wrong with that, man?
No, Islam
these are Moroccan people.
They don't know how. Maybe the Arabic study. They speak French over there mostly.
Yeah.
Jihad means to spend.
They're like jihad means peace, and I go, no, it doesn't.
To spend effort, man.
It means to struggle.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't have to be a struggle, but to spend effort. Literally, that's it.
That's why it could be translated to struggle.
In the Quran says, those who spend effort in in Yah's way, right, in the way of God, right, whatever that may be.
I wouldn't say
take that as killing people. I don't know how the fuck you can make that tie there. It's like, you're insane. But
there are other verses.
Islam stuff.
There are other verses.
Everybody's got an opinion.
See that? That's why.
Yeah, everybody does.
So, have you heard of Chrislam, Cyrus?
Yeah. Chrislam.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
Tell me, educate me.
I'm from the UK, bro.
Oh yeah.
So we go out here.
Islam is an amalgamation of Christian and Islamic traditions.
I don't know what Islamic
it's the one world religion they want to bring about. It's the one world religion they want to bring about to coexist.
Okay. Whatever. I'm for whatever, dude.
Unitation of the monolithic religions. Unitation of the monolithic religions. The Black Cube of Mecca, the Kaaba, versus the Dead Ark of the Covenant in the Catholic Vatican, represented by the Black Cube, and then the Black Cube on the Jew's forehead, or the one on his wrist, right? And then if you read the book, who's going to be
going to bring the Brahmin together?
Yeah, like those guys can all be united pretty quickly as well. We wouldn't realize that.
It's like ancient Hinduism. Nothing changes. Nothing new under the sun.
Yeah.
We're going back to Hinduism, guys. That's what's going on, in case you haven't realized it.
What's going on?
I happened to watch what was going on TV, like the commercials and all that shit, dude. Oh my god, it's all about alien invasion and stupid shit like that.
It's a new thing.
I'm like, dude, if you can't see the fucking final card's about to be played, then you're lost. You know. So, yeah, man, it's happening real fast.
Yeah, bro. I'm just chilling.
And then, like, did you hear about the supposed...
all that shit. You can never
Did you hear
predict what
about the
these
monolith
assholes are going to
that
do.
was
Never.
found in the Utah desert?
Yeah. What's
It's
up?
like Wiccan as well, Josh.
Yeah, the one that just showed up there overnight that some motherfuckers just put there. Yeah, aliens put it there. Right.
Yeah, and then it disappeared. But
For some
no,
reason.
this one guy went to it, tracked it down, found it, hiked to it, and there's poplar spots all over it, so it was man-made.
Of course it's man-made. Look at
But then after he got there and left, it disappeared.
What? That's a crystal that came out of Earth like that? What is that? Come on, man.
Yeah, it's a crystal that came out of Earth that, had aluminum panels pop riveted onto it.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was in the shape of a triangle, not a monolith.
Yep.
But it was removed by the feds.
It's kind of like, what was I going to say? I forgot my point now.
It's an art piece.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It was it's that form of new age art.
Islam.
There's massive explosions going on right now under my feet. What the fuck?
Are you okay, buddy?
Yeah, dude. Like the dogs were tripping out, and I kept hearing like a doom, 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 and then I felt like the vibrations in my feet and shit. So they're blasting somewhere, doing something. No. When they're doing those deep underground tunnels and all that shit.
The blasting.
Yeah, because everybody out here kept feeling these vibrations going and going and going. Then as soon as it got towards the river, we stopped feeling them. Like it was getting more and more intense. All the windows were rattling like daily. Like they were sitting there blasting like hard ass rock or something.
But that's what, obviously we talk about we don't talk about it, but people talk about stalagmites versus stalactites, right? Where you have the columns in cave systems, right? So I was lucky enough to be someone that experienced this weird experience, right? Where I went to a massive underground cave, right? Obviously it's underground, but you know what I'm trying to say. You can have a coastal cave, an entrance there at the front, right? This is on the coast, but it's an underground cave on the coast, meaning it doesn't have an opening at the water, right? So it's a bit different to most coastal caves. So they call it an underground cave on the coast. I'm just like, wait a minute. You mean it's a cave? Right, okay, sweet. Anyway, so it's in it's spelled Neja, yeah? So and it's pronounced Nerja, right? So it's in the south of Spain. And I go to this cave when I was very, very young, right? And you can see the calcium carbonate that's running down, and you can see the formation of the beginning of these columns, right? And there are columns in there, obviously, right? But when I went, it was, there are certain parts of the cave that are obviously accessible to people to allow them to walk around it, etc., and it's mapped out, etc. Some of it's not accessible, obviously, because it's not been made possible for humans to just walk on it yet, right? You'd have to get your climbing gear, etc. So they have an operatic theater in it, right? So they've literally in the main heart of the cave, they do opera performances. They probably do rituals and everything. I don't know, who knows? But anyway, so it was like 3 young boys apparently found this place, right? And so when I was a kid, I went there, right? Because my nan lives in the south of Spain. I go there and I see this very amazing cave. Don't get me wrong, it's beautiful. Literally, it's an amazing cave. So big, biggest cave I've ever been in, and I see the beginnings of a stalagmite and a talactite. I don't even know how to pronounce it properly. The formation,
stalagmite.
Yeah, so the formation and beginning of those, right? And they take, the first tour we go on. Bear in mind, the second time I went, the tour guide. The first time I went, it was the same tour guide, right? This is what's really cool about this experience, and he points out the formation of the start of one of these, and then obviously it goes into the evolutionary basis of what this is, right? And he explains the formation process, and he explains how long it would take to form one of these columns, and he's talking in the millions of years, right? I go back like 10 years later, 9 years later, and I remember it because it was on the corner of this main part of the cave, right? And it's on the very corner, and you can see the start of this. But the second time I go, there's a full-size column there, guys. I'm talking a full-size column where you can see these 2 points.
Blows up. Dude, something just blew up again. Whoa.
So these 2 points, one second, these 2 points are just like drips, right? When I first go, 10 years prior, 9 years prior, whatever it was, these 2 points are just drips, right? Like, they're not attached at all. They're very, very small. But the second time I go there, it's a fully finalized column that's been created, right? By this process, right? And it's the same tour guide. And I said, do you remember when I was a kid when I was here? And I said, that column didn't exist, did it? And he was like, you are right, it didn't. He said, and I'm like, so what's your explanation for that? Because you're the guy that was telling us how many millions of years it would have took to form, let's say, this column, this column, this column. The connection of a stalagmite versus a stalactite or whatever you want to call it, right? And I said, you're the one that was telling me how long it would take to do so. I said, how do you explain, even in your own time of you working here, right, that this thing's formed? You know, like how did this happen? And the guy literally, obviously, didn't have any answer. He was just, but he had seen it form over those 9 years that he'd been working there. And obviously, I was like, what does that do to your own brain, right? Like, you got geological science is telling you that this stuff takes millions of years. I said, you're literally watching this shit happen in front of your face over a very small period of time. And so yeah, I just find that interesting, like underground crystals, these forms of structures and stuff like that. You know, we talk about how long it takes millions of years, and etc., etc. But it's a load of bollocks, and it's verifiably bollocks. You know, there are certain individuals that have experienced this. Right? I saw it myself between 9 years. I knew that, and then I had it confirmed by the guy that was there the first time I went. And then you take the Nepalese mountains, for instance, right, with the earthquake that happened in Nepal, obviously near Everest, not that long ago, right? There were whole mountain systems that were created instantly, right? Like, or should I say, underground caves and new forms of peaks and, you know, crevices and valleys and all this sort of stuff created instantly by the earthquake. And it's like, it's the same thing with like the Grand Canyon. You know, you look at these sinkholes and they just happen, right? They just all the ground just falls, and then instantly you have something, maybe not the size of the Grand Canyon, for instance, but like, you know, there are sinkholes that have happened that are apparently at least a quarter of the size. What's that?
Flat. Glad you're getting a phone call.
I'll meet in a second. Stop.
Data fallen. He got the pinches of hell.
But I'm just saying, like, it's weird, right? Like, that people would even believe this rubbish about years of formation for all of these different various things, and they've got no evidence of this. You know, it's like when Josh, you ever seen it where they find the crystalline structures underneath the ground in areas like Alaska or even in the Arctic sort of areas, right? And they have these huge crystal formations and structures, and it's like reminiscent of when you would make salt crystals yourself, right? Climbing up a string out of a jar, for instance. Not on a much grander scale.
Shit, I'm sitting there fucking talking and I'm muted.
Yeah, no, I thought that. I thought I was.
You know, like that one in Mexico, it's like a super hot cave with like giant ass crystals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, they say that took millions of years to occur, right? But I'm just saying, that's why that experience that I had was so interesting, because I literally was able to see one of these structures that apparently take millions of years in my own lifetime form. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it just shows in stark contrast how much bullshit there is out there.
Well, there's a cave somewhere where there's like a waterfall. It's like a witch's well or something like that. And people's been bringing things like teapots and teddy bears and stuff like that, and then within 5 years they're fossilized and petrified. Turned to stone.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, dude. There's like consistent explosions occurring underneath my feet, but they're like mining charges because
They're
it's
building deep underground tunnels.
Yeah, I think they're connecting.
They're connecting underground bases. They're getting ready. That's pretty obvious. What the fuck else would they be doing there?
Yeah.
Mining.
They're losing mining. Yeah. What kind of rocks you got in that area, Josh?
Underneath, that's all basalt.
Okay, that's not very valuable. So that's not what they're
Basalt
getting.
and sandstone. So, I mean, if they would be mining,
sandstone's
they'd be
everywhere.
mining in the mountains where there's known gold resources, but they're not
every
up
mountain.
in the mountains.
Do you know why there's gold resources in the mountains? This is my opinion. It's because mountains are dead people, dead things, and everybody has a little bit of minerals in them. And I think these things were so big, and they might have had more gold inside of them, and that's what we're.
Not every mountain has gold, though.
Whoa.
Like the gold out here, it's found in limestone that's metamorphosized called limonite.
Yeah.
Whoops. That's my opinion.
Yeah. But if I were to go gold mining or anything like that, or open up a mine for process, it would not be for the gold itself. That would just be a tertiary.
Yeah, that would be a bonus on the side.
It would be going after that red pigment that's in that metamorphosized iron oxide.
Yeah, for sure.
That
We're
limonite.
kind of on the same page. I'm stupid, and you
Because
got
there's
it.
more
So
of
there we go.
that than there is of gold. So, yeah, there's no oil out here.
There's
no
real
oil
estate
out here.
where there's hardly
a
anybody
military
above it.
base that nobody knows about. It's not on any like map or anything, but you constantly see flights flying over Mount P and landing where me and my friend got chased out. A place called Bob's Well.
And what's Bob got to do with this?
I don't know. It's some old guy. Some old dead guy. Hang on.
Usually is.
What's Bob got to do with it? Got to do with it. I need to turn that heater off.
My music is always up too loud. I'm sorry, guys.
So I just went to Jim Panda's, which is something I don't do very often. And Pete Shea was there. And he was going on and on about the dodo bird being fake. And, that's not really that hard to fathom. And that it was 33 inches tall. And they were giving him a hard time for it. So I emptied my pockets and had 33 cents. And I asked Pete, what do you make of that? He's like, well, if you're being serious. I'm like, yeah, well, I'm being serious. What do you make of the 33 cents that just happened to be in my pocket? And he said, well, I think maybe it's a sign for you to realize the importance of 33, and it has to do with the father-son being 33 years old.
What?
Yeah, so I got it. So anyway, they were giving Pete a hard time, so I just jumped in there and said, hey, I'm wondering why do you guys have that, flat Earth model on your thing, because you guys are a bunch of globe earthers. I said, why don't you make like a globe Earth model, and stick it in a vacuum, like with the water, put it on a... Yeah, we're about to go. Yeah, so I was like, why don't you make like a globe Earth model? And you can't stick water to a basketball. There's not enough gravity. I said, you've never seen a wet basketball? It's just, how long is it going to stay wet once you put it in a vacuum? Right. And they were like, it will stay wet. Wait a minute, doesn't water boil in a vacuum? And I asked them, how come they can't make their model? And I was going to say, well, we can make a flat Earth model. You just, got to have a container. And they can't make theirs. They're never going to have that model Porsche, right? It's always going to be like a cartoon wrapped around a sphere, right? Or some sort of map wrapped around the sphere. They're never going to have like an
bodies
actual
of water or
Porsche.
smaller forms of land mass, or
yeah,
we could do that with we could put little bonsai trees on there. We could make little forms of land masses out of rocks, and we could fill up the various little caverns that we create in soil that we've put there in sand and fill that up with water. Like, we could create a representation of what this apparently is, right? Yeah, I would love to see them try and do so in the same manner, right?
And then they said I was quoting from QE, and I've never actually heard QE say that.
Nah, I haven't either.
Yeah, then someone came to my defense and said, no, Hank's been around longer than QE. He's old school. And at that point, I left.
It's kind of annoying when they say that, like, you're just parroting QE-isms. I'm like, I've been a flat earther for longer than QE has. You gotta ask him how long he's been a flat earther for, right? Like, and tell you himself.
Yeah, sorry I interrupted. Just
no,
Shay. I wanted to talk to him because I haven't talked to him since like.
Wait, was he here?
He was there.
No, he's at Gems.
Oh, nice.
Pete,
good
who?
old Aristarchus over there.
Wait, Pete, who?
Shay.
Am I like out of the dark? Am I in the dark of who this man is?
Perhaps. I don't know how to describe him. Hank? There's just no way to even start describing him. He's so weird, but yeah. He was obsessed with Aristarchus.
Right.
So, yep.
Just so, yep.
I mean, what am I going to say, dude?
I'm
talking about somebody else's beliefs, like I can't verify.
It's just funny the way you said it.
Oh, yeah.
No, you don't really need to say more than that. He's obsessed with Aristarchus, right? Yeah,
that's true.
All right.
That's all you need to say.
Ridiculous.
Okay, so I have to ask this: does anybody have the GIF that's animated with the sun and moon path circuiting over? It's not even a word. Performing a circuit above the flat Earth.
You can say orbiting.
Orbiting, sure.
Yeah.
Anybody have that animation out there? Oh, there it is. Hell yeah! Thank you.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't like the way they've hijacked the term orbit, right?
This girl I know is looking for the GIF, so appreciate it.
Yeah, I know when you define orbit, they're like, that's not what it means. Okay, then, and then they ask, well, what about satellites? And people are like, satellites don't exist. It's like, well, what do you mean by a satellite? Because the moon is technically a satellite. So is the sun.
Technically speaking.
Yeah, they're natural satellites.
Or are they?
Oh, they could be supernatural satellites too.
There you go. I would go with the latter.
That's a good song name or album name, Supernatural Satellites. It's fucking dope, bro.
Sorry.
Think that was funny, huh? I was being serious.
I know you were. That's why it was funny, dickhead.
Fucking A, man. Can't get anything past you, crack. You read me like a children's book.
Fly on your screen.
Whack. Somebody's done. Plenty of people have probably broke their monitors hitting that fucking.
I'm pretty positive. Yeah, that's such a good picture.
It really is.
It seriously looks like it's 3D popped out, and I can like brush it off my. Get the fuck off my screen.
Ooh, that's beautiful, Miguel. I love that.
Like the perfect.
Justin, thanks, man.
Size.
You guys are nailing it out there.
See this?
Normal housefly.
That GIF that cut the shit posted. The yin yang cat symbol.
That's cool as shit. It's also kind of making me nauseous a little bit. Yeah, overall, I'm not going to save it.
What is this weird, like, dance ritual going on, Miguel?
I fail to see how that has anything to do with Flat Earth whatsoever.
Me too, Miguel. Some weird shit sometimes.
There's skeleton costumes and robots, and what's in the background there? Just people just kind of bending over and doing nothing. Full body skin suits. It's great.
When the full body skin suits come out, that's when you know what it's about.
That's right.
Flat Earth. Gotta get a flat Earth.
Can I get some of that Flat Earth?
Soul glow.
Just let your soul glow. So bad.
I don't know why I feel like saying that. It just come out.
It's pretty good. That's a good reference. Most people probably don't know what that is.
Yeah. I forget where I got it from. No, I don't really.
Coming to America.
I know.
I like that boy. He good. I'm gonna post one of my favorite songs right now, and y'all should give it a listen. One of my 1 million favorite, but yeah.
You got a million favorite songs. That must be a weird world to live.
Yeah, I guess not a million, but there's a few 100,000 for sure.
The past is the future.
Sexual chocolate. Yeah. Exactly.
Wait, this guy is valued on. Alright, I was like, wait, why is he valued not flat earth? I get it. He a truther, but not a flat earther yet.
No idea. I like his memes.
He memeing out here. Is the guy even in the chat, or is he just like listening on the YouTubes?
Damn. This song just has a nice groove to it. It's a good one for people to practice their flows on top of as well, if one were so inclined. To have the rhetoric defined. Make it up as you go, don't you know? Whoa. That's scary, Miguel. But those dancers are really good. I just don't like that they have that extra tallness about them. It's creepy. What are they doing? It's like all I can focus on in the video. I don't even know what song it is after a while. I'm like, Jesus, what? Ugh. It's cool. It's a classic. They broke the mold with Daft Punk for sure. Yeah, MacGyver. It's creepy. I think they did that to be creepy on purpose because those dancers look way better without all that nonsense upstairs.
I'm pretty sure those are small children sitting atop the shoulders of grown men.
I really don't want to imagine that. What'd you say, Hank?
Can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Yeah, me now.
Good. Just talking
Yeah, me now.
on my phone. Wasn't working.
Blood clot. Man alive.
Yeah, I was just saying I was listening to some Disturbed, a little bit throwback music, back in the day when I was like 16 years old, 17 years old. One night, a guy came in with a Disturbed CD, and ever since then, it's a good band.
Can you explain who this Aristarchus obsessed guy is then to me, Hank?
Pete Shea was a guy that I met in 2015. I met this Irishman through a Scottishman known as Joe. Joe had a really shiny green thing as an avatar, and he went by a different name that I can't remember. But I remember the guy Joe because he played the hell out of guitar and sung Pink Floyd songs all the time on Reach. And Delacroix is his name. I'm pretty sure he's known around by some people. But yeah, so I meet Pete Shea one night, and he tells me that he wanted to get his young son. I don't know if I should be repeating. Yeah.
Okay.
That ended in a weird place.
About marijuana. I don't know.
Those are some good breaks, Hank. Whoa.
Something about his son and marijuana or something. I can't remember.
That's not that bad.
Yeah. It's worse than where my brain went by you pumping the brake. So yeah. All I knew was obsessive Aristarchus. And then you stop on young sons. Obviously, my mind makes certain connections. Bro, way worse than cannabis.
Yeah, I gotta apologize for that. That's my natural pause in my speaking routine. I didn't mean to do that. It's when I realized that I went too far, and then wait a minute, maybe I need to go a little further.
Yeah.
Hank, whenever you feel like you need to go a little further, don't.
Well, I couldn't say it like that. But yeah, he told me a really weird story about hotboxing in a blanket.
Well, that's fine. You can hotbox. That's like third, fourth hand information. Who's going to get in trouble for that?
Okay, yeah, you're right.
You can't go further, Hank. Just tell them they need to put propane in the air and contain it that way.
In their hands, right? See if you can cup a little gas pressure in there.
Take it home and grill for Mama on Mama's Day.
Oh yeah, so Hank, what I was saying before, remember that situation that I told you about? Exactly what I had planned to do, right, with the individual, to take him to the place and make him apologize, right? That exact thing happened, but with the father of the children. So he ends up bumping into him. We find out that a lot of the story had been embellished even, right? It happens that one of my godchildren were there at the time. And my cousin obviously had the smart enough idea to turn around to the godchild and say, "Who's this man?" Yeah? Because she's afraid of this man, right? She didn't even know who he was. So then we're thinking, oh, okay, so a lot of this has been made up, right, and put into these kids' heads. So this is like, this is the issue. This is why, which I'm actually happy for that as an outcome, right? That some of it is embellished bullshit, basically. Like, he did turn up to the property, right? But the way that it was said that it happened, it didn't happen that way.
Yeah, because you were livid, and that lady may have white knighted you and got you in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a good thing you were careful and patient.
Exactly. Exactly that.
Yeah, I'm glad it all worked out. I really am.
It did. It worked out well, so that's all right. That's what I was sort of saying in the DM. I was like, wait. the very thing that we said would be the best outcome happened, basically.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm not too good at checking my DMs.
No, you replied. You just didn't understand what I was saying.
Okay, that's possible too.
Yeah.
Looks like I got Dinkenfrost in my DMs. He said the sun's doing something weird. Some crazy things is what he said. The sun is doing crazy things.
In England, we don't have any sun right now. I'm yet to see the sun. Winter came around. Winter is coming is way too, how do I put it, too obscure of a saying for what happened and occurred in England. So we had summer, and then it went from summer to 2 days of autumn to winter, like instantaneously. My boiler broke. Yeah, it's always good fun. You know, the temperature just dropped overnight, like severely.
It's nice right now.
You guys should watch that poppin' dance video that I posted a second ago, 2:54 after the hour.
I got my window open. I'm in England.
Where are you?
I'm just west of London.
Yeah, it's not that. It's not. It's a bit milder today. You're right. Yeah, actually, it's milder the last 2 days. But where I am, it's pretty cold. London's a little bit different, bro. It's a lot warmer than the rest of
yeah, I'm
south.
visiting out here, so
it's insulated, London. In summer, it gets hotter, and in winter, it's warmer as well. There's so many buildings and people there. It generally does affect the temperature. I've noticed that.
Get a bike check.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, something interested me earlier. I was going to jump in, but someone said something about psychoactive substances. I guess you intake in your body. Aren't all foods psychoactive?
In some way, they are, right? If they inform your endopleasure system to make neurological reactions, then you could sort of say that all foods would have some form of psychoactive effect.
Dude, I'm always happy when I'm eating, dude.
So if all foods are psychoactive down to a grape, a raisin, whatever you put in your body is psychoactive.
Food is a drug, man.
Yeah, exactly. So you got the FDA, right? Food Drug Administration. So all these things are psychoactive. We get into what the psyche is and all these different things and psychology. And so what is GMOs? If it's, you know what I mean? If it's psychoactive, and then it's GMO on top of that, right? So what is it really doing? Think about that one.
Your body breaks down the DNA and RNA of everything you eat. So eating mutant food there's a reason why you pay more for organic. Let's just say that. Organic non-GMO, I should reiterate that, because you can have organic GMO nowadays.
Yeah, they've stretched it that far, I know. So when you start genetically modifying things, you're boosting the effect of the psychoactive, right? Or sometimes this is why I try and use this analogy to people of, like, if you put up a panel of wet clay, right, it's just moist enough to stay up, right? And also, you punch a hole in it and you think of your neurological receptors, right? So you have, you punch a hole in said panel of clay, right? Your fist will, the first time, it will go through, right? The second time you throw a punch, right, you're effectively going to still touch the sides of said clay panel, right? And the more accurate that you get, the less likely that you are. The better that the pathway that you've carved through the panel is, and the more accuracy that you throw your punch over time, before you know it, the fist isn't going to touch the sides of the clay. You've not only widened the hole, but you've become more accurate at taking that pathway, right? And I feel like that's a good analogy to use for the stretching, or should I say widening of the neural pathway, right? Anything to do with our endopleasure system. This is why, like, instant gratification
is something that's actually incredibly bad for our brain, right? In terms of our pleasure system and how we inform our pleasure system in terms of our reaction to said pleasure system change, and I think that's why the Bible speaks very harshly and very starkly about resisting the urge for instant gratification, because there is a neurological chemical reaction that occurs due to this process, and a widening of said pathways, and sometimes even a remapping of these pathways. And that's incredibly dangerous in terms of productivity as a human being, right? The respect of the temple. And I would say genetically modified food would just be an aid toward that directive, an aid toward instant gratification, right? So you're eating foods that are effectively pumping out way more than what you should receive from said food. And
yeah, but they taste better and they're cheaper. I mean, who doesn't like a seedless whatever?
I don't like seedless anything. I would say, I think everyone kind of agrees that your body is predisposed, is pre-programmed to recognize what it's taken in. And so when you genetically modify something, does your body even recognize and assimilate that in every way?
Oh, my body definitely recognizes cotton candy grapes. Those are delicious. And GMO, it's so bad for you. I'm not arguing that.
I don't know. Seedless cannabis is all right.
I would say this. I would say,
they're not cannabis. It's because they don't put males in the room.
So
and it actually makes them more they produce more THC when there's no males. It's like they get all bitchy.
Yeah. I understand the process of that, but that's encoded into the plant already, right? To do that. That's not
twofold.
Hopefully,
So
we'll find GMO weed here soon. I guarantee.
Yeah. So my point is, when your body's taking in these things, and what I mean by recognizing it fully, we're not understanding every way our body assimilates everything it takes in. We don't have that knowledge. Just for the simple fact that look at green tea and you tell me what the ingredients are and you name the ingredients, you don't know every ingredient of the green tea.
No.
You just giving me so many carbohydrates, no protein, no this, no that, but you don't know the other benefits, right? So when I say recognize the thing that you're taking in, perhaps when it's an overload of toxicity, perhaps when it's a, overload of scorpion genetics in cabbage, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Well,
of course.
Get to a point where it's detrimental.
It's not a light.
It's like the information that the micro. 1 second, Joshua. I think you're hot micing. It's like the information that the microbiome receives, North Star, right? Like the information that our microbiome receives from the enzymes that we produce just when we chew versus the enzymes that may be even in the food, for instance, right? And how that. Well, GMO weed is, K2 or spice or AM2201, for instance, cut the shit in terms of synthetic cannabinoids, right? That's not genetic modification. That's full-on synthesis of something in a lab, right? So GMO weed is already here. That's true. But K2 or spice to be called GMO cannabis, I wouldn't call it that. We don't grow spice on trees, is my point when I say that. This is something that's fully synthesized in a lab to be similar, to do the same job to the brain as that what tetrahydrocannabinol would do. But like, yeah, so I would agree with you, North Stars. It's an overloadance of the system and even the body to recognize the very thing that it's taking in, right? You're affecting the recognition because you're changing the very structure of the thing that you're taking in, right? It's like, how is your microbiome to even adjust or understand what this thing is? Maybe it has too much of an enzymal process to it. It's like when people have gastric problems and they end up with like stomach issues, or they end up with like a gaseous stomach, or they end up with acid reflux. A lot of the time people think that's because of the acid in the stomach, right? And it's like, well, a lot of the time I would say it's probably the information from the food that you just put into your body. It's not necessarily a pH disbalance that just occurred, or disequilibrization because you had something that was too alkaline versus too acidic added to a already acidic state. You know.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into that. Like you're definitely on it when you say inflamed, because there's a lot of things that can cause inflammation, but a lot of it is actually animal products. So you got to eat those in moderation. Like in America, we eat way too much meat, and then everything in moderation is going to be definitely the good to go way. But yeah, some countries even legalized GMO, which is great.
Well, not only do you have the GMO, you have the chemicals sprayed on them, right? So when I'm looking at deer and I'm hunting deer that are eating off of some of these fields where the corn is grown and it's got the what do you call it, Roundup and all these other, like all
Yeah.
these things, right? So they have cancer growing all over them. So when you look at Americans, most of them have inflammatory disease in their body. And most of them have it in their gut. And when you look at them, they're malnourished. You look at 80% of Americans who are not health conscious, their arms are skinny. They have a pot belly. I mean, they look like the kids on, the commercials for Ethiopia, the starving children. They're malnourished. They're not overweight. They're malnourished.
Yep. They've got inflammatory diseases. It's the same thing that took a job I used to do. It's the same with the rabbits in England. Like, they get myxomatosis and people are like, oh, why do they get that? And they start to, they're growing cancer and shit like that on their body, and they become blind and all this crap. And people used to give me shit for doing that as a job. No, I'm doing something proper, like rabbits with myxomatosis. They just need to be shot straight up. Reminds me of that a little bit. But yeah, there's definitely what you would call a deficiency basis behind that inflation of the gut of those deers. Do you know what I mean? It looks like they're overweight or whatever, but they ain't. I know what you're saying. The Ethiopian effect. That right there. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
We get a mic check.
You're here.
Does it sound clear or does it sound muffled?
Checky.
You sound good.
Sweet. Figured the issue out of my beats.
Yeah, it sounds like it's not like the best of quality, but it's completely audible. It sounds fine.
Yeah, and another issue was earlier was that everybody's saying it sounded muffled, like it was being blocked by something.
There's a little bit of static or whatever, but like it's not. Yeah, it's not like terrible.
Awesome. I was watching the Weather Channel. They had something about Weird Earth, right?
Weird Earth.
Yeah, this show called Weird Earth. Funny thing came out. It started talking about Lake Michigan, and that something eerie happens at night that you're able to see. It's practically 60 miles from you can see the Toronto skyline or whatever.
Mm.
And it's funny because they said, well, you're not supposed to be able to see that because of the curvature of the earth, yada yada yada. It was hilarious. I was like, oh, I want to freaking find this episode online, but show it to y'all. It was too much.
Yeah, you should try find it and clip it. Oh, you ain't meant to see that. Or did they give any hypothesis as to why you could see said thing?
Yeah. They started saying because of the atmosphere refraction, and they're saying it was Fauna Morgana or whatever.
It's always that fat bitch Morgana, isn't it?
And then they did like some laser light with I believe it was what is it, the ice, that ice, what is it called, like carbonated ice or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Ice, yeah, dry ice, shit, I can't remember the name. It was funny. I was like, oh my god, I would like to freaking record this right now. But yeah.
Yeah, I like to see, like, this is something me and Elijah was doing like a long time ago. It's like, right, so you're going to say to me it's atmospheric refraction. Okay, sweet. So I want an index for that, right? We want to see how this index would be that these things occur to be exactly formation-wise we're talking about, right? So the formation, let's say, you know, the skyline of like a mountain range, for instance, and everything appears to be how it should be, right? Because you start to decline a mountain away from you with an angle to it, right? Because obviously we measure the base of a mountain from the base of it. Sorry, we measure the precipice of the mountain, the peak of the mountain from the base, right? So then you go away from that mountain, let's say 1,000 miles, like some of the observations that we have, and then we take in the angle for that, right? So we would then have to look at the declination from there to there, right? We're going to have to look at how much the angle would change so that the mountain would be rearing away from us, and how much height that would take off of the mountain, for instance, right? Because we would still have some form, like obviously, like I was saying, if it's a wide mountain range, then we're going to have the peaks themselves, right? The heights of the peaks and what the peak should be with the curvature drop rate across the horizon from left to right. And not only that, the peak's angle, and it's a very angle change in terms of it falling away and tilting away from you, for it to be homogeneously seen as if it was an image, as if we were on a flat Earth. It's like we need a refractive model, right, for a panoramic view of, you know, nearly 180 degrees of vision across the horizon, with the angle of the mountains tipping back away in all directions, with a sort of, you know, and because mountains are far enough away from one another and they're across a big enough, you know, width and distance, we're going to need to start seeing these peaks effectively. Obviously, still the height that they are, where they are from the base to the peak, but we would start to see some form of change in the angle of the peaks. And I genuinely think this on mountain ranges. Obviously, when people say it about buildings and cities, I'm like, I don't quite vibe with that idea, because it would be hard to see that, because obviously the curving surface over that space or distance isn't too much. And, you know, we obviously level out cities across, right, you know, for the topography. We build massive foundations that cities lie on, right? But mountains are very different. They don't adhere, they're not adherable to that process. That doesn't happen with mountains. So why is it that you know, the index that would be needed to be given, right, it's kind of like ridiculous to fathom that people could even think that this would be able to be seen, used in any form of, I don't know, mechanism of like any form of like mechanism that they could come up with atmospheric refraction. Like, I don't see the model that would fit for it, right? And then you get these like models or emulators that would have the ability to sort of input how much refraction would be there, and you put it on the highest level or highest scale, and you still don't end up with this level of light, right? And then you need this light to then adhere to the curvature of the Earth itself, not just 8 inches per mile squared, but it needs to adhere to that radius value, right, for it to be something that we would homogeneously see. So then they would need to prove light would bend to the radius value, to the R value, right? And they don't have that 7/6R. They just don't have it to assert this form of terrestrial refraction, of, you know, pulling up horizons and moving the very territoria itself, terra firma, should I say. It becomes so convoluted and ridiculous when you think about it. Like, it's like this idea of left to right on a horizon. I always say this to people, is if you have a boat go directly away from you at the 12 o'clock position, it goes directly away from you, right? It then turns a 90-degree angle just before it starts to disappear bottom up first, which obviously we understand the reason as to why things disappear bottom up first. The same thing would happen if you rolled a ball on a very long ceiling in a mansion. You roll said ball along the ceiling and you have the person's head close to the ceiling. The incidence of the angle and the ability to resolve their focal point will become the very ceiling in front of the ball, right? Even though it's, again, in line with the ball and the ball is just touching said ceiling, you see the same thing. You see the ball disappear that's being rolled across the top of the ceiling away from them. Obviously, you're doing that yourself. But you start to see it disappear from the top up versus the bottom up, as the same, like you say, when you're on the floor and you see the boat go away from you at the 12 o'clock position and it starts to disappear bottom up instead. So we have the same phenomena seen on a roof as we do on the floor. So then you say to yourself, okay, so they go away at the 12 o'clock position in their boat, away from you, the observer. They go roughly 3-4 miles out. Just at the point where they're starting to disappear, they turn 90 degrees across to the left or right, and then they start to sail, you know, along that horizon in the boat. And when would you start to think that that should disappear from you? Because now that the boat's at, let's say, the 11 o'clock position to you instead of the 12, and it's traveled a mile across that horizon, In terms of the fact that it's a ball and it's curving in all directions, it should start to disappear exactly, let's say, the same amount of distance as if it was going straight away from you, right? But people never question the fact that boats don't disappear when they sail along a horizon, only when they sail out to the horizon and just beyond it. And people say, well, yeah, because the horizon is the Sagittarius, the leading edge of the sphere. And it's like, well, no, but geometrically speaking, if a boat can sail 50 miles across a horizon after it turns 90 degrees to the left, it has to start to disappear. It has to, because the distance from you to that boat, if it sails 20 miles along that horizon from your position, and now you're looking at it from there, the distance between you and that boat is far greater than if it was to have went an extra few hundred meters and started to disappear bottom up at the 12 o'clock position, as opposed to the 11 to 10 o'clock position of your eyesight. So it makes absolutely no sense, and it's stark if you really think about it, how obvious that is. It's very, very obvious, and I understand how people don't get it.
I've never seen that, but I do appreciate you admitting that it'll go bottom up.
Why wouldn't it?
Oh, because it's going around the Earth. You know, like I agree with you. Goes bottom up
around the Earth. It's it would happen top up if the ceiling. So remember, it's to do with the incidence of the angle. That's a straw man.
Yeah, but you can't speak towards illusions if they're illusions and light reflection and atmospheric.
You're just word salad. That's just a word salad.
It gets really complicated because if you've never seen like a picture of a mirage,
you make it complicated. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's always complicated. That's why
it is not.
No, it's not.
It's
not. No, it isn't.
All right, Burning Man. How do we talk about the same phenomena then? Okay, with the ceiling. So how come things disappear from the top up? If I was to get a ball, right, and place it on the end of a stick, right, and I was to put your head very, very close to the ceiling, the same angle of incidence as if you were on the floor, why is it that this ball disappear from the top down instead of the bottom up instead?
See, he's conceding. He's already said that it's very complicated. Yeah, it's complicated if you're trying to stick to your wall.
You asked me a question.
But if
I would assume it's an illusion, right?
When that's assuming.
It's not an illusion, if I can explain the phenomena to you, which is that you are starting to resolve.
What did you
Because of the incidence of the angle is very acute. Listen.
Let me listen to you say this again, because I apologize. There's
so the acuteness of the angle. I'm explaining to you why this phenomena happens, right? It's your ability to resolve the very image that you're looking at. You only have a certain range of focus. Your ability to focus on objects has a restriction to it, right? So again, like I was saying, your ability
to talking about like what Jimmy Will just posted, because that's hot air sitting in the water. That's what happened.
I'm not talking about anything that anyone has just posted. I'm talking about what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you to look at what Jimmy Will posted.
Yeah, but people will say that is the refraction of the globe Earth.
Yeah, the light gets perceived differently as it goes through, thermals, cold air. It's called an illusion, right? There's different ways to cause an illusion. That's what
I wasn't talking about an illusion, right? So I'm talking to you about why things disappear from the bottom up first. It's to do with the acuteness of that angle to resolve the bottom of the base of that boat, right? So what I'm talking to you about is that you could have the exact same phenomena, right, inside of a mansion. If you was to roll a ball across the ceiling away from your head, if you place your head very close to that ceiling also, it will disappear from the top down first, right? Your eye has an ability to resolve certain things only out to a certain distance, right? So the acuteness of the angle to the floor itself, right, that very acute angle is the thing that stops you from being able to resolve the bottom of the boat. That's why if you take a camera out or a telescope and you increase your focal range, i.e. you increase your ability to focus in on the boat, you bring your focal point closer to said boat, the bottom of the boat will thus then again appear to your vision, right? So that's more what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you can't trust your eyes. I can agree with that.
You can trust your eyes. It's just that
wait
you
a
have to
minute.
know the
Wait a
limitations
minute.
of them.
Explained how many
What do you mean
times
by
that
you can't trust your eyes? Like you can't drive a
we have
car
a
because
boat
your
floating in
eyes
the
might
chat.
deceive you?
We got an island waving at us. We got it looks like a mutant boat, little carrier. Yeah, that's why. It's called an illusion. Oh, and here's more. The horizon is optical. Okay. We got a floating car. Got a floating boat. We got a boat sinking. We got a lady feeding some parrots. That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. It's illusion. You can't talk about illusions and make that flat.
Yes,
What you're doing is you're taking about illusions and making it curved. So you can do that?
I mean, if your point is don't look at it,
We're
then
not
let's not
making
look
it
at it.
flat. It observes and measures as flat. We can't make it flat, bro. Just like you can't make it curved.
Well, there's a model in a curve. There isn't a model in the flat.
Dude, you think you have a model? Hold on. If you got a model, then please demonstrate to us how you take a ball, right, made of earth, and then you put water on it, right, and then put it in a vacuum, right, and then keep the water in the atmosphere in there without escaping the atmosphere into the vacuum. Yeah, you do that for me, bro, and then we'll talk about the model.
Yeah, have you got a working globe model at hand? Because
I'm not talking about like paint on a sphere, bro. Don't hand us a fucking globe. Hand us a globe model, because when you have a Porsche model, the wheels turn and you can push it around and it's actually like a working model. Some of them are so sophisticated that you can turn the steering wheel and the wheels turn. So can you show us something like that? Something that we can, put in our hands and, have a vacuum without a container next to an adjacent atmosphere with water sticking to the bottom of the bar. Can you show us that, bro? I'd like to see your model.
So it causes you have to have a celestial object with the right materials in order to create an exact Earth, and
so you have to have stuff that you can't produce. Oh, so you don't have a model.
Radar analysis, wave analysis, that there are other planets that might have the same elements, same features as ours. Now,
the very thing in question. You can't circle back to the thing in question. We're saying, how do you have atmosphere without a container? And you're going, the stars. That's what we're asking about. How does Jupiter sit in the middle of a vacuum when it's a gas tank? How does that happen?
How does gravity
Does
happen?
gravity hold propane in a jar, or do we need a lid for the jar? So I got one jar with propane in it without a lid, one with a lid. Which one are you taking home to cook for your mom on Mother's Day? Let's pretend you love her.
Okay. Look, there's a completely difference. The complete difference.
There's a completely difference.
Yeah, I messed that up. Thank you for pointing that out. There's a complete difference. A small object and a celestial object, like the Earth.
Yeah, there is a big difference, for instance, between the moon and the Earth, right?
Container than the other, okay, and it has very much different features. So that's. I mean, it's a bad comparison.
So why do you compare them?
I mean, how does an atom maintain its electrons and protons and neutrons?
Have you any proof for those electrons and protons and neutrons and atoms? Have you ever been able to actually experience anything on an atomic level?
Who is an example? I'm not on that level. I don't have a quantum computer in my basement. You know what I'm saying?
Man, you can barely fucking cook up a sentence. So yeah.
You guys know what I'm saying. You like messing with me because you don't have better things to say.
It's just fun. It's just fun. Come on, you make it easy.
Yeah, I do. And I do appreciate you guys correcting me because I always like to sound better.
Dude, it's all fun. If you can't laugh at yourself sometimes, that's not good.
No, the point is, Burning Man, is this, right? Is people like to use these huge terms, right? Like, or should I say very obscure things that are abstract concepts, such as atomic, and to really try and break it down into something that, again, the minutiae of it, right? It's the idea of that this is something that you yourself would need a quantum computer to even observe, right? But like, yeah, again, you will still use it as an example because it's an abstract concept that you're actually able to grasp as an ideal and as an idea. But realistically, in nature and in reality, no one really observes anything on an atomic level, right? And it's like, this is what Hank was trying to say, right? It's like, remember, you made the claim again that that's a model, right? That the curve has a model to it. Well, again, it doesn't. There is no working globe model. There really isn't.
What's broken about it? Like that's what I want to hear about.
Again, show us something that represents the heliocentric model in which we live on, right?
Okay, well, that should be simple enough.
Wait a minute,
right?
you asked a question. You want to know what is broken about your model?
Yeah,
well,
we
the
can
fact
do
that
it
you
either
guys
way.
need
I can
gravity.
tell you why it
because
works, or you can tell me why it doesn't.
Okay. You guys need gravity, right, to create the space balls that you think that you live on, right? But the gravity breaks down when it goes against experimental science, right? Everybody knows that Einstein's theory of special relativity completely goes against quantum physics. And quantum physics is the experimental science, right? Einstein produced no hypothesis, right? Quantum physics is
Yeah,
a bunch of
quantum physics
experiments.
and general relativity are both theories. Newton's law, mass attracts mass, is still a law, and people don't understand that.
Really?
When Einstein came
You
to the
poor
picture,
fella.
when
Can you
Einstein
back
came
that
to
up?
the picture, it was, and we talked about this last night, Hank. We talked about this.
Did we? Is this 50?
You don't remember me.
If you talked about this with Hank, you must have missed a whole bunch of information.
Yeah, because I'm about to
Oh,
lay it
yeah.
on you.
So tell me what I missed, Hank, because you don't even remember our conversation.
You missed it. I can tell you what you missed it. You missed the
First of all, we
curvature,
got to
man.
go over gravity. Yeah, you're missing the curvature, but we got to go over gravity, right? Because everything's not as it seems, right? So tell me about this, gravity of Newtonian, right? What scientific experiment do we prove that with? Mass attracts
We
mass.
talked about this too, as the Cavendish, and then you were like, "Oh well,
You couldn't give me a
let's see.
cause.
What is it really science?"
You
And
don't
then
understand the Cavendish.
I do.
No, you don't.
I mean, I read through it. I mean, okay.
What happens in the Cavendish experiment?
The needle, the rod, right, moved in angles towards the
Great.
larger object.
Needles and rods.
What is
Needles and rods.
What is natural observed phenomena for Cavendish experiment, please? Shoot up.
I literally just told you the angle moved towards the larger
What
object.
is natural observed phenomena, man?
All
For
right,
the
one at a time. One at a time, guys. Come on, Hank.
Stop asking questions and running over me. The
Okay,
needle.
back it up.
moved
Back it up. Excuse me, Crack Villain. Get control. Back this up, Crack Villain. This guy already said he has a model, which is a lie. There is no globe Earth model. Period. Why are we allowing these people to lie?
That's what they're
Every
doing.
model that the world uses actually is a flat Earth model. The whole world uses a flat Earth model for everything. I'm sorry you don't have a claim.
Yeah, Google Maps is flat also.
Right, can I be heard?
He said
Can
natural
Hank finish his
observed phenomena.
Hold on.
Wait
Hold
there. Wait there, guys. Everyone, stop. Stop. This is getting ridiculous.
Can Hank please finish conversation with Burning Man?
All right, so I just posted some stuff in the live stream voice text. So here we have the double slit experiment. We have a Newtonian particle and electron. We close the slit and fire a bevy of electrons and we get 10 hits at point A. We close the slit and open the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons and we get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be that if we fired the same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we'd get 18 hits at point A. Well, we get a big fat 0. And what does this mean? This is the end of Newtonian physics. Professor Shankar for physics at Yale. So the next one says that it's the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. And the next one says that we're going to build them up just to shoot them down. Right? What does it mean if Newtonian physics, according to Professor Shankar, professor of physics at Yale, what does that mean if this is the end of and this is the nail in the coffin and we're shooting down Newtonian? Does that mean that we're still using Newtonian mechanics? Is he promoting?
No. So the difference between quantum mechanics and Newtonian physics is
I didn't ask
one
for the
is
difference. I didn't
significantly
ask for the
simpler
difference.
than the other.
I didn't ask
But
for the difference.
they
I didn't
all
ask for the difference.
gravitate around the
This is what
fact
they
You
do.
can't, you can't help
This
it.
still
You
is
can't
this is
help
all
it,
they
can you?
do.
This
that
is like
mass
verbal
is
diarrhea
They just give
in a
us what
spiral.
they think and what they believe, and that's it. They don't even listen.
Yep.
Well,
So I
ask
mean,
a
unless you
question.
have,
You're
unless
not
you
even
have another
listening at all.
source,
You're just stating to us your bullshit. That's it.
unless you
Hey,
have
we don't
another
even cuss at
source,
each other, do
hey,
we?
cite your
We've heard
source,
it
bro.
20,000 million trillion times.
Back
You're
it
not the
up.
first
I
one.
don't want to hear. I don't want to hear farts coming out of your mouth, right? Cite your source, make an argument, back up your claim with a source, and then back up your source.
We're actually stating our sources that we have. You're just using words. You're not even doing any
He
kind of
doesn't know what that means.
understanding at all.
What to
Yeah.
cite something?
Yeah,
We are
you ask a
citing things.
professor.
You're not seeing them. You're not seeing the
Okay.
citations.
Give me a second. I will start cut and pasting into your chat. I appreciate it.
Yeah, find a
Cut and
professor that
paste.
says, that gravity is a force. We're
Yeah, wait,
still
I'll
in the
give you the link
Newtonian.
image.
Gosh, that'll be good. We've got so many links and articles for him too, but I cannot wait for his posit. Let's go.
I'll give you the link and image in bed a second with her.
Is this guy over 106 years old?
Probably.
If
Sounds
so,
that
honey,
way.
what's your secret?
Well, we have had a few that come in trying.
I mean,
have to
if
help.
this guy is stuck with Newtonian physics, then it means he doesn't believe his feet are older than his head.
No one else
I
got
mean,
it, don't worry.
this is the new trend. Yeah, the new science.
Science.
QE, you got some weird science, bro. You don't need all those variables. You just look at stuff and then make shit up. Bro, that's knowledge. The fuck?
I'm a computer scientist, bro. It's in the
There's
name.
a difference. There's
Not
a
in the
difference
method.
There's a difference between Newtonian physics and quantum mechanics.
Holy
Yeah,
shit!
I wonder which
Did
one.
you just really post that, Burning? That's not a citation.
What
You gotta
is
give
that?
me a second to actually cite it, dude. I gotta find the fucking author. I gotta get the
It's just a
website that
copy
I
and
got it from.
paste. What it?
Yeah, I got
Oh gosh,
it.
poor
dude.
baby. You've got to do some research for once. Dearie me, oh
fucking
my. There.
cut and paste it. I cut and paste. I don't know why. What's the problem here? You said you
No.
wanted me to.
Wow.
Get your feelings the fuck out of the way of the conversation and give us some
Oh,
info. Thanks.
I mean, what are you talking about feelings for? I've been nothing but cordial to you guys. I'm not
Star
cussing.
child. Literally, it says that in the
Dot
fucking.
gov is what it says, my brother. You don't like that very much, do you?
Not really, because that means that you are just out in the boonies in Wonderland. It's awesome that you think that you're not.
Do you guys know what NASA is?
I heard of it.
Do you know
Not
what
a space
reasoning?
station.
Do you know what reasoning is? Rationality.
Yeah.
What are these? What are they?
Like GPS, satellite communications, topography.
Reasoning is GPS. Are you kidding me?
No. These are people who have reasons to believe
You
the
don't
Earth
think that
is
they could
spherical.
do GPS just by towers on the ground? You don't think
Okay. Well,
GPS
then
can
why
work
does
with
it
just
reflect
towers on the
a curved
ground?
Earth? Why does it reflect a curved
Ground
Earth?
positioning system.
What are you talking about?
Show us it.
Reflecting a globe? What are you talking about?
When did it
You
ever do
actually
that?
see the ground towers reflecting, or the satellites reflecting a globe? What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, how about pointing angles? Do you know what pointing angles are?
Do you know how high the fucking towers are on mountains? Yeah, they're all over the place, and those are what triangulates everything. So you can just shove your satellites to wherever the fuck they are.
Yeah.
You can do a full global structure with just ground positioning satellite. It's ground positioning. Well, they're
Antennas.
technically satellites on towers.
Okay.
Did you know that
I'd like you to explain that to me.
99% of the
You
Earth's
need to cite something. 'cause I have to cite something. You show
the
me how it
Earth's
works.
internet is all underwater? Did you know that?
And stop
Show me how it
interrupting.
works. Show me how it works. GPS on towers and
Ground
how it works.
positioning systems.
Like,
There's a
Yeah.
ground. It's a ground
I can
positioning
tell
system.
you. I can tell you how they work. I
How does it work in the
actually
middle of the
hacked
ocean?
satellites.
It's amazing that you think that we don't
Satellites
know how
are
they work.
the satellites are virtual machines inside the towers network. The network's towers all around the world. Yeah, the internet. It's coming from towers, ground towers, and you can simulate virtual devices which are moving in this air. They are virtually there, and you can send a signal in the internet, and you think it's going to a satellite up in the sky, but it's not. It's going into this virtual
99%
machine.
goes through the land, right? But what about an airplane? How do you get communications on an airplane?
It's got direct line of
That's still
sight.
communicating to a tower. What are you talking
Wait
about?
there, 1 second. Wait there a second.
The,
That's direct
the
line of sight.
airplanes are
Wait there. Get.
communicating with the. Yeah.
You can just use radar signal. Listen, there's a
Direct
difference
line of
between
sight.
direct line of sight communication between something
Show me
that's
the proof.
physically
Show me
observable. Wait there. This
Cite it.
isn't something that's listen. This isn't even something that's controversial.
Cite it.
Do you actually understand how these systems work whatsoever?
No, show me, because I've never heard about
You
an
can look
airplane
this
that's
up.
moving.
Listen,
that
how do
uses
wait there a second. How do aeroplanes talk to one another, for instance, in a grid reference-based battle space? How do aeroplanes get shot down via surface-to-air missiles? Do you believe surface-to-air missiles use data from satellites in order to do so? No, they don't. They use ground positioning forms of
You know how much a
They
rocket
use
costs to be
radar.
able to do that? Hundreds
Listen,
of
they use
thousands of dollars.
radar. They use radar that is based on the ground in order
Well,
to
why
take
not?
out aeroplanes. If the airspace was mapped out by what you would call some form of celestial satellite, it would be much easier to control air superiority from a bottom-down system. The fact that battle spaces are coordinated through a top-up system proves this. Cite it. What about listen? Planes fly. Listen, planes fly through valleys to avoid said systems. Listen, you can do the logical steps yourself.
Planes require substantial proof. So where's your substantial proof that you have
That's not a
radar
substantial claim.
shooting airplanes in the sky?
Are you serious?
He can't.
Are you
Yeah,
being
the
serious?
Serbian army.
I could
they
cite
have
it, but I just don't feel like I need
they
to.
have-
Where the internet connection
guys,
because that's what everyone uses.
dude.
It's just word salad-ing us, guys.
The Serbian army had no satellites technology.
Wait there, stop interrupting. But wait there, everyone shut up.
We're going down a rabbit hole and we're off the main topic.
Yeah,
We're
you can't
speaking
cite
about.
that. That's make believe, dude.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
But
Just like your globe.
Just
my
show
question,
wait,
can we get
question
back
was
to the point?
where is this
So
coming
you
from?
still haven't proven
You
your
gotta
gravity.
do one thing here.
Everyone needs to be quiet a second. Wait there, Burning Man. So, basically, what you're trying to say is that I would need to cite to you that radar systems are the way in which planes are shot down. Is that what you're asking?
Absolutely. Yes. Please tell me how communications works on an airplane, not how missile systems work. How does communications work on an airplane going across the Atlantic?
Well, the very same way in which the radar would be used from the GPS
Send it
system
to
up
me.
to the plane.
Go
Or you can look
BS
this
me.
up.
Let's go.
Well, you can look this up yourself. That planes have radar
No, I
inside of
can't
them.
because I can't
Also,
see it. It's like Viasat and GoFi, and these are modem systems that communicate with satellites that are anywhere from like 20,000
no one
miles
even
away.
claims that. No one even claims that. So you're telling me telecommunications come from satellites? The telecommunications companies that build ground-based cellular towers don't even claim this
I didn't
shit
say
that
the
you're
word
saying.
telecommunications. I said airplanes use satellite systems to communicate. All
So
right,
why don't
and they also
satellite
use
systems?
satellite GPS. That's what
Why
I'm
don't
trying to
sat?
tell you.
Right, and
And
I'm
I'd love
asking you,
to
how
tell me
come
otherwise. And
satellite
that's all
systems
I've
aren't
been
used
asking.
then? Why
That's
are
all I've been
satellite
asking.
systems not used to shoot down planes also then?
No, dude, we're talking about communications, and you're talking about like
I
literally
know.
line of sight systems. Show me communications and how that works in an airplane.
Well, it could
Show
be a
me.
line of sight versus a line of sight to bounce to
You're
trilateration, so
telling me a
and
system of that
triangulation.
much.
So, well, I'll source it in a
How
second,
you
but
decide there's a
you should be able to
system
know this
on
stuff
the coast?
already.
On the coast is shooting airplanes with communications, and that's all they do.
What are you talking about? Shooting them with communications? No, the very signal that would be used for communication is a signal that can always have frequent. Listen, wait there. The very frequencies and signals used in order to determine where something is in the sky, right, can be used in order to use guided munitions. It's the same framework, right? How do the police triangulate where you are using your cell phone? They use the very time it takes for the signal to come from one cell phone tower to your phone, and then another cell phone tower. They know exactly how far away these two things are from you, right? Based on the timing of how long it takes that signal to reach you as a person. They take the distance between the two cell phone towers from one another versus the distance and how long it took for the signal to come to you, the receiver of said signal, and through that you can create triangulation. The same thing speaks for trilateration as well, which would be taking the same system with radar skyward.
There's no line of sight there. Even you guys are saying the perception's not there.
Oh wow! So wait, what are you talking about? Line of sight. So does radar? Listen, wait there. Does radar is right? So wait there. So is radar always blocked? Just because you can't see it, let's read through the atmosphere. Radar, right? So sawtooth pulse, CRT-based forms of radar, right, are not affected necessarily the same way as your line of sight with the atmosphere. You do understand this, right?
It really depends on what band you're using. Are you using kerns? Are you using Ka? Are you using Ku? Are you using X band? Are you using what frequency are you using? What wavelength are you using? Because everything is a
Just told you.
They were doing a study on
Word salad in this right now, bro. Do you think radar systems rely upon one form of signal?
No,
you
they
do
don't.
understand that they're multi-platform,
No,
right? That's the whole point.
Do not. Radar
yeah, that's why I said a sawtooth CRT pattern. That's what I just said to you. So that's literally what most radar munitions use in terms of for shooting down planes, right?
You're asking me a loaded question, brother.
It's not a loaded question. I'm saying
be more.
I was
be
very
more
specific.
I want to know how communications works on an airplane. You're telling me a ground tower, and they're over the Atlantic, flying through with full connection. With
you're an idiot.
The side of it, and you have to log into GoFi. Like that's which also makes and builds and puts on these fake systems that do like.
Why are there communications planes that fly? Why are there communication planes that fly then? Right. Again, remember, why is it that planes duck into valleys to avoid radar? Why do they use the very landmass? Well, you're saying that satellites would be the aid towards shooting them down. So that's a top-down system, so a valley wouldn't hide it, right? Because a bird's eye view.
Why are you interrupting my answer? Why are there communications planes? For multiple reasons. Okay. Number one, one system may have a modem device like a GoFi or a Viasat modem system.
You don't even
And
know what those do.
don't even know
You
those
just talk
are.
about
Burning
things
Man.
that you don't know what
communications
do.
on the moon,
He
right?
doesn't.
You're not
Burning Man.
understanding
Burning
You
Man.
want me to
at
Burning
all.
Man. Can I ask you a question?
You just made a claim like I don't know
Can I
what
ask
an
you a
antenna system
question?
does. I'll
You're
explain an
just
antenna system.
stating all of this
Burning Man. Can
stuff
I ask you
that
a
you
question?
don't understand. You just truly don't
Let me
understand.
answer a question
Burning
before
Man.
you
Can I ask you a
Oh
interrupt
shit!
question?
I
me.
gotta go to the shop.
Burning Man. Can I ask you a question?
Please,
Back in a sec.
let me answer it for the love of God.
Can I ask you a question, Burning Man?
Please.
Okay. How all this communication will provide curvature in nature?
How does communication provide
How all
curvature
this
in
communication,
nature?
GPS communication, will provide curvature in nature? Yeah.
How does it?
Yeah.
Okay. What I want you to do, or I can cite this, or I can give you a
Okay.
program.
Listen this. I have.
Work.
We have
Let me finish
something
answering
called
the question.
horizon.
Let me
Listen
finish
this,
answering the
man.
question
We
because
have
I'm not
something
done yet.
called. Man, listen. We have
No,
something
dude, I
called.
got one sentence
Man.
in, and then you're gonna run
Yeah.
over me.
Okay.
Go ahead, run over me. What do you want to say?
No, I will stop now.
Okay, so pointing angles, right? How does communications work with a curved Earth? Pointing angles.
No.
One reason why
Listen,
is because
you are not answering my question. That was not my question. That was
I
not
just said
my
pointing
that was not
3
my
times, and I
question,
haven't
man.
gotten past the
Listen again my question. Listen again my question. How all this communication, what we are speaking about now for half an hour, will provide the
communication.
curvature in the nature?
That's a loaded question.
Yeah,
Why
because
is
listen
curvature
this.
in nature?
Listen, yeah, I'm asking you this because we have something called observation. We have some kind of horizon. It's behind what should to be, now I'm asking you that all that story about GPS, blah blah blah, what they are doing, how that will curve that nature in the nature.
I didn't understand that. Say it one more time. We'll rephrase it, please.
Okay, did you see any of observations on this server?
Did I see any observations on this server?
Yeah, of the Earth.
Over the air. Can I see communications over the air? Is that what you asked?
Did you see any video or photo of people making observation on this server?
Of this server.
Oh my God.
I can't understand you, man. Of this server?
Did you see any video about observation of the air, of the sea, how much we can see in distance?
Have you ever seen one of our videos that we post of the observations of how far you can see?
I'm sorry. No, thank you. And I do apologize. I don't
okay.
really I don't like making fun of people. I wasn't making fun of you. I
It's
really
okay.
Just
Just answer the question.
My English is not.
Just answer the question. It's okay.
It's
Let's
better than my
move
own
on.
language.
So we post them all the time of observations of how far we can see, and we can see way further than the globe Earth model states that you should be able to see. Do you understand that? So when you actually go out and test, listen to me. When you go out and test what they say, the globe shape, model, structure, size, measurements, when you go out and observe this in reality, you see way further. Okay, so all of their structured of the model, the radius, it is bunk. It's bullshit because you cannot find it in reality. There's no possible way to find that 3959 radius of the globe that they are stating because we see way too far.
What did they say we could see to?
You're not supposed to see that far. You're supposed to see the horizon. Okay? Listen to me. Just listen because you just keep talking over. That's why I keep getting fucking mad because you just talk over everyone. You just don't listen. You just want to state your fucking shit in your mind. Guess what? I was there too. I didn't want to listen to anyone. I wanted to just state to you how NASA shows me everything. That's it. That's all you have for us is NASA.
Do you understand what you're saying to us? You have nothing to say to us but what other people are saying. Do you understand? Okay? Now listen to us. We are not listening to fucking other people. We are going outside. We are going outside of our house and doing the test. That's why I'm angry with you, because you don't believe any one of us has done any tests that are our personal reality around us. We're not listening to NASA anymore. We don't care what they say. So when you bring that in, it's bullshit. Okay? So listen to us. We can see way further than the R radius in every fucking mathematical equation for the globe model. Okay? When you go to the baseline structure of the globe model, you need R in the equation, radius. So when you go and test the radius in the earth that we live in, not in a book, okay, or a fucking TV screen, okay, or someone fucking speaking to you over the internet, you don't do it yourself, okay? And when you do it yourself, you will see it's not a globe. That's what we're saying. We're not saying we've proved fucking flat Earth. We're observing flat Earth in reality.
Yeah. All you gotta do is measure it. That's it.
Can I just explain myself for a brief second here? Because I didn't mean to interrupt any of you. All right. And you guys are loading me with questions, and then someone attacks me for answering.
Did you listen to me? Was that a loaded question? Did you listen to me? Was that a loaded question? That was a statement.
It wasn't loaded. And
that was a statement. It wasn't a question at all. It was a statement that you can't even fucking listen to. You think it's a loaded question. It's not a loaded question. I personally myself went out and tested what they say about the globe. And I could not find one fucking thing myself. Isn't that very strange?
Yes.
Okay then. Why do I have to listen to someone else tell me that it's a globe when I can't fucking test it myself?
This is a debate server. Go find somewhere where you can be safe.
What are you talking about? I'm safe here.
Burning
You
Man,
came in with the bullshit.
Man, listen,
You
this is
came
very
in with the
important.
bullshit. I'm a moderation of this server. I'm a moderator of this server. And you just keep talking over everyone and not listening to them. I didn't talk at all for a little while. I was letting everyone speak. But no one can say one word because you are speaking. You just say whatever you want to say. It's a fucking mess.
Can I say something real quick, please?
And I want
So the more we talk about their syntax and delivery and obfuscation and diversion and distraction, we should probably just not let them do that.
Have you been following along in the text? We've been posting shit in the text too. Have you been following along?
I didn't see it. No.
I mean, literally
so
burning.
Just fucking boot him then. Fuck him.
We've been trying so hard with you. Really.
He's out.
And we don't want to just boot you.
He's out.
Oh, he did leave.
Sorry, man. It's just the more that. Hey, listen, real quick.
I listened to it all. I just didn't want to listen to it anymore. I'm sorry, but he needs to understand we have done our tests. We have done our personal tests. Okay, and if you can't see the personal tests that we have done, that's great. You can just move on and live your life without testing anything. That's great. But you're not going to bring that shit back into us. Okay. And I'm sorry if I disrupted everyone else, but I needed to make sure that was said.
No, you did the right thing.
Well, yeah, you did the right thing, Justin. I wanted to repeat that, ask him, did you hear what Justin said? Now, whatever he was, was like shouting, but doesn't matter. Did you hear what he said? The point.
I actually said what you said too. I actually made sure that he understood what you said. Like I knew exactly what you were saying, but he just can't hear anyone. He doesn't open his ears.
Yeah,
because I wanted to move it properly there because I don't know. He said that he didn't see, and that was interesting. Okay, do you want to see now?
Look,
And I was going to show.
When he said Hank and him had a conversation, and he still thought that gravity was a force, you know he missed everything Hank said.
Everything. Hank had it. Hank already had it stopped.
That's what I'm saying.
But
The more we let them do that, and then we get mad. And then it takes a while to not get mad and then boot them. And then, you know what I mean? Like, they interrupt by just being pieces of shit. And if we take too long to call them on it, we don't stay on topic. You know what I mean? That's all love there, by the way.
That's why I came in. I didn't want to go any further. And if he didn't want to go any further after I spoke, then that's his problem.
Have you guys talked to Boat or Bloody Beast yet?
I've been trying to talk to Bloody, but I haven't heard anything from Bloody.
I know what's bloody and what's not.
Bloody Beast? I mean...
What's your bloody purpose, boy?
We would like to, answer some questions. If you want to hear the answers to our questions, to the questions that you're asking. Most people, they don't want to listen to the answers, But we're not changing the answers. We're telling it like it is. We're not here to tell you a story that you have to just believe and you can't research about or you can't test yourself. Okay? And guess what?
Or if you come,
all your answers are is NASA. Okay, that's not going to work.
Yeah, and if you come with assumption and some prejudice about what we are thinking, you will make for sure wrong question.
We've got to get a
if you come with assumption and something what you think that we are thinking, you will make wrong question for sure. But if you ask us something, why you thinking like that, what do you have, blah blah blah, you will get something. But if you think that we think something and from that you are asking the question, you will make wrong question.
Yeah, I'm done with belief systems too. You know what I'm saying? I do believe myself in one thing that most people, can say it is a belief, but structured in my reality and my personal, understanding of it, it's absolutely true to me. Okay, and I can just state it: God is almighty, powerful greatness, and there's no one that can match what he's accomplished. So the thing is, everyone has their own life. Okay, everyone has their own story about their life. Okay, and they can come up with some really good stories. But we, as personal human beings, we do need to test it ourselves, especially the structures that have been formed around us when we grew up in them. Okay, I've been researching a new time zone as well. Throughout like the 1800s, there was cities built and destroyed. Okay, and no one knows about this. No, it's always taken out of history. Okay, you got to look it up. There's always pictures of actual motor vehicles that were electric back in the 1800s, and scooters that were electric back in the 1800s, that they just vanished. Okay, it was taken out of reality. It was taken out of the system that they wanted in place, because the men in charge destroyed them. They literally destroyed them or bought them out. They literally did.
You give me a link. I just want to look at that.
Oh, you have to. I'm not going to provide anything. I'm sorry. This is just me speaking. Okay.
My bad.
I have found this out personally for myself. Okay, so I just want to make sure that you understand. I am in control of myself. No one else is. All right. So when someone tries to control me, better watch out. So, and I'm not a violent person either. I don't even own a gun. Most people just don't know. I have played with guns. My dad is a military vet. I have gone to the army camps and done their boot camp stuff, you know, but that was just on my free time. I didn't actually have to do it, you know, like someone in charge of me, like literally, because my dad actually was a sergeant, and he could tell like multiple platoons to just do whatever he wanted. Platoons, if you know what that is. He was a pretty big man when he was younger, but you know, he only got up to sergeant because he didn't really want to get into anything more than that. He was a recruiter too, so he knew who
Hey, is
to
this about like
recruit.
flat Earth or like just about your life?
You can talk about flat Earth, partner.
Life.
What's up?
But yeah, flat earthers are here speaking about flat Earth. I'm just speaking about my life. Sorry, I just went off a little.
I like
But
it when you
anyways.
talk about your life. Don't let anybody talk shit about you talking about your life. You feel
I
me?
know,
It's a good thing.
Boat, do you have something to provide? Any new evidence? I see
Evidence
that you have the
for
3-point participation. So you went through the 3 points. Do you have any evidence for the globe at all? Curvature, maybe?
Oh no, I'm not even a globe earther. I just have that for no reason. I don't know why I got it.
So do you know when you first got in here? We have to make
Like
sure.
2 days ago or yesterday, something like that.
2 days. Wow, you've already got the participation. So you went through the whole participation thing and got a globe earther role. So do you not remember getting that role?
Yeah, I do, but I don't know why I got it. I mean, I answered these questions, but I don't know why I got the globe earther.
Well, I mean, are you on the fence now after these 2 days that you've been here?
No, I believe in flat Earth.
No, you
So
don't.
it's just a belief.
Well, yeah, I
You
mean,
haven't
I
done
can't.
any observations yourself?
No, I haven't done any experiments by myself. No.
Okay, so
No.
but you are in a belief state. That's okay, and that's perfectly fine. Okay.
Well, I mean,
just
I was
want to
your
make
age
sure.
once.
I mean, I believe in God. I mean, it's
Oh
the
yeah.
same thing.
Yeah, I I have to be disciplined. If I'm not, then I can't be in control. So, of myself, not of anyone else.
Control freak. I'm just kidding.
Not me. No. Sorry. If I got off that way. No. Sorry. I just want to be right there at the level of everyone else. You know what I'm saying? I don't want anyone behind me or in front of me. I want you right next to me. I want you to know what I know, and I want to know what you know. And I want to collaborate and exist together and make sure that we don't bonk heads. We make new strains. You know, we make new insights, new logical things, new realities. You know? I mean, I don't want to be the one to tell you a lie, and you don't want to be the one to tell me a lie, so let's not lie to everyone else as well. That's me. I'm here. I've lied to myself way too long, and not even known about it. Not even known that I was lying to myself. So, and that's one of the things that brought me here to Flat Earth. That I was researching UFOs. I wasn't even researching Flat Earth. I didn't even know Flat Earth
Me too.
actually existed. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's literally the algorithm back then. It was on, like, if you put in any kind of conspiracy, they would link you to all other conspiracies, right? And that was a good thing in a way, because it linked me to Flat Earth, of course. But now it won't do that. Now the algorithm won't do that. It just like kind of hides everything, you know, that you search for, or sends you something that is a narrative on their side, so that you can see how bullshit our side is what it is, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean,
ridiculoso.
but yeah, when I found
Yeah,
out,
that's
that most of
that is
those
true.
UFOs, literally, you can make a UFO yourself. You can. It's very easy. People do it all the time just to freak everyone out. I can put like I can put like a curtain on a balloon, okay, and then have a drone like flying that balloon around, and someone from a distance will try and take a recording of it and say that it's a ghost in the sky. Even put a light bulb inside the balloon to make it even more dramatic effect. And of course at night, so they don't see the drone. Even though you wouldn't be able to see the drone if it was like really, really tiny, you know, a powerful tiny drone from, you know, great heights. There's no way you're going to be able to see that drone.
Dude, I can fly my drone 400 feet above your head, and you probably won't even know it's there.
Exactly. But you'll know that other object that it's dragging behind if it's just a balloon with helium in it. Right?
I would never tie a balloon to a drone.
I'm just saying, you know, to make an effect. To make an effect.
I'm trying. Well, you trying to get what are you trying to say? Balloon and drone. What are you saying?
I'm just saying for the actual motion to go forward and just keep going forward.
You just talk about tracking it so you can see it.
Yeah, so that it will move instead of being moved by like the wind and stuff. It's always going to move in one spot. It's going to move in one direction.
Drones have blinking lights on them, so
you can customize a drone to be completely black. You can actually customize a drone to have a circle around it. All you need is the top and the bottom to be air.
Whatever. The idea is to see it, right? That's why you wanted the balloon.
No. Only seeing the balloon dragged behind the tiny drone. From a distance, you wouldn't be able to see the drone. You'd be able to see the light being traveled behind the drone. And it would be like all like, you know, design. Like I design it with like all these, you know, magical things. Or maybe even put some reflective, you know, paper like tinfoil on it so that it looks like it's all sparkly too, you know.
No, we have technology for this.
You know,
videos.
I mean, it would be
I posted.
a good movie show.
They can.
Oh, that's a good one.
They can how to say reproduce everything what you want.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah.
That mean, but in live stream, not editing. You know, they can do that in live stream. They can change all the black screen.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, completely. Augmented reality is what that one is. Where
because
they have their little glasses on their or their eye contact lenses.
Because with the years ago they could only edit it, you know, the blue screen and all that stuff. Now they are doing that in real time. You know, they don't need to edit anything. They are only using computer programs, and that's it.
Yep. Oh, he laughed. I was gonna.
He laughed.
Try and get that globe earther roll off of him, but you know, maybe it's stuck there. Oh, Button. Hey, Button. How you doing, buddy? Are you here? Button? I saw your mic flicker. Don't be shy. Come on.
Oh, you unmuted me.
Yeah. Hi.
Oh. Do you remember me, though?
I'm not sure. Keep talking.
Yeah, I was here, and I spoke to you twice. Maybe 3 times. Maybe not you, but definitely in the...
Okay. Well, do you have something to bring to the table?
No, I'm just here for the entertainment.
Ah, you're the entertainment guy.
What do you mean?
You think that this is just a laugh, a show that we're here doing, right?
I mean, I know you take it seriously. I don't.
Well, I take it seriously because I've been lied to for my whole life. And I'm a very high educated person with a pretty good degree.
Okay, put it like this. When I want to put my child through a school and I go to the school website, I see these pictures and photographs of the school and the kids. I don't say these photographs are fabricated and the school's trying to lie to me.
No.
Like, what's the reason?
So you know that you were grown up in it, right? You weren't, there in the beginning when they first structured what we are actually calling reality.
I'm confused.
Were you?
What do you mean? How the
See, you
universe
don't even
began?
know what I mean.
Like
You don't
the
even
Big
know
Bang?
what I mean. See, if you can go back to the baseline of when the Earth actually was structured in the books and the educational system and the teachers that tell you what it is, when you go back further back, when do you think the structure of the globe was actually made?
So you're asking how old is the Earth?
Yeah.
In
to
my
you.
opinion,
Uh-huh.
to me, I think it was 14.6 billion, according to Google, and we studied this, how they found it. It was through
Great. So you're
carbon
going back
dating and
way
these type of
back.
methods.
Okay, so you're going way back. That's great. So how's the
Carbon
evidence for
dating?
that? How's the evidence for carbon dating? I mean, what is that? Can you
How
tell
does
me
it
everything
work?
about it? Yeah.
So I forgot, but
Okay.
when I was studying it,
So
it was
I'm
something
just
to do
saying, I
with.
want to stop. I want to stop you. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't know is your answer, correct?
No, I definitely know. I studied it. This was maybe 3
But
years
you
ago. I
can't
studied it really.
state it to me right now, though, right? So you would have to go look it back up, correct?
Like throughout my undergraduate. Yeah, I have to go back to it.
Great.
But I can tell
So
you the
you don't know it. That's what I'm trying to say. You need to go baseline here. Okay. If you can't say it right away, then you don't know.
That's not how it works. I mean, I'm
It is
satisfied
how it works.
when I was studying it.
You can give me the research, but then you'd have to go look it all up, and I don't have time for that.
Okay,
We're
up to
here
you.
past all of that. We're past all of that research. We're already, like I said, I'm an educated person.
Okay.
So you're speaking to an educated person, okay, who will not take the bullshit that I've already learned. Okay, I'm past it. I'm way past it. Okay, so what we're here doing is providing evidence of what we can actually provide ourselves, not from someone else.
This was textbook, by the way. We even made calculations.
You're just stating what you know in your educational system.
Yeah, essentially. And I chose
That's
physics.
it. That's it.
And I continued
because you really
on with
don't
physics
know anything more.
in my university.
What really have you invested?
What have I invested? What do you mean?
Did you not just say you invested? I'm sorry, I misheard that then, or someone else was talking. Anyways, so when you come in and you state, everything that you state, of course, you believe that none of us have that same knowledge? Is that why you think it's entertaining? Because you believe that flat earthers don't have the knowledge that you have? See, you're silent now, which proves my point. That's all you come here for. It's amazing. Amazing that they think that we don't have the education that they have or anyone else has.
And Button, if you want to really know, look in that carbon dating and you will realize that it's pseudoscience and has nothing
I got a
with the
DM
science.
from him. I'm muted? Oh, did you come back? Okay, you left and come back. Okay, when you do
Still
that,
in recent
yeah, it's
verify.
automatic mute. Very sorry. It's an automatic mute when you.
No, don't worry. I don't know what happened.
It's okay.
For some
It's
reason it had to-
Discord. It does happen a lot. Let's get past the first part of the check-in so I can give you the role. Have you read the welcome of the server? It has the information about the server and the rules. Okay, I like to go over a few just to make sure that you understand. We are not Flat Earth Society. Okay, Flat Earth Society.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Okay, you remember all of that? Okay, so you know that we're here not to just tell you things.
We're
Yeah,
here.
I think I joined a year ago. I don't remember exactly.
Oh, great. Okay. So were you banned on a different account, or did you just leave and come back, or what?
I don't remember exactly, but I was banned the first time. I was banned from talking.
Okay.
And then I don't know what happened. I left and I
So
just
you
came back and forth.
You know this is not a trolling server, okay? You know that this is not an off-topic server, so nothing about any other off-topic stuff. Okay.
Yeah, I had 2 discussions twice.
Sounds good. So I just needed to make sure that that was, said as I give you the role.
Are you going to
personal
walk
for
him
me.
through the 3 points? And then I just wanted to say, make sure he knows where the live stream is as well.
Oh yeah. I do know the live stream voice text.
Yeah. Do you want me to go through it?
Yeah, make sure when you're in here, the live stream, that you go to where you've been pinged in the live stream voice text, just so that you can follow along. If people aren't talking, they will be texting most of the time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very good to stay along.
People
with that.
put like things in there that will support what's being
Pictures,
said in the
memes.
channel, things to illustrate a point. Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly, citations. Yeah. So you come here for entertainment, but you're not really going to get any entertainment here. Okay, you're gonna get the facts. I would say that you get more entertaining from the Globers that come in and state non-fact. So
Usually I don't really care if someone's like a flat earther or a globie or whatever you would call them. It's more about the arguments. I like to hear the arguments.
Okay, well, we know that means you definitely really care then. Thanks.
So what argument is stumping you or gives you the hardest time?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Nothing really. It's more in favor of the globe model, because I was thinking whilst you guys were talking and I was muted a while ago, maybe 10 minutes ago. I was thinking about how telling you to get like a lamp or whatever, which represents the sun, and then get like a ball.
No.
And get a ball wherever
Okay,
you put that lamp.
okay, you're gone. You're done. Okay, no. Please stop the insanity, please.
I didn't even finish.
Just
yeah,
I know it's insanity. I'm saying don't finish. Stop.
Oh, you're about the 1,000th person to read the same lines.
It's a script, and you don't know you're reading it.
It's a mental script, Justin. This is 4 in a row today with you, Justin.
It is.
4.
I'm laughing because you don't realize that you are literally saying the exact same thing as the previous person that just came in here, and you just don't. You really don't know because he left abruptly. I don't know if he was booted or if he just left. And then another person came in, like they were all talking together. You are literally saying a script, but you don't know the script.
Yeah, I didn't expect to convince you. Neither if other
No,
people
it's okay.
Same argument, because
same
people
argument.
don't get
Exactly. I
convinced
know.
that quickly.
Oh, let this man finish his sentence.
You're okay.
Yeah, people don't get convinced that quickly, so that's why I didn't expect you to be convinced.
Well, okay. So what I'm asking though is, I told you though, I'm a very educated person, and you come in thinking that I don't have the education.
I never even said that. Who said that?
That's what you're saying though, right now.
Okay, so what is your education? But I never even mentioned education, by the way. Just my own. About carbon dating.
About that.
But what I'm saying is that what you are saying, I already know. I just told you that it's a script that you don't even know what the script is. It's stuff that is said constantly. It's stuff that's said constantly, and you don't even know that you are saying the same constant stuff. And that's what we're trying to get past.
I want to save you.
We really want you to understand. But when you state to us, okay, you don't believe we have any kind of statement. That's the thing.
What do you mean?
You have it in your head that flat earthers are dumb. That's why you came here, for entertainment.
Some of them. I don't believe all of them are.
So, talking to me, communicating with me right now, do you think I'm dumb?
I wouldn't call you dumb. I would call you more like brainwashed. If I'm going to be honest,
I am brainwashed to flat Earth, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But
by who?
You didn't even listen to me when I said I came from the globe side.
Yep, projection.
I mean, I'm dead.
You're
That's like default.
projecting here. You're projecting here. I know all of the sides. You don't know the flat Earth side. That's what I'm saying. You think you do because the globe side told you about flat Earth. The globe logic puts it in your head that flat Earth would never work.
Well, I don't listen to people that quickly.
What are you talking about? You did throughout your whole life.
By who?
I'll give you an example.
Throughout your
Yeah, I'll
whole
give you an
life, you've been
example
listening
of
to
how-
every single teacher and the books that you've been reading
No,
and the
no,
TV
definitely
screen.
not.
Yes, you
You
have.
don't know me. You don't know me. Like I'll
But
give
you're
you an
bringing
example.
that same shit in. You don't know
Let me
me.
give you-
I know
let
the
me give you a
same
very-
shit that you're bringing in.
I'll
Exact
give you a
same shit.
very
And everyone
clear-
in here will agree with me.
Right, I'll give you
All
a
flat
very
earthers
example.
will agree. They
Wait
bring in the
there,
same shit.
Okay, one second.
wait
That's
there.
right, Justin. Now,
Wait
hold
there.
on,
No,
hold
wait,
on.
so 1 second. I'm just going to say something.
Wait a second. He has to
No.
be vindicated. Justin's right. Wait a second.
I know he is.
Justin's
I'm trying to
right.
sort that out.
Okay,
I'm trying to sort
I
that out.
understand. We
So
both
wait,
are. But I just
listen,
One
wait
at
there.
a time.
we
Just let me
already
say
know.
it a
But the
second.
problem
going
is
on?
that we already know what he's doing.
Educate
We
him
already
on
know
why
because
him
he told
asking
us.
about the globe is wrong then.
Right, wait there a sec. Let me just make my point.
You don't have to just assume
Please,
things about
guys.
Guys, stop it, honestly.
I did not state that.
Right. So what I'm going to say to him is
Twisting my
effectively,
words.
listen, he got up in arms because Justin stated that you're just regurgitating the globe side. And all Justin was saying to you, buddy, is that effectively you've only heard the flat earth side from the globe side. Remember, then you go, you don't know me. But remember what you said previously to Justin. What was it you said? I think you're brainwashed. Do you know Justin, to make an
Beautiful.
equivocation, that he is brainwashed?
Beautiful.
Because you made the much more
Yeah, I don't
advanced
have-
claim on someone's
honestly, I
psychology
don't
and
have-
what they
Well,
know.
you did say that
Evidence, like-
or flat earthers
I-
are, you know.
I'm not educated. I'm Baker. Listen to this button. Earth itself, brainwashed me. Earth itself brainwashed me. And you are brainwashed by people. But Earth itself brainwashed me. I look into the Earth, and the Earth is telling me there is not a globe. You never watch into the Earth. You are believing in your education and in your, you don't want to look in the nature. If you want to look into nature, we have something to present you. If you want to see, if you are here for entertainment because you think that we are stupid or something, I can make a bread, man. I don't know what stars are doing or blah blah blah, but one thing I know, the water is level, man, and in nature it's level, and people show the observation that it's level and that we cannot have curvature in the nature, because if Earth is sphere, like it's showing from the space, also on the ground it must be sphere, that means it should have drop somewhere, not somewhere, everywhere. But there is no drop, man, in nature. That's the problem of this
Exactly.
flat Earth.
Yep.
We
So
are
I want
here
to
because
go
of
back
that.
just one quick thing about what I was stating just a minute ago. Okay, so when I said that I wasn't speaking like personally. Okay, I was speaking the globe logic. When the globe logic comes in here, okay, they have the globe logic flat Earth. Okay, so when you come in here and you get a true flat earther to tell you about flat Earth, it destroys the globe Earth logic bullshit that they said about the flat Earth.
I've done it twice. It didn't work really.
Well,
Had
that
two
means
very
you
long
didn't
discussions.
do the work.
What do you mean?
You don't want to go out and do the work.
Can you pitch
Like,
back
like
a
I
few of the
presented,
arguments then, Button?
like it was a lot of back and forth.
You
arguing,
have
all
not
that, and I
gone
was
out and
dissatisfied.
tested the curvature. You have not gone out and understand that when you see further than you're supposed to see, you're not seeing a globe. Oh, and you observe only flat Earth. How many flat horizons does it take to make a globe Earth? How many?
Well, could
What
you
was the
answer
question?
his question about the lab
How
coat?
many flat
Because you're just attacking him
horizons
as a person
does it
rather than
take
answering his
to
question.
make a globe Earth
Do you have
model?
something to say?
You
Because you're
cannot
speaking,
say that the horizon curves anywhere.
There was a nice video where they had like this kind of, I don't know what you would call it. Let's call it a boat, a small mini boat. And they had colors on this boat. And then they sailed it into the horizon. They had
Do you know
like
anything about the
flat
camera
earth.
that they were shooting with?
No, there were
Do you know,
flat earthers
do
there.
you know anything about the height that the camera was at? Do you know anything
I don't
about
know
the
how they
weather
quickly
that the
confirmed exactly.
water was motioning?
I'm sure you
Do
know about
do
the
you know
video,
anything
don't you?
about the heat that was conducted? You just state all of this shit to me. That's just bullshit.
That sounds like flat earthers. You know what they do? They
No,
give you these
Button,
pictures.
listen,
No,
listen
actually,
this
it's
They give
not.
you
question.
these
What you
pictures.
will,
No, we're
Button,
not
what you
listening
will
to you
ask
think
me
of whatever flat earthers are.
why my brain, why I'm brainwashed?
It's amazing how
Can you
we are
answer
the
this?
one brainwashed.
Yeah, I want to know why, Justin, because he has the answer. He knows why I'm brainwashed.
Because
Can
he's
he
listen,
answer
Sasha,
that?
he admitted, Sasha, that he has a
I think you guys forgot what
belief
happened.
system.
Justin,
Listen, Button,
I
I will
think you
tell you
guys
why I'm brainwashed. Listen, this is simple. Earth is 25 miles, 1,000 miles circumstances, around. The radius is 3,959 miles, That means that every mile, square mile, it must be 8-inch drop and that is going squared, That means on some distance, Earth should, should to drop, water. Do you understand that?
By the way, guys, Bloody Beast, he studies physics at
No,
university.
listen.
Have a
Listen,
debate
We
with
all
him.
study
That would be
physics.
interesting.
We all study physics. So
No,
he's not smarter
I
than
mean at
any of us.
university.
No, man,
And we
that's all
have
right.
too at a university. I've graduated myself. Doesn't matter.
No, I'm saying
But
debate.
listen,
Didn't you hear me?
Can you guys
leave
please
it,
not
leave
being
it physics,
emotional and listen
leave
to
it
him?
physics.
Because he has a
Let's
question,
take
right?
to the math,
Nick, you
man.
guys
Let's
know
take
more
it.
than him.
Back it up.
Button, listen this.
Okay.
I told you, on some distance, it must be dropped in nature because Earth is sphere, and that's logical. But when we go to observe Earth, you said that you see one video. We have 1,000 of examples that we see more than we should to see. Why is that happening?
What's your question?
Why? Where is the curvature?
What's your question?
Where is the curvature?
Where is the curvature?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got many videos,
You can't
footage,
answer. That was
experiments.
moving on.
You've got many
No.
experiments. There's the laser.
Can you
There
make
isn't
it
even a
bring
claim.
one?
Sasha,
Okay.
Sasha, here's where
laser
you say
experiment.
thank you for not giving me a claim. There's no claim for Earth curvature, Sasha.
There's
Thank
also
you.
that laser experiment, but under the correction of refraction. You have to take that into account.
No such thing.
And there was that video where they broke
Okay,
flat Earth.
I like when you said that. Okay, tell me now this: which kind of refraction extending horizon?
Sorry.
Yeah, tell us. Explain
Which kind of you said we need to account for the refraction. That's cool. Now tell me one thing: which kind of
when did he learn about refraction? Wait a second, guys. Don't bundle this.
Cool.
When did you learn about refraction? After you
it's
heard
cool.
about the flat Earth? Wait. After you heard about flat Earth, or before you heard about flat Earth, did you find out about this magical refraction?
Well, no one really told me. Okay, look, the Earth is
no
really,
answer. Exactly. You
it's a
just
curve.
made it up. Thank
It
you.
was
So
all-
he just
it was
made
always
it up
pictures.
yourself. You
It was always
just Justin.
pictures and
This is like
NASA
literally you're
nature.
having like
it's
Hello?
how they work.
suicide
Hello
cult
there.
jumping
How they
off
work.
the cliff
Do you
today.
want me
So I
to
want to
finish?
hear from Bloody. I want to
admitted
hear
it.
Bloody's
He just
bloody
made it up.
story here.
Congratulations, Justin.
Because Button just put you
I didn't really
in
finish. Alright,
in the
whatever.
on the hot seat, Bloody. Because you know physics, right? You want to
Yeah,
debate
I want to laugh
physics,
at Bloody.
right? So do you know the three conspicuous parts of an experiment? Come on, Bloody. Where's
Hey,
your
come on,
fucking scientists
Bloody.
at?
Come on, Bloody.
Exactly. Silence.
Well, I just wanted to hear your perspective.
What
I didn't...
is the three parts?
Man, look, you need to like.
Yeah,
stop
you
doing
can't
drugs.
even speak because you wanted word salad me like your fucking moronic friend here.
Thank you.
It's amazing how you guys speak to us like we're fucking lower than you. I have not spoken to you once like you were lower than me. I want you
can't
right
believe these-
next to me.
These
But
Glovers
you
are
seem
fucking
to want
retarded,
us
dude.
to be enemies.
Justin, he admitted he made up this magical
I know he did.
refraction, and that's why we
I
have to
know
not
he
deny
did.
reality, bro. These people are psychopaths.
It's amazing.
Thank you,
I'm not
everyone.
insecure. You are. He's telling me I am insecure.
Still,
Wow.
why we are so struggling? Listen
I
to this, Justin.
ignore
So
and
struggling that-
block people that send me DMs of bullshit.
But listen, this
Justin, you got to
we are
remember these
struggling.
Glovers, they're retarded. They're fucking
They are.
stupid,
Hold
dude.
on.
They're straight up stupid. And anytime you call them out on some, they turn into a fucking child.
I'm the
They're
one that's angry.
undeveloped.
Yes, at
It's
you
lying,
for being
not
here lying to me.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's the only thing I'm angry about is because you just keep lying to me, saying that you're a physicist.
And if you're a physicist,
Wait, it's cool.
what
You can
does
say that.
gravity have to do with anything fucking physical, you fucking retard motherfuckers? I'm sick and tired of you fucking theoretical
I want to see
physicists.
Guys, this sounds ridiculous. Come on. Wait there. Let's
You
just slow
guys
this
have
down a little
some
bit.
emotional problems. All I was here for
Wait
was
there,
to
wait
listen
there,
to
wait
what
there,
you have to
Justin.
say.
Let me
And
wait
you've
there a
got some
second.
anger issues you need to work out because
Guys, honestly, I won't be spoken over. I will mute people for real,
I
like
already
straight
muted
up.
him.
All right, so you can unmute him a second because just to start this again because it's true. It's turning into a bit of an ad hominisms.
Well, I just want to make sure that I want to clarify this.
You're
We are
making
not here
valid shit. I'm
personally
not talking about you.
attacking. We're not personally
no.
attacking anyone. Okay, you brought in the personal attacks. Just letting you know.
Well, listen, the point is again, you make a claim, right, that you have some form of education in physics, right? You appeal to authority, and in doing so, obviously by invoking said authority, we want to really see your credentials expressed through the way that you communicate. At this point, that's what I would like to see from him. If he's able to do so, let's let him get that out. Let's give him the rope to hang himself. So, what exactly do you know that we apparently do not? Right? You're going to come in. If you're going to come in here to make a claim that either flat earthers are brainwashed or,
I never said
this is
such
the
a
whole
thing.
point.
That was someone else that you're putting words into my
Okay,
mouth.
sorry, I'm mistaken.
Yes, but I'm not my friend. I'm sure you have friends who might be racist.
Listen this,
and who
Bloody.
might
This
believe in
is
things like
great.
that.
Can I get
really on you,
two
though.
minutes only with Bloody? Bloody, this is great. Are you interesting to see what we have to present?
Yes, I am. I'm not here to present
great.
anything. I
Because,
just wanted to listen to what you believed.
Yeah, that's great because nobody want to because the people are offended. I will sometimes shout and say bad words, but not because of you, because of argument, nothing else. You know?
Yeah, no personal here. I'm not personally attacking anyone here. I'm attacking the information that everyone has. That's it.
Yeah, and I was also curious. I don't know what my friend was going to say, but he said something about a lamp and a globe, and I just wanted to hear the answer to it. But for some reason,
it's called
it turned
a
into
straw
sort of an
man.
argument.
Straw man.
Well, wait there. So what was
Bloody,
it? Right.
Do you have, let's say, one best question what you will ask when you come here? What will be the best question if you come here first time? Let's say that question now.
Well, I've seen videos of flat earthers that believe that Antarctica is a sort of barrier.
Okay, that's wrong. Okay.
So what do you believe in? I suppose.
Because listen, I will tell you very very shortly. People here realize that that with the size what Earth it is, what given size, there is no curvature. Second thing, nobody realized or proved the rotation. And third things, you can speak about that. We can speak about that if you want about gas pressure without container. But the first and important thing, you have no curvature in nature, and we can show you observation about that if you want to see black swan, if you want to see Joe Tolan from airplane, or if you want to see lasers, if you want to see all these examples, and after that to tell us what do you think about that.
Yeah, sure, that would be fine. But I also had another question though. What do you believe is the radius or the length of the Earth, and how far the moon is?
Wait there a second. So can we so if we're going to go toward what do we think or
concepts?
Believe,
what do you know?
Wait there a second. Wait there. What we would believe? So what do you believe the Earth's radius is? And could you give me the formal way, in fact, that was measured, for instance?
Right. I don't have it at the top of my head.
Right. So
No, but that's kind of my point.
Can you Google it very fast and see who measured the curvature of the Earth? Very fast on Google.
No, wait, just wait. Yeah.
No, let's try to find in 1 minute. If you cannot find, doesn't matter.
Have you never read ancient Greek writers?
No, and I'm more interested in
No?
theoretical physics,
Yeah,
not astrophysics.
Eratosthenes, they claim Eratosthenes is the ancient Greek in 273 BC, before Christ.
Yeah, I
That
remember now. Yeah.
he is the first person who measured the Earth's curvature.
Was it using a Pythagorean theorem?
No, it's not
With
Pythagorean
shadows?
theorem.
Sticks and shadows, mate.
Yeah, with the shadows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brody, can you repeat that experiment? That what he did 2,000 years ago today?
Well,
Can you repeat that?
I don't remember it exactly, but I think he.
I will tell you exactly. I will tell you exactly. I will tell you exactly. Listen this story. He pointed the stick in one place
and then he
in
measured the shadows.
Listen, this is important now. This part is important. 2,000 years ago, he put a stick in one point. Then he went 500 miles straight.
Yeah.
We have what?
Alexandria.
Let's do today.
Alexandria to Cyan, right? So
2,000 years. That he
one
went
second,
with
Sasha.
camels. With the camels.
Sasha, 1 second, mate.
Everybody
1 second.
calm down.
1 second, Sasha, mate. So the point that he's trying to make to you, and I can provide citation even from your own side, that obviously this isn't even an experiment, right? So the thing is the points in which there are problems with, let's say, with Eratosthenes, right, with the sticks and shadows,
Is it
right?
the near-sun model? Because I've seen that as well.
Well, listen, the point is remember, so he apparently placed a stick, right, and measuring the angle of the shadow, right, between two different locations, right? So one would be Alexandria, the other would be Cyan, right? So between these two locations, the first problem instantly that we have would be what mechanism and which it was that he used in order to derive the distance between said two locations, right? Then there was the assumption that obviously that light rays come from a distant light source that they had yet to measure distance to, so they wouldn't know whether it was something that was localized or distant yet either. So there's the assumption of a distant light that creates a form of parallel light rays, right? And then the other, so then the other presupposition and assumption follows, and you can even, I can cite this from physics today that will tell you that this is a completely ridiculous and archaic test almost, due to the fact of these various assumptions that were made. Again, remember that there was already the presupposition as well that he was already measuring a sphere, because obviously if you're asserting that this thing helped you measure said circumference, then you're already talking about spherical, geometrically speaking, you're talking about spherical trigonometry already, right? So you're already going in there with presuppositions. And then the other assumption would be that, again, the light rays being parallel in order for you to even get a said shadow, right? Because obviously parallel light rays would mean that on a flat surface you would receive no shadow. So the Earth has to be curving. So therefore, with parallel light rays, the cause of the shadow and angle and change of the angle would be due to the shape of the Earth itself. Issue being, again, like I said, there's no supportatory evidence for, let's say, a distant light source or even the actual ground itself. There's so many presuppositions and assumptions within inside of this sort of rigmarole of a story. And again, the issue between, like I said, how would you even measure the distance between point A and B, Cyan to Alexandria? You can't verify any of these points. So this is kind of where we try and start in this server. We try and say to people, right, remember, you're living on a globe. This is what they assert to you in a form of education, right? Then we ask you simply, when was it that you ever made the decision, or when was it in your education that you started to be given options as to be educated toward that point? And what I mean by that is very precise. I mean, an education versus an indoctrination is very easily definable, right? So with an education, you're given options and you're given evidence that's presented in order to support something. Globes, however, have been something that have been asserted as factual things, or a thing that we factually live on for a very long time. Even orbits, way before any sort of claim of a satellite being up in the sky, for instance, right? You have Universal Studios in the 1920s with a plane orbiting around the sphere on the screen. So we sort of try and ask people, when was it that, let's say, the curvature was measured, for instance? How was it that they derived the radius? And then we ask you to sort of, maybe tell us what you believe the radius is, right? And obviously this is a very static number,
right? And obviously, the static number means that the Earth itself would purport to be there are certain geometric confines that have to be fulfilled in order for us to have, let's say, a radius of 3959, right? Then we ask the source information. Where did that information come from? Who measured said distance for there to be a form of a measurement that would tell us this size of an Earth? And then why is it that the Earth isn't purporting to be this size? It doesn't fulfill the confines of the spherical trig. And that's what people are really saying when we say we see too far, right? It seems like a very innocuous sort of saying
Right,
that
yeah,
can.
but you know the thing about seeing too far? Are you using the 8 inches drop model?
Well, 8 inches drop is only accurate out to 1,000 miles plus sort of thing, because it's
Yeah, so
it has a
Which one
stretch
we
lot
need?
on it.
Which one we need to use? Which one we need to use?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying because
that one is only one. That one is only one.
So okay. So what was the point
That
about
one is
question?
only one.
Wait.
Yeah, because I
wait a
was
second.
going somewhere,
Wait.
Sasha, mate.
Crack,
With this
Crack.
whole
Can I
thing.
say something? Crack.
Yeah.
Of course. Go ahead.
So Bloody Beast, you brought that up. Why? Are you saying that NASA
No, I'm asking
and
you
the people...
why that's
You're
accurate.
not letting me speak, bro.
Yeah.
Let your seizure calm down. You're having
What
some
are you
sort of
talking
panic
about?
attack. Stop talking. I
think you're
just
talking
asked
about yourself,
permission.
mate.
What is your
You're the one
problem,
shouting.
Crap Villain?
Your
Where
blood
is the
pressure is through the roof.
moderation?
Calm down.
I'm on my phone
Have
walking,
him
so
stop.
I can't
Somebody
mute
shut
anyone.
this guy up. This is insanity. Bloody, you're having a seizure.
Oh, damn. If
You're
All right,
having
let's just
a
stick to the argument. Wait there. Just stick to the
You're not
argument.
even letting me speak. I cannot even speak. I
Right,
have to
go
ask
ahead.
for permission. Bloody Beast.
Go ahead.
You're having a panic attack. You're claiming the Glober
I'm not the one
government
bleeding
religious
frantically, mate.
people are. You're doing it again, bro. You're having a panic attack, bro. Stop it. Let
for
me
yourself.
speak.
You
You're
don't know my mind. You don't
again.
know
You're
my
doing
soul.
it again. You're having a perverse
Right,
panic
both of you stop.
attack.
Wait there,
Speak for
both of you
yourself.
stop a second.
Bloody
Listen.
Beast.
There's no need to
Listen,
be
You're
rude.
just
saying
start
the
your
government
question.
gave you wrong measurements of the Earth, wrong Earth curvature measurements. You're saying the government's lying.
What do you mean?
Well, no, wait there. What is he
What do you
saying?
mean
Let's
by the
ask him
government?
what
That's
he's
a
saying
very
instead.
broad term as well. What are you talking about?
Right,
Bloody, you said
guys,
that
I don't need any help
maybe
here. I really don't.
you said Crack. Listen, Bloody, you said 8 inch per mile square. That is not what, and I said which one, and because of that, XO started to ask you. That means that the government is lying. That is not 8 inch per
What
mile
I'm
square.
saying is basically, I've seen both sides of the argument, right? People who purport that the Earth is flat, and then people who purport that the Earth is round. And people say that the 8 inches drop, it's a rough estimate, and it's not as accurate as
okay.
Yeah. So I'm asking why the 8 inches.
But you're saying the government's lying. Do not move off the fucking point. Are you saying the government's lying about the Earth curvature rate?
I don't
that's what I
know.
was
I
gonna
told
say
you.
too.
I'm asking you why the 8 inches is correct.
Yes,
or not.
you're
Because
asking.
listen, man, it's
The government tells you numbers. Why is that our responsibility to tell you why the government gave you
Because
Earth
you're
curvature?
the ones using the 8 inches to say that you can see
No,
further.
wait there.
The government
You should
is lying. Are you saying?
Wait there, Exo, let me clear it up. Let me clear it up. So what he's saying is, remember, right, so the point is you're asking us why is the 8 inches per mile squared accurate, right? We're not stating that it necessarily is accurate. That's actually our claim, in fact, that it is not, right? We are not the ones that state these numbers to be true. These numbers didn't come from us. These numbers come from the circumference and radius value itself, right? The reason why it's called an estimation is because it has a square law on it, right? Obviously, right?
Yeah.
There are other formulas that we can invoke that also come from the globe side. This isn't our numbers. We didn't come up with the Earth curve calculator at all, right? Geodetic surveyors did so. The father of geodesy, in fact, his information was used in this. This number goes all the way back to Alberuni, the radius of the Earth, in which this is derived from the arena of spherical trigonometry. So these aren't really our numbers in order for us to say this is why it's accurate and this is why it's not. It's accurate in the sense of if the Earth is a sphere of 3959, this is a rough formula that would be accurate out to 1,000
Can I
miles.
just say something to that though, quickly? Sorry to interrupt. But from what I've seen, the diagrams at least assume that it's a sphere. But in the model, the Earth is not a perfect sphere; it's more of a squashed sphere.
Right, so that's not our.
oh my
That's not our
God.
diagram. That's not our diagram, though, bloody.
No, I mean the diagram that people
Bloody,
use
why
to
is
work
why
out
is
the
so
8
perfect
inches.
from the space when they show the pictures from the space? Why is so perfect?
Pardon? Sorry.
Why is so perfect when they're showing on TV?
Oh, because not every picture of the Earth you see on TV is the actual image. Sometimes it's
Oh my
made
God.
up
We know that, but
to be more round, yeah. To
No,
make
3
it look
seconds.
better.
So you're saying the government's wrong. You're saying the information
What
the government.
pictures? Yeah, the pictures themselves. Yeah, some of them are enhanced. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you're
filter.
admitting they're lying. So you're admitting that they're lying to children in schools. Thank you. That's the whole point. As long as I have evidence for that, I can prove the destructive ability of this religion. Yep. Thank you.
Well, that right. So
But
again,
this is official numbers. This is official numbers of the air distances. Do you understand that?
Sasha, he admitted it's okay to lie. I rest my
didn't
case.
say it's okay to lie.
No, man,
you're a liar now. Yes,
this
you
is
are.
this is
You
the
are
real
admitting
numbers. We
it's
cannot.
okay. Listen, Sasha, you're admitting it's okay to give false information out to school children to believe in this cartoon ball. Fairy
Yeah,
tale.
yeah.
You have now
Hey, listen, I
gone
wasn't
from
even taught the
victim.
Earth was
No, you
round in
are.
school.
No, you were the prey. Now you're the predator. Thank you.
What? I wasn't even taught by the
Bloody,
school
what is the radius of
Yes,
the air?
you're just
wait
gonna.
there,
He's just
wait
gonna
there.
hide.
Why
Look,
is everyone?
no, he's
No,
gonna
no, no,
hide.
no.
Yep,
I
go
don't
ahead.
enjoy what's going on right
No,
now.
this
This
is
is
simple question. Bloody, what is the
no,
radius of
Sasha,
the air?
you're gonna stop talking through me as well because you keep talking through me every time I'm speaking.
I'm
Like,
not asking. I'm asking only two questions. What are you saying? What are you saying now? What I am
me,
speaking through you? I'm asking only two questions,
I just
nothing else,
tried
and
to
I will
stop
stop.
everyone from talking over everyone, and then you just continue to talk.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about, right? I'm trying to moderate the chat because it doesn't exactly sound good, right? That's my whole point. There could be a normal conversation going on right now. The guy is willing to speak, right? Let's just have the conversation, right? I understand that he doesn't understand the inferences that are occurring when he is speaking. So obviously, the bloody right. So the point is when EXO says to you, well, then you're saying effectively that it's okay to lie to children, right? But the point is remember when I said to you the difference between education and indoctrination, right? Yeah. And the main difference between that being is that the information that is presented is something that would be factual, right? Would be something that would be trustable and would be something that, let's say, the children would know the
The thing
facets
is, as a
of the
child, I was
information.
never shown pictures of the Earth. Like I didn't grow up in the West, so my education system could be very different to you. But I didn't even really give much of a thought to the shape of the Earth, like from the
Yeah,
government or from school. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, bloody. But what is the radius of the air?
Well, I don't know off my head.
I will tell you, and for everybody it is, and you cannot find it's 7,357 miles or 9,083 or 11,000. On you will find this number.
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
You will get only 3,959, more or less 3,958. Doesn't matter, but it's there, you know.
Yeah.
And it's giving all air 25 or 40,000 kilometers. That's the size of the air. They are saying that that I learned in school.
Yeah.
Do you understand? And then that dot. I'm 50 years old. 45 years. I'm believing. I of course in globe because we are on globe. It's stupid and retarded to live on flat earth. That's my first opinion. Then I go to look what people have to say. Then I saw the pictures, I saw the observations, and then we see horizon. It should be 1.22 miles. It's not there. It's on 10 miles. It's on 20 miles. That means there is no curvature.
Okay, so has there been a measurement from the from I don't know, are you guys a collective group that
Man, do you want another example? The man who made Guinness.
Yeah, I'm
Let's
just
give
curious as
examples,
to
then,
what you
Sasha.
believe.
Hold on. Yes, all measurements. Listen, Bloody Beast. All measurements that have ever happened throughout the military or all of engineering and science depend on a flat, stationary plane of existence. All of them, ever.
Well, what about the I heard that
All of them.
they had to. Oh man, I forgot what it was called.
Yep, all of them. All of them, even when they make a bridge, if they have to bend the bridge up, they have to bend it according to the flat surface underneath it. The bending is like when you make a dam, you have to bend the dam. So when the force is pushed on the dam, it continues in its strength. So bending has nothing to do with the curvature. Every single thing in history is dependent on not adjusting for curvature or spin, ever.
Well, Yeah, but when you talk about bridges, aren't we like very, very small in comparison to the?
It doesn't matter. There's no adjustments for curvature or spin, so there's no claim for curvature. You don't even have a claim. Everybody depends on
Well,
flat Earth already.
right. So, like you said, because we're very small in comparison, you're talking about the locally sized. So this is the Ron Jeremy fallacy, right? Like ball so big, thus, right? Like again, it's silly because let's say we're designing a bridge, right? Me and you, right? There are bridges that are extremely long. So from one end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge, right? We would expect a drop, right? And a drop value that would be measurable to the curvature of the Earth, right? In fact, we see absolutely no formulas in engineering whatsoever. This is what he's trying to explain to you, is that actually, in fact, and you can look at this even inside of the field notices and notes, that you treat every form of engineering or anything to do with aeronautical, anything in these sorts of fields, you treat the Earth as if it is a flat plane. The assumption of which would then be, oh, okay, because again, Ron Jeremy fallacy, ball so big, it basically appears to be flat at a local level between. But again, remember, we have the radius value as asserted by these authoritative bodies, right? The same radius value that's been asserted for thousands of years, the 3959. So that means that we have those numbers. That means we know the drop rate. So when we look, let's say, a bridge, for instance, is being built, right, and it's over a distance, right, of whatever distance, right. We take the longest bridges in the world. We don't see a formula that asserts that at the beginning point of said bridge and the columns from A to B, from start to finish, we do not see the drop rate value accounted for inside of the central columns or even the actual structure of any part of the bridge at all. And what I mean by that is that between point A and B, there is a certain drop rate. There has to be if the Earth has a radius of 3959. That means that there is a drop rate roughly of 8 inches per mile squared, right? So because of that drop rate, there would need to be formulas that would account for that drop rate. It doesn't matter how local it is. It doesn't matter how small it is in a microcosm of this
Why is that?
so-called big Earth.
Yeah. You
Well,
said
because
it
it's
doesn't matter how small it is, you would have to account for it. But then surely if
yes.
that's the case, then I would ask why you would have to account for it.
Well, you would have to account for it simply for the fact that
Crack, that's
obviously
a
if you're
concession.
lining up. Right.
How about it must be there?
Like
Wait, hold on, Tasha. Hold on,
It's true,
wait a
it's a
second, Crack.
concession.
Hold on, that's a concession. That's all I got. Go on the concession, Crack. That's fine.
Right. So again, that's the point. Right.
Yeah.
The point is if right. So when you say something like that, why would you have to account for it? That's already shown that you don't understand the nature of what this is, right? So again,
well, because from my point, right, you said it's 8 inches. Was it per mile that you said?
8 inches per mile squared, roughly, is the calculation that they give us for an Earth with a radius of 3959.
Thank you.
Right?
Yeah. And
Yes.
but the thing is, we don't even have bridges that are that long, do we?
We have bridges that are long enough that you would have to account from the end to the other end. Remember, if you ever understand anything to do with the way that things line up, right? We're talking about millimeter to millimeter precision when we build bridges. The connectionary portions of a bridge, for instance, that have to line up, right? Yeah. So what you would see would be in the foundation of each column of the bridge, there would be an accountance for a degree and declination of angle change, for instance. There may be, so when we're saying this, for instance, is that there would need to be from point A to B a formula used so that you would be able to have this very advanced and very specific lining up of the columns and the very structure between each column and the point from A to B. Because again, if you already have the drop rate there, right? Let's say, for instance, that it's a bridge. There are bridges, aren't there? In fact, that are like miles and miles long.
I'm going to give them to you. I'm going to give them to you right now, Crack. So would a 50-mile long bridge suffice? You'd need about over.
And you're saying that this bridge didn't need to have any
so Bloody Beast, yes, that's okay. Yes. Now you're moving the goalpost. See how it was that easy? You already moved the goalpost. Yes, there's a bridge.
You said that you didn't have to account for
100. You're not even letting me talk. You're just interrupting me. It's 105 miles long. You're missing several thousands of feet of curvature. Yep.
Okay,
but it's not continuous though. So, but the longest continuous one is 23 miles.
Yep. There's no curvature in any of them. Yep.
And you're saying that you don't have to account for the curvature when you're building these
There's
things.
no curvature. That's the point. There
There
is
is
no
no
curvature
curvature,
accounted
blood.
for. There is no curvature. 4,000. How about 4,000 mile measurement? The Tunguska system radar in Ukraine, Russia, going to across the entire Atlantic Ocean. 4,000 miles flat, bro. It's flat. Sorry.
Can I post now
Okay, I'll
about
look
Jay
into it.
Tolan?
Thank you.
Bloody, can I post you about Jay Tolan video? You can watch the video, but I
Yes,
want that
please.
you should
Yes.
to look first the picture of the beginning of the video. You will see the. Okay, wait. Okay, yeah, he's there. Look at
Are
the
you saying
picture.
that
You
he's
can
gonna wait, Sasha? He's gonna ask if the picture doesn't have to account for curvature. Thanks.
No. Listen, this. You can watch the video. It's I don't know. It's 10, 11 minutes. But look at this picture. Tell me. I will tell you what that's Mississippi down. How much drop we need to have on 1,200 miles? XO.
1,000 miles, several thousand.
Yeah.
Well, this picture, are you talking about like the thumbnail where it says 1,200 mile visibility? Or
Yeah.
which part are you talking about?
Yeah. This one.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I can't really see properly because it's black and white, but it could be looked at either way, right?
There you go. There's no up and down. There's no right
This is
and
the
wrong.
point.
Yeah.
It can't be looked at either way. That's the whole point, buddy. Is that remember if right? So we could take the formula right for the leading edge of the sphere, the sagittal, right? So the lump of Earth curve that should be blocking anything and obscuring anything behind it, right? So in this picture, what we should see would be a place where the actual ground, okay, so a horizontal line, for instance, because this is the thing that people always say to me. I'm like, well, if there's a geometric edge to the Earth, right? Even when we see, let's say, a mountain range that's very tall behind, let's say, the curve, and I don't obviously you've got to remember that it would decline an angle away from you pointing outwards. So the whole topography would look different along that horizon anyway. But we don't actually see a horizon in front of said mountains, which is what we would expect to see. We would expect to see a leading edge of the sphere cutting off the mountains somewhere, but either all of them, right? Remember, if the mountains stretched up way, way higher, even if we took it, remember, you'd have to then take out the angle, right? For them leaning backwards, right? Because obviously people always talk about, oh, the mountains are, let's say, 1,000 feet
Sorry,
high,
where
but
is the
that's
mountain? Is that
measured from the
later on
foot.
in the video?
Huh?
Oh, sorry.
I'm not
Where is
looking at the same thing as you. I'm
Oh,
giving you an
okay.
example, right? So,
Oh, okay.
because there are observations that show mountain ranges, for instance, right, that are 1,000 miles away, right, using infrared photography. And these aren't flat earthers that did this, right? They're just genuine people that do long distance photography, right? But with the numbers that we are given, we're able to do very simple spherical trigonometry, right? And there's a formula, for instance, how to measure the distance to the horizon, which on a ball of the radius of 3959, the horizon should be 1.225 times the square root of your observer's height in feet. So at, let's say, 8 feet off the ground, the horizon should be 3.48 miles away. 1 feet off the ground, it should be 1.2 miles away, and so on and so forth, right? You can use that formula in order to determine the distance to the horizon based on that number of 3959, that is, right? We in reality do not see this, meaning that formula doesn't comport with what we see. Okay, we're able to make observations of things that are hundreds of miles away, sometimes in cases like this 1,000 miles or more away, right? So what we would expect to see would be, let's say, a leading edge of the sphere, right, that would be blocking and obscuring anything in front of our vision. It should be that this should obscure it. So even, let's say, if you're 100 feet off the ground, you still wouldn't be able to see 1,000 miles away, right? It would still not make sense. There should still be a leading edge of the sphere that would block your vision based on those numbers, right? So realistically, what we're sort of saying is that unless the Earth comports and is visually able to be seen, based on those numbers in that way, it doesn't work. That's the whole point of when we say we see too far, right?
Okay.
We see horizons away from 1 feet off the ground that are 10 miles away. We have observations of things that are 1,000 miles away. We have laser, straight line of sight laser tests that show, 40, 50, 60 miles. You understand? So the point is there should be a lump of Earth curve in the way. It's the geometric confines of the very ball that we're on.
right? It has to have this geometric confine that would stop or block, let's say, the laser light. Again, you could even take this to a physical object, for instance, like straight line of sight munitions that have worked time and time again in World War II, German 88s, for instance, that do not account for curvature in the field notes whatsoever. They do not account for Coriolis effect, rotation of the Earth underneath the projectile itself. They shoot continuously at 3-4 feet off the floor, 8 feet off the floor at objects that are 10 to 14 miles away, for instance, right? And they hit the target time and time again with no account for curvature, right? And so this is kind of the problem, is that you shouldn't be able to see a tank that's 10 miles away from you stood as a 6 feet man even, right? Because the horizon should be 3 miles away from you. But yet what we see in life and what really does happen in life is always completely different. Boats don't disappear over the curvature of the Earth either, right? We see them apparently disappear bottom up when they go out to sea, right? But we can increase our focal capability with telescopes or cameras and literally move ourselves closer and have a great ability to resolve the image. And what we then realize is that, oh wait, the bottom of the boat comes back into vision. It's just the incidence of the angle to the floor as to why I'm no longer able to focus on the bottom of the boat. I'm more focusing on the piece of water that's in front of the boat because my eye only has a certain focal range, right? So we would sort of say that there's been a hijacking of perspective, right? There's something called the Anderson formula, and flat Earth data is much better at saying this than me. And the Anderson formula is something that was 100% hijacked for the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, because what this talks of is a 6-foot man viewing another 6-foot man, right? Roughly a 6-foot man versus another 6-foot man looking at the other man at roughly around about 3 miles away. The vision of one man's vision will start to obscure the guy's feet at 3 miles away. His feet will disappear first. And they're talking about this as a phenomenon of the visual capability of the eye and the way that the eye works. And we see that that same formula for the way that the eye works is the same formula they assert for the distance to the horizon, right? So it's a hijacking of the way that our eye works to try and assert that there's some form of physical obstruction of the Earth to what we're observing. But then again, like I said, we don't always see this, right? We have objects that are, let's say, different sizes and we see different effects. Sometimes we see the very horizon itself much further than 3 miles away, right? So it's like, how is this happening on a ball that has exact measurements that are very specific? This is the question you need to ask yourself.
Right, yeah. I wanted to ask something else about what you said. I think you mentioned the Coriolis effect.
Mm-hmm.
And at least from this one time when I sat in on I guess an astrophysics lecture, but I'm not doing astrophysics. I just went there because I was interested one time. They said that tornadoes, for instance, rotate, in opposite directions from the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, and they showed photos of that. So, would you say those are? Would you believe those are fake as well, or is there a?
Well, what causes tornadoes? Is it the spin of the Earth that actually causes them? Because then that would be the assertion. Because if it's an opposite, so if we have a counter and an anti-clockwise form of rotation on a storm system, for instance, right, then the assertion would have to be that the atmosphere itself is being twisted via the actual spin of the Earth. But remember, they never assert that the tornado is created via the spin of the Earth. They say that it's due to our dynamic weather system. In fact, it's entropy, and micro states of entropy and a switching and changing of higher to lower pressure, which would cause these forms of tornadoes. But then we would then say, okay, so if it is Coriolis effect that creates this, and Coriolis effect is completely misunderstood, it's actually an apparent deviation between different reference frames, and it's not really what they say it even is. But again, if I was to show you a tornado that's rotating clockwise in an area where it should only go anti-clockwise, then what would you say to that? Because there are also pictures of that.
I wouldn't know.
Bloody, to ask you one question, for Coriolis effect, how many reference traces you need?
I think 2.
Okay. we don't observe Coriolis effect with the Earth. If you put the drone will go away from us, you know.
Yeah.
But that's not happening in nature.
Well, yeah, Globers admit that, Sasha.
You know, if you put helicopter hovering,
yeah,
that means that helicopter will go away from you if Earth is turning.
Oh no, well, that's because we have an initial velocity, right? It's not
How many
like,
reference frame we need for Coriolis?
2, right? So.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying
Which one?
is, yeah, when you launch off with a plane, it's not that it's just going straight up. It's also going with a relative velocity.
What you're saying about conservation of motion, right? Well, but the claim, remember, is that the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So this is why they assert that you don't have to adjust for Coriolis on a plane, for instance. But then I would then take you straight away to firearms, and then say, well, why would we even develop any firearm that has the ability
He
to
said
defeat the atmospheric spin of the Earth?
Yeah, I
Are you,
know that you have to take.
Are you saying that atmosphere is rotating together with the air?
Yes, I guess it's like it's kind of like
how many reference frame is that?
Wait, so if the
That's a good question, Crack. That's a good question.
I want to understand how many reference frame is that?
What do you mean by that?
If Earth atmosphere is rotating together with the air, is that one reference frame or two reference frame?
I'm not sure because it's not just rotating exactly with the Earth. It's got a
There you go.
lagging motion behind
I
it.
think it's pretty obvious. This guy's
Okay.
opinion is not going to change.
Awesome.
Cool.
That was a concession, Sasha. Good job. Yeah, Crackville, and continue.
Well, the point is if we take that back to what you were saying with tornadoes. No, but
tomorrow, and it's quite late, so I do have to get going. But I appreciate your time in talking to me. Yeah.
Yeah, please come back. But just apply that to the tornadoes. Earth's atmosphere rotating with said Earth, right?
Yeah.
Then apparently deviation on the atmosphere itself because of the rotation of the Earth. That's two contradictory points that cannot be held at the same time.
Okay. Yep.
Do you get the point? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that always like really I struggle to fathom how people would say you know, you get what I'm saying on that, like, guys, like how is it that people can assert that again the Earth's atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, but then somehow we have a deviation of the very storm systems based on the same rotation? It's like you can't have your cake and eat it. In fact, you can have your cake and eat it because you own the cake and you've got it there, and then you can eat it afterwards. But so you have had the cake and eaten it, but you can't have them at the same time. You can't still have the cake in front of your face at the same time as eating it. Like this, it makes no sense logically at all. Doesn't logically follow, right?
And listen, correctly, is that one reference frame? What is atmosphere together inside clouds? You know, they are also moving. How they can move in one reference frame? You know, indifferently.
Well, they don't even understand what the Coriolis effect is.
Yeah.
That's kind of the issue already, right? So that's sort of why I don't always use that line of questioning with it, because it's like I feel like again, obviously, I know it's a great line of questioning because it just shows exactly that they don't understand it, right? And they, for some reason, I don't know why they don't understand it. It's probably because they're not taught it, because they're being indoctrinated into the globe model. And I guess that's why I feel bad for them, because obviously they're in a position of ignorance, right? You know, they believe and hold contradictory points at the same time in their own heads. But that's only due to the form of indoctrination that they've received over the years. So it's kind of like, you know, I do genuinely feel for them, because I see these people as having a mental block that just needs to be unjammed. But again, it's like, what are they invested in, right? And what part of
of the whole supersedary structure to the heliocentric model is the thing that holds them on the ball. Because we know it's not gravity, right, guys? But sometimes, again, it's how much investment in education that they've put into said system, right? That will keep people stuck to the ball often. Or it could be a grandfather, for instance, right? We've seen that before. Someone's puppy who, circumnavigated the so-called globe, for instance, in a plane. These are the many reasons that someone could have a form of cognitive dissonance that would stop them from being able to see the truth of the matter. It's like Coriolis is an apparent deviation, right? You have the inertial reference frame and then the inertial reference frame. But again, with the Earth, we have no way of observing from the non-inertial, right, to the inertial reference frame either. This is what people don't seem to understand. You can take the example of throwing a basketball toward, right, the roundabout, for instance, and seeing the apparent deviation of said basketball. But to try and apply this to the Earth, right, like even the example that he was trying to give with the storms rotating clockwise and anti-clockwise, again, that's inside of the inertial reference frame, because the very plane in which that took the images of the storm that you're asserting rotates clockwise or anti-clockwise with the Earth, right? You're still inside of the same reference frame, right? You're hovering above said Earth inside of apparently the atmosphere of the Earth, right? In, let's say, some form of a plane. And in doing so, right, you're rotating yourself apparently with the atmosphere of the Earth, as asserted by the gentleman that was just saying so, right? So from that reference frame, right, you're inside of the reference frame that is needed to be outside of to even observe the phenomena in which you talk of. So it's completely convoluted and backwards. It's not like the stationary roundabout or the merry-go-round that would be, the thing that had inertia to it and being stood on the outside of the merry-go-round, right? You're now stood outside of the inertial reference frame, outside of the merry-go-round, right? You throw the basketball into the inertial reference frame of the merry-go-round, right? On the merry-go-round, you're going to see the apparent deviation. Okay, so this is what people don't seem to get with the Coriolis effect. It's like the view of said storms or movement of any cloud system. You are still inside of the same inertial reference frame if you're going to say that you're in a plane taking these pictures in a position held in lockstep by, conservation of motion and atmospheric spin of the Earth, right? You're not outside of that reference frame to even be able to observe the very phenomena you're talking about, and people need to understand that.
Yeah, that's the point. Because if you want to be outside of that, you need to be outside of that rotation of atmosphere to realize the rotation, and you don't have Coriolis.
Yes, and then even when they say that and we take the heliocentric model for what it is, right? Okay, so obviously I've not even spoke about this stuff for a while. I've been away, but I'm just saying, if you take the Coriolis effect for what it is, and then you take yourself apparently outside of the inertial reference frame, all the way into imaginary land space, right? Remember, you still are not able to actually see what it is that you're trying to see in terms of the phenomena that we're speaking of, because you would have to be able to see the rotation of the Earth. Even inside of the solar system, remember, all of these planets are held in lockstep, right? They're held via gravity in their varying positions, and in doing so, even from the moon, for instance, we see the same face of the moon, right? We don't see any movement or change of that thing. All of these different places, due to gravity, right, we are continuously either held in these different positions that would mean that we're not even able to observe the rotation of the very body that we're on. If anything, we would then be in a new form of reference frame altogether, where we would be the thing that would be falling around the Earth, right? So again, it changes the whole dynamic of it. Even when they want to take it to the satellite to try and say, well, yeah, we're on a satellite, and the satellite, even in your own model, guys, is the thing that rotates and orbits around the Earth. It's not that the Earth is orbiting underneath it. Remember, you're free falling around the Earth in that example. So again, you're still not able to see what it is in terms of the phenomena you're talking of. You're not able to see those effects. You're not able to witness the very Earth rotating to then assert that, let's say, these storms or, tornadoes are rotating because of the Earth's rotation itself. You're not able to view that. You're never in a frame of reference where you're able to even look at any of the things that you're saying. So that's important as well for them to understand. They don't have an example, is my point, regardless of what they're trying to say, even from satellite. So you can give them a satellite. You can say, okay, have your satellite, but then show me how the satellite would even be able to show what it is that you're talking of. You cannot do so. Right? The satellite is the thing that apparently is orbiting around the Earth. It's apparently in free fall. So again, how are you going to show this Earth as a rotationary body, thus then having a form of Coriolis effect that would show the rotation of a storm, or clockwise or anti-clockwise of it? You can't do so.
You need to be practically static in the space.
Yes, you would need to be in a stationary position in space, and then you'd need to be able to see the whole body itself moving in order for you to assert any of those types of things.
And this is an interesting question. You need to also recognize where atmosphere it's rotating and where in vacuum. We have gradients, and there is no rotating anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because we will have some kind of border where atmosphere is finishing, and there is no more rotation, and there is inertia is happening through. I don't know. It's so stupid that.
Well, it's quite difficult to actually conceptualize it, right? So this is this Muppet vision thing, right? Of like putting yourself outside of the very thing that you're on. And this is why people rely on groups like NASA, right? Because NASA are able to show you this orthographical view that you're able to look from the outside in. And I think that, like I said, I say this all the time, it's like a muscle memory type thing that people have lost the ability to be able to do, right? Like, I use the example of being in a game and someone's shooting at you and you're running away, and like one of my friend's kids, and he's running away from a sniper on a game and he's just serpentining, right? And I'm like, bro, you can see the trajectory of that bullet, right? You can tell the trajectory of said bullet. Why don't you run in front of that tree? Because if you put yourself like out of your own vision toward that sniper and look at your own self, right, from that other reference frame, you can see the line of sight, right? But people are losing this capability to take the position of where they're at to somewhere else. And that's due to, I think, maybe because people are not exercising this part of their brain anymore. People don't read books. People now receive stories in images first, and then they think about the rest of the story in their mind. So it's like a difference between, written down literature versus, animated or animationary visual effects that we get to see with our eyes, right? Like, nowadays, like, people go and watch Lord of the Rings and they already see Frodo and they see, Bilbo Baggins as the characters that they saw on TV, whereas before, the people that were let down by the movie was because they had their own visual mapping of what the story was that they created in their own mind's eye. And that takes a certain form of imagination, and it's a certain muscle that you're exercising while doing so. But people aren't exercising it anymore.
Some ODD old video, some things, blah blah blah, and he was speaking, and then I forget it. This like moon is 240,000 miles, and there was 69 on the moon, and today we cannot go 1% of that distance.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reality today. We cannot go more than 1% of that distance. What the fuck? At least give me 50%, I can go 120,000 miles because of something. No, man, we cannot go 1% of that. 1%. Put that in everyone in your believers globe mind. 1%, 2021, with all things what we have. But we lost the best technology. We could go 240,000 miles 50 years ago, and now we cannot move even 1% of that distance.
Well, they moved the goalposts on that anyway. When people sort of talk about going to space, and I'm like, well, even if you just take their own claims, right, like that the Earth versus where the moon is now. And they say that the moon is inside of, I think, inside of the Earth's atmosphere almost, right? And it's like, well, what is space? Space is the thing that's devoid of, gases, matter, right? That's what space is, right? Like length, width, and breadth is really like an abstract concept, but right, in terms of the vacuum of space, right? Like it's the place that's devoid of atmosphere, right? Especially devoid of the atmosphere of the Earth. So again, the furthest that they claim to have put any man is on the moon, right? So it's like they're not even really technically claiming that they've ever been to space.
We are constantly moving through that space.
And Sasha, it's even worse in that they went there and traveled back. So
Yeah,
it's
man.
240 there,
Yeah,
240
that's
back.
400. That's
Half a
480.
million
Yeah,
miles.
yeah.
It's less than
And yeah,
0.5% that they can travel nowadays. We've gone back 99.5%.
yeah. I forget
Well,
they
it's like,
come back, and they did that also
Which is
6 7
normal.
times.
But it's normal for all other industries to also regress 99.9 or 99.5% in all aspects of their abilities.
yeah, and they still receive the same amount of money as what they did back then, if not more.
listen,
Even
Crack,
if we
listen.
adjust for inflation.
Yeah, Solar,
go
watch this, Crack. Watch this. This is like Ford, Chrysler, and GM telling you we lost the technology. We can only build buggies for horses. That's what the same.
Yeah. Yes. Well, no, it's probably worse than that, right? Like it's like,
Oh,
yeah, we
worse
can
than
only.
that. No.
it's probably even
No, because
worse.
this is
No, we can't make any
1%.
cars at all.
It's man.
We can't make any cars at all, sir. We can build you a buggy for a horse or a tortoise. Which would you prefer?
Man,
It
you
doesn't
still
have wheels.
didn't discover the wheel and fire. In this sense, you still didn't
Nobody
discover fire and wheel.
You can travel half a mile on a full tank of petrol.
Yeah, man.
And then you blow up. Great technology. And then you go into the ocean. This is the most advanced technology in history. You fly for 15, 20 minutes, and then all of your shit goes into the ocean. And I'm supposed to believe you went to a planet a quarter billion miles away. You can't even go across the ocean in one of these rockets. That's how insane it is.
Well, it's again like the assertion of obviously the Mars rover lander, for instance, right? Like, and then obviously we have this. Is it an octocopter or a quadcopter, guys? I really don't know. And then obviously it has such a small the atmosphere is obviously less dense than the Earth as reported by them, right? So like, then people just eat this shit up, right? They just go, oh yeah, that makes sense, right? Like that, there's a drone on Mars and it's able to fly with 3% of the atmosphere of the Earth, for instance, and again, if you can believe this stuff, like, then you'll believe anything. And the point is that this is why it's so clear it's an indoctrination, because people don't actually look at what it is for what it is. They're not doing that. It's the authoritative body of groups like NASA and such, SpaceX, whatever it is. It really hides and obscures the view. This is why we say it's a religion, right? Because there's an authoritative body that it comes from, and it makes it more palpable and believable. And it's clear to see that people don't look at it logically, because if they did,
Yeah, like the guy will speak about half an hour about GPS, and we will realize, okay, GPS cannot reconflect that, but we cannot find curvature, On the end, live with that, You need to understand. If you understand GPS, Earth is globe, and that's it. Whatever you see in nature, that doesn't matter,
Mm-hmm.
That's the point, like somehow. Because
But 3%.
You need to understand GPS. If you understand GPS, you will understand that you live on the globe. Whatever you made observation, whatever math is not working, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
That's so stupid logic. And on the end, the guy said, "I want to look into," but you are not looking. You are not asking what. The guy said, "You are brainwashed." Okay, what brainwashed me? What was that? It was Black Swan brainwashed me.
It was water. Water brainwashed you. Water did.
Water
It
mostly
washed you.
brainwashed.
That's what water does. That's what water does. It washes things, and it washed your brain because it pretended to be flat for thousands of square miles, and they're accidentally called square miles. I'm sorry, they're accidentally called square miles. We were kidding about that as well. Don't pay attention to the fact they're called square miles. Thanks.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
No,
don't pay attention about Horizon name. We will have that name Horizon for sure. You know, we will have that name, not
did you say
Horizon.
Curve Horizon?
Horizon. Yeah, we will have that name, man. It will not called Horizon. It will call Horizon for sure if it's their curve.
Mm-mm-mm. That's funny.
Okay, let's see if we can educate you guys. All right, Sasha, you're on the hot seat. Did the word horizon come from the horizontal, or did horizontal come from horizon?
Was that your ISPs from Verizon?
Horizon is coming from word horizontal, I think.
Horizontal. Here's the kicker. Believe it or not, 424 West Rockies. The word horizontal comes because the horizon is flat.
Yeah. In all languages. You know what? In all languages. Also in all
Transverse.
But this is the chicken or the egg thing, you know? Did the horizon come before horizontal, or did horizontal come before the horizon?
That's the point. The horizon is horizontal. That's the point. That's why in Job 38:5, God stretched the line upon the foundations of the earth. So it has to be the necessary entity. There is no such thing as horizontal without the horizon. That's the reality.
Remember,
That's
it's the chicken before the egg thing only exists in a world without a creator, right? So when I say that, what I mean is this: is that
it's the chicken first.
Yeah, well, again, right? So that's kind of my point, right? The chicken and the egg thing only really exists as a conundrum in a world without a creator. And I genuinely believe that, right? Like, again, you can have two things asserted at the exact same time if you have someone that is a creator, not restricted by time, distance, or space. Therefore, things can be asserted in two different, literally at the same time, two different times. Even it makes it's a bit hard to break down, but you understand what I'm trying to say. The horizon and the horizontal, they are, again, like you say, an antecedent relationship, but an antecedent relationship could be meted out by something like that.
Right. So one is horizon, one is horizontal. The horizon was first. It's that simple.
You know, and I don't even really care about the etymological sense on that either. It really don't. It doesn't. You know.
No, you don't. They do. No, wait. No, that's the point. No, remember, that's the point. I don't care about Earth curvature measurements either. That's not my claim. I don't care about any of it. Right? They are the ones that want to play games and hide the etymology of words. They hate the meanings of words. Remember, all evolutionists cannot accept what terms mean because in evolution there is no term. It's whatever. It's whatever you want it to be. That's the point. You have one religion that says anything can be anything. Yeah, it's flat. It looks flat because it's curved. That's what that's the point. This relativity, and that's what this relativity religion is. It's this psychosis that anything is possible, and the vastness of this magical universe that accidentally created balls, and now we live on the balls, and that's it. We just believe it because we're told it.
Well, that's the whole point in the warping and bending of space-time is to assert this idea that there are no confines in terms of even as the perspective of a human that you can just assert things in time and then switch and change things around, right? Like if you believe in that sort of form of wave of thinking that there's this ever-growing sort of form of knowledge that can change at different times because of, you know, and they genuinely do think that, right? This is why we have people like Brenda saying stuff like speed limits are physical, for instance, right? Because you need to assert that something like a speed limit is physical. If you want to believe in abstract concepts and materialize them into tangible physical things, then you have to say that abstract concepts are a form of something that is physical. That's why they love this idea of the warping and bending of space-time.
Of course, because you can make more stories with that. You can make whatever you want with that.
That's right.
Yeah,
exactly.
you can backward engineer the existence.
Yes. There's no rules, so of course I can say whatever I want. And then when I change my mind, it's okay because I already told you it's no rules. You see, it's this circle of what? Satanism. So watch this, Sasha. Look, I know Sasha wants to learn because you're always chopping at the bit. You're at the edge of your seat, Sasha. So watch this. What is the difference between Satanism and relativism? Or relativity? What's the difference between relativity and what? Hold on, Sasha. What's the difference between relativity and Satanism?
I don't know.
That's right, because there is no difference. Crack gave it away. There's no difference. It's another word that means Satanism. It's literally a synonym. Period. It
Think
is a
about it, like
synonym of Satanism. Yeah.
it is. You break it down in
For
this
me,
sense, Sasha. That
for me, Satanism mean evil, and for this another one, relativism.
Exactly.
But what is evil? Evil
It
is
is
the
evil.
idea of
That's exact. It
evil.
is.
Evil is the
Crack.
idea of knowledge without it, right? So like it's the
Watch,
idea of
crack.
illusion of
Wait.
switching and
Don't get off
changing.
don't get off in the weeds, crack. Watch this. If I say
not.
up is down, that is evil. If I say
There you
left
go.
is right and up is down and right is wrong, that's pure evil. Relativity is Satanism, pure Satanism, bro. Purely.
Remember, Satanism Satanism as opposed to Luciferianism, right, is this idea of, as above, so below, right? But again, think about it and break it down. It's the idea, what I was just talking about, that's why Axel just brought up, is that this idea that we can turn around and say, well, again, I can assert that I am not restricted by space or physical time or anything like that. And the time, this concept is physical. Thus, I can switch and change the goalpost to my very means in order to fit and backward engineer the reality that we live in, right? Which goes back to the same principle of Satanism, of that you are the arbiter of your own reality, that you are the God, right? That you yourself are God incarnate, right? That you yourself can attribute reality to be what you want it to be, and thus it is what you assert it to be. And that is what Satanism effectively is. And it's the same synonym, it's a synonym for relativity in that sense. Like, again, if you can assert the opposite of what something is as reality and do so very comfortably because you have a philosophical sort of framework that fits with that. And that's really what scientism is this, again, it's the same thing, but just in a different package and formula. We see this as nothing under the sun. It's the same thing over and over again, repeated time and time again. It's like, yeah, P.Z. Myers, yeah.
But people, somebody like Justin tonight, I was also offended. I wanted to swear and everything. People asking, "Oh, why you are swearing?" Because many are telling me that water is curving, and I feel this is pure evil. That one thing, and only that one. You're telling me that, and I'm not experienced that, and I cannot agree with you. I cannot believe what you believe because I'm not experienced that, man. That's only point, nothing else. I cannot go to that beliefs if I don't experience that.
Well,
that
now
was
you
all
know
my
that
life.
is evil. Well, now you know that is evil, because that's the point. It's asserting the thing that is the opposite of that. It's, remember, it says in the end times, right? And this is very, very stark. It's like good will be called evil, and evil will be called good, right? And we see this happening, right? Look at these like maps and stuff like that, male attracted, minor attracted people and all this sort of shit, right? And we see this like slippery slope, and people said, "Oh, the slippery slope won't be as slippery as what you say and purport it will be," but it has been, and it is very slippery, and we're literally seeing this now, right? We see this completely in people that with gender dysphoria, or even for an example, I know we don't really talk about that much here, but like, again, we see the curve on that and we see the numbers for it, and it's like now affecting females when it regularly only affected males, right? Like, and people are able to be the arbiters of their own reality. They're able to do self-diagnosis, and this is a complete medical disaster, that if someone just simply asserts that they are one thing, regardless of the clinical data, they can assert it and thus force the hand of the clinician in order to write out prescriptions toward, the directive of changing themselves into the thing that they've arbitrated that they are, right? Which is their idea of what they are, not what they actually are. This is the foundation on a societal level at the youngest of people to make decisions. So remember, the opposites of what this is, Satanism in its highest form, is the very thing, it's the opposite of the very thing that's true being asserted to be the truth. And then again, who can really give consent and who has the right formulated mind in order to make these sorts of decisions? Probably an adult, right? But again, no, let's hand that over to the patient, and let's hand that over to the person that's already saying that they have something wrong with them, and they probably are in the right mind. This is the new way of thinking, and they're probably in the right mind, and they're probably able to make said decision for themselves, which they're not, right? They're children at the end of the day, right? But again, we'll let them make those decisions as if they were adults, and then we'll allow them to assert that they're something the opposite to which they are, right? And you hand over all that responsibility to the child at the same time as allowing them to assert they're the opposite of what they are, and then you help them in the process of doing so. This is evil, good, and good, evil. It's everything flipped around and reversed, backwardized and bastardized effectively. And we're going to see an increase in this time and time again in all fields. I'm not just talking in that field. I'm saying in every field. It's the same thing as saying, well, you see a horizontal line, it's flat. You see no curvature anywhere, but trust me, it's a ball. It's the same model.
And not
It
only that,
seems like they're not connected, but they are.
I personally can say in my research, I know what I didn't look only in flat earth, I look at all other stuff. And my conclusion on the end is this: I now realize that I know some less. How to say? I don't know almost nothing. We don't know anything. We don't know in our past in the last 200 years. Do you know that's correct?
100%.
We don't know what happened 200 years ago.
Not entirely. No, you're completely correct on that. How would we?
We don't know who built it, who made it. We don't. 200 years ago, not 2,000 years ago. 200 years ago, we don't know who built it that in USA, all that buildings and stuff. We don't know that things, for example.
Well, even take my own family's history, for instance, into account. And this is something that I found fascinating, right? So my clan have admissions, not of guilt, because it's not guilt, but when you see your own family's history written out, right, and then you see clauses in your own family history where they lied on purpose and they changed, let's say, for instance, your inventory status, right? So you have your inventory, you have how many shields and swords and helmets that you apparently made, and they say that this year you only made 150 or 1,000, right? And I think the exact number was like 1,452 was the reported number. But we actually made over 100,000, right? And we did so in order to hide that from the Crown of England. So it's like when you have an example like that, it's like puts it pretty starkly in contrast to like what people try and say that like we know history, and it's like, well, no, the very people that writ down history, if they admit to you years later, oh no, we changed our own history in order to aid ourselves and benefit ourselves back then, because the Crown would have been after our asses if we made 100,000 swords, helmets, and fighting gear. And you go, what would be the gain to do so? And then you can clearly see the gain is maybe they were providing arms to militia groups that were fighting against the Crown, for instance, and they didn't want to be persecuted for doing so. So it's like, it makes sense that we wouldn't know history, because the very writers of history admit that they changed history as it was written in order to avoid certain things that would definitely occur if you didn't do so. There's always a reason to change history. And
do you remember that you spoke about Aristophanes? One woman was here a few days ago, and she represented something that Aristophanes' story was presenting something. I will tell I now in 60s, and before that nobody heard from Aristophanes.
Yeah, it's like Pythagoras, right? It's like, as well, I don't think anyone has any basis or evidentiary basis for a certain that we would know anything to do with Pythagoras. He comes from like a mystery school, and they didn't want anyone to know anything about their findings. And then like 1,000 years later, someone comes out knowing everything that he apparently said and did, and that whole group did. And they never printed anything, or there was no literature even to derive these opinions from. But yet, it's more like, when you come up with a new crazy idea, and it's so crazy.
Egyptian, they didn't know about Pythagorean theory. That was.
Well, I just think that it becomes easier, right? When you come up with something crazy.
They made pyramids, and they didn't know about how to say.
But maybe they didn't. Maybe they didn't. That's my whole point. Maybe Pythagorean theorem was based upon that very thing itself. That's what I'm saying. It's a switching of the antecedent thing. You know what I mean? It could have been derived from that instead of that being derived from the other, right? So it's like, but I think it's more likely to be that way, because it's like when you come up with a new crazy idea yourself, right? A newfangled crazy idea, you're better off asserting that someone else thought of it before you, and switching the onus of who would be blamed for the crazy idea if it's so crazy, right? And that's kind of what happened with the globe, I think. Like the globe itself, when they started to try and propagate it and indoctrinate people with what it is, I think they effectively used this mechanism of it's a very clear mechanism of propaganda in the way that propaganda is actuated.
Or education, maybe even better, because you put education like a program, and that's it, and then everybody learn like a fact, and that's it, and we learn everything like a fact, like ships going over the horizon. Everyone learned that in I don't know, in the 80s. Maybe new generation is not learning like that now, but we were learned that ships going over horizon, all of them.
Yeah, I wonder what people would have thought about that. Let's say,
Columbo, yeah, man, that story also. That was the first story. He saw
Columbus.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. It's like Columbus. Like I've been in boats that are very, very old, and they literally have these and like so they have these columns, right, that are placed on the floor in between the main frame of the main tables, right, and this column's like a bar or a pole or an axle, right, and then it has like the ability to attach a globe to it, right, or to attach a barrel. And you can see like the marks in, like, let's say the wooden system of the older versions of like the barrel, of like all the pin marks on the barrel, and it's so that lots of men can like look at a map, right, like in the middle of a table, so that they have different reference points that they can look at it from a different perspective, so that lots of men can stand around the table and it's not a map that's going to slide off, and the very rotation of the boat itself and all of this sort of stuff, so you can view the map in this sort of way, right? And it's easy to view it, and it's easy to calculate what you're doing on it, and they probably paper mache maps to these sort of different shapes, and it's like we can there are old boats, like I've visually seen this myself, like I said, like an old boat with this barrel system. It's not even like a globe, like some of them used globes, right? But when you think about like Columbus being on a boat, like, because I've been on a boat, like I said, that's just sort of the similar sort of age, or if not older than the boats that Columbus was on, and he's navigating the earth, right, with a globe, pretty much. But that's just insanity to think, right, that like he could have been using a globe, and remember the Americas wouldn't have been on it apparently, according to the narrative. But yeah, he was, he was navigating the globe with a globe. But it's not a complete one. And it's like, because the Americas don't exist yet, right? They're not been mapped out, but there's a globe. So how do you get a globe if you haven't yet seen every part of the globe?
But these people has no time for researching, and to have some kind of logic. If I look at it 5 years ago, that we didn't circumnavigate north to south, maybe they claiming, I think, 5 times. So, and that was in early 90s, I think. And that for me it's so stupid, only 5 times regarding 5 billion times, and then you put in mind, why is this? Why is like that? Only logic. Why is like that? No. I don't want to think about that. Let's move to do some another things. No, man. Look into that. Look in where is curvature. Look what the fucking flat earth is saying. Look into that. Don't look in some. Oh, this is debunked or blah blah blah. It's not nothing debunked. Look what they have to present. No. I will not. I have a question. Man, look what we have to tell you. This is only information, nothing else. Nobody wants that you are flat. Whatever you want to be, you are flat earther,
I don't know the name of that boat. I've been on lots of old boats. Sorry, it's just
to have that with yourself. I don't have that cognitive. You don't have that cognitive dissonance. You don't need to protect, and to save this world. It's flat. You don't need to. Oh, I have explanation. Really, you have explanation. Why I didn't see like 1,000 videos of explanation, and not you. Some very important person who got all Nobel Prizes and everything. That doesn't matter, even science. Some intelligent people and we will not watch that on YouTube. You will watch that on every day on
national television. Look, curve. Why? Because it's curving there. Everything is proven. It's rotating. Why? Because this machine is showing we are rotating everything, man.
Mm-hmm.
How gas pressure
Well,
without
it's like
container. Look
well, the
on the air.
Glovers.
Yeah.
Well, you know when the Glovers sort of say that, like, what is it about, like, for instance, the geometric confines of it, right, due to the size, yeah, right. So, radius of 3959. This wasn't something that was like even controversial. Now, Glovers admit that the Earth's horizon is actually a apparent position. It's not geometric in nature. And like I think in my head, I'm like, wait a minute. So we have the videos of the people that are apparently experts in this admitting that the Earth apparently has a geometric confine to it, that the horizon is something that's homogeneous and is in relation to the shape and the purported size of the shape of the Earth. But then they changed the goalposts on that, and they went along with our way of thinking, because obviously the examples that we provide show that it's something that isn't a geometric location. It shows that it's optical, right? Because obviously it's got a varying distance based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, for instance. All right.
Problem is this, man. When they have in a head this Earth is big, but when you tell them how big it is, they don't put that thing in the mind. It's still big.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, it is big because 3,905. It's big, man. It's 25,000. It's fucking big. Can you say that it's big? But that means it's sphere, and it must have that rate, and that's it. Nothing else. It's big. It must have that rate. Why it's 8 inch? Because it's big. Like if it's like 50,000 miles, I think should be double. That means that will be not be. It will be 7,000 miles radius. Whatever. The math will be that. But the math is not that. Why it's 80? Because they're saying it. Maybe that is not true numbers, but why they are saying that numbers all these
Well, and
years?
that's as well. Remember, this the magic number as well, right? The 3959 is the radius. Again, it's like they built their whole gravitational model around these numbers as well, and that's what people forget. And that's why they reify the number time and time again, regardless of the observations that are made. They still have to harp on the point that there is a geometric horizon. It's just unseeable. They have to say this, remember, because it's like
How you will have
again,
all space
it's all been
industry
cosigned.
without knowing how we will have that.
Well, it's even the gravitational pull of the Earth, for instance, that we have the exact right gravitational formula as backward engineered as first known the radius and then the size of the Earth, the mass, the volume of the Earth versus the mass, right? And then how much that mass would create in terms of using Newtonian mechanics, which again is superseded, so that's convoluted again by relativity. But we'll forget that for a moment. But it's like, again, you need the number to be this static number that you've already asserted, because they built their gravitational models around that set numbers, right? So again, if you change the size of the body, then the atmosphere and everything like that changes, because the gravitational well of the Earth starts to become far greater. The emergent force of gravity created by the pressing on the fabric of space-time, creating the emergent force of pseudo force of gravity, then creates a different gravitational pull, one that changes our weight even, right? So they based not only the numbers of the Earth, where the geometric horizon is, and based on the radius of 3959, their very gravitational models are based on this, and the orbital mechanical models are based on these Newtonian mechanics, right? So all of it they can't just keep saying that science is ever changing and expanding and learning new. They can't say this, right? This is why the theory of relativity is like the final nail in their coffin, because relativity, this is why me and Exo keep saying, well, it's like it's a synonym for Satanism, because it's a way of changing the goalposts at all times. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's like you have to be able to, the final thing that they have to say is everything's relative, because in that way you're able to assert a differential formula at all times to make sense of the very thing that doesn't make sense. It's like just like the word gravity doesn't make sense, right? Like you need this be all and end all terminology and phraseology to explain away the phenomena that doesn't make sense that we continually see. You need something that would explain this, because you can't have your Earth without your radius of 39, with your radius of 3959, and then you can't. The observations that are made have to be able to be change to a relative like formula or model, because again, like I said, the moment you start changing this very dynamics and shapes of the place that you're in, or the size of the shape, should I say, you start to change all the other aspects of it. So it's like that's why relativity really came out.
You cannot have photo of 275 miles and call that the Guinness record of the distance shot. That's not real photo then.
How do they say
If
that?
you're on globe, that is not. Yeah, that's not real photo. You cannot put that like a Guinness record because that's not real. This is.
Yeah, you would have to call it something different. It would be like a refractive photo, right?
This is it's hologram. You didn't make the real photo. Yeah.
Yeah, you're using a form of technology, for instance, that would allow you to see round curves. So you'd have to sort of say that you're using a collection of light through exposure. Like it's not like you're right. It's not. It wouldn't even be a photograph, right?
In another way, they're asking why we don't see New York from London.
Yeah.
And
here
we have the photo Guinness record that we have now optics that we can get 275 miles, but not more than that, And even with that, we need to go in higher elevation, But we can get it, And that's not enough, 275 miles is not enough. That's like okay. We need more better technology, to prove the flat Earth, And then you have Tolan.
Listen, we need the technology from the moon landing. That's what we need.
Yeah, but
remember.
Yeah, but you have Tolan then. Tolan kills all the refraction with the infrared from aeroplane, and then you see 1,000 miles. Now, even 1,000 miles is not enough,
No. 1,200 is not enough, Sasha. You know this. Come on.
Oh, it's okay. I said 1,000. Because we are speaking about Black Swan. Black Swan is on 10 miles, But okay, leave it, Black Swan. Let's go with Tolan. Oh, I can see the curvature from aeroplane. Okay, why Tolan cannot see curvature from aeroplane? Never.
Have you seen the observation that I took near where I live, right? So I'll just pull it up for you a second, right? And what's really interesting about this one, right, Sasha, is that obviously you can't assert this idea that it's atmospheric refraction at all because so let me just try and pull it up a second. 1 second. Let me try and find it a minute.
Man, my wife was the best proof for the flat Earth because I was on you know where is Ramsgate?
1 second. Pardon?
You know where is Ramsgate?
Yeah.
I was there. And even it's written on the mall. It's free. I have photo. It's written. People were all this flat. And my wife told me I was studying here in 90s, and I could see Belgium, And I said, yeah, with what? And she said, what with what? And I said, yeah, with what? And she said, with my eyes. Oh, really? I said. I said, no, this is not possible, You could not, She said, no, we were speaking about that, Okay, great, thank you. It was cloudy in that days. I didn't have even a photo. I had only my mobile, but I saw there everything what I needed to see with my eye. Because I was watching from the left to the right horizon. Something like, I will not tell you a lie, more than 180 degrees, something like more than 200 degrees, from the left to the right. It must curve, man. It's more distance than to the horizon in how to say, in linear direction.
Right, so if you look at the live stream voice text a second, right?
Yeah.
So you see that island right there, yeah? Okay. There are parts of that island that we can see, and I see this in winter, I see this in summer, I see this on every atmospheric different, regardless of what the day is, right? That's 19.7 miles away off of the coast near where I live, right?
Is that France?
No, that's an island called Lundy Island, right? It's 19.7 miles away. This is why I really like this place, because I've seen this my whole life, for every day nearly, right? I've driven past this nearly every day of my life, this island. You can look it up. It's off the southwest coast of England, right? It's called Lundy Island, 19.7 miles away from where that photo was taken, right? That photo was taken at no more than 6 feet off the ground, I would say, right? I've got photos of it from lower than that as well, right, on other devices. But you can see this island all throughout the year. Remember as well, the boat that goes to this island is called the Oldenburg. Anyone can type this in, and the main staff on it, the main post on the boat, the highest point on the boat is roughly like 25 feet off the water, right? The very bow of the boat, or should I say the main cabin, is only, like I said, like 20 feet to 25 feet off of the water, right? At 19.7 miles away, okay, we know exactly how much drop there should be, right? Then we can look at the highest point on the island, right? I think the highest point on the island is like 400 feet or something like that. I might be a little bit wrong on that number, but again, if that would be the case, yeah, this is what I try and say.
What is the name of the island?
Huh?
What is the name of Ireland?
Lundy Island.
How you spell that?
Lundy. Just check it out, dude. And then, like, because it's a great, it's pretty cool, basically, as an observational thing, because it's something that I've looked at my whole life, right? Like, on every day. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It doesn't matter what the weather's like. It doesn't matter. You can see it always. Do you know what I mean? And it's 19.7
I
miles
see
away.
where it is now. I see where. I will go for Christmas in Swansea.
You can go there as well, right? And when you're there are portions of the English coast that are like 25 to 30, 40 feet off the ground, right? And you can like lay down on the dock, right? And the dock is 20 feet off the water on that island. And I've literally like laid down on the dock of that island on my belly, 20 feet off the water. And I've looked at points across the ocean in England that are only like 30 feet off the water, 19 to 20 miles away, right? And you're like, wait, so 1.225 times the square root of ever sight in feet? Okay, so again, it's like, it makes no sense. There should be a leading edge of the sphere, right? And there should be a certain amount of drop, right? So, like, again, the horizon is in, would you say, Sasha, the horizon is something that's in front of this thing, right? Or is it behind, or is it that it's, the horizon is actually homogeneous to the island, right? It's coming out of the left and right side of it, right? Like, what we would expect to see would be more than half of this island would be covered up. The highest point on it is only a few feet, right? The point is the curvature rate drop, right? Then we would have the angle of the island tilting away slightly as well, which would make it even shorter. So we should see most of this island covered up, right? As you sail towards it, you start to realize that that's exactly how the island looks, right? It's like 3 miles long or whatever. And this is what I try and say to people about, okay, so if you sail out, right, from the 12 o'clock position of the middle of this photo to where the bottom of the boat starts to disappear first, yeah, and you can see from left to right on this island, yeah, I would say that there's probably, and this is not a panoramic shot or anything like that, right? With your eyes vision, you can see the island and you can see the horizon left or right of that island for many more miles. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, that's 3 miles across. So, and that's why I talk about when people say about going out, I say about going out to the horizon and then turning 90 degrees to the left, for instance, yeah, just at the point where it would start to disappear, just before it starts to disappear bottom up first, yeah. If you're going to turn 90 degrees to the left, you're on a ball, it curves in all directions, right? Why isn't it that boat would only have to go an extra couple of 100 feet then start to disappear from me? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, you can't have boats that sail across the horizon. Do you get my point? Like, that shouldn't be able to occur. Like, that makes no sense. If it would disappear an extra 100 feet going out away from me, then if it turns 90 degrees to the left and then starts to sail across the horizon, it should disappear within the next few 100 feet. But no, we can see left or right multitudes of miles, and it can travel for miles and miles across the horizon. That makes no sense on a ball. It should be as simple as that for people, and I genuinely think it should be that simple. It's like when you look at France from Dover, right? Like, it's not just the fact that you can see France or France from or seeing Dover from France, from Calais. It's the fact that you can see hundreds of miles left or right as well along the horizon. You know what I'm trying to say? Like that makes no sense, right? That you could see a boat travel for 100 miles across a horizon, but if it was to continue going straight away from you, it would start to disappear bottom up, right? Well, it's clear then that this is an optical phenomena, right? And like I was saying, it's like, again, if it would disappear 100 feet going further away from you forward, then if it's to turn 90 degrees to the right and then travel 20 miles along that horizon, the distance from you to that boat now is far greater than if it was to have just gone 100 feet away from you in a straight line. Because if you draw the angle to the boat from where you're stood now it's the distance it was at the 12 o'clock position straight in front of you. Now it's that distance away plus the variation of the distance it went along the horizon as well, which could be an extra 25, 30, 40 miles. You know, so you would expect it to disappear based on the geometric confines of the ball, but no, it doesn't. So what's that about? And
no,
people
for me, you
can't pick up
in
the
some
point.
observation, you need to see from the left to the right more than in front of you because of more distance. You have sometimes more distance from the left to the right than to the object what you observe.
Oh no, I agree. I'm not. Listen, that's just the way that things are, all right? But I'm
Yeah.
saying on a ball, it makes no sense.
No, of course.
On a ball, it makes no sense, right? You know, you have something that's 3 miles long, right? That should even something that's 3 miles long has dropped from the right point to the left point. So
Yep.
what would we expect to see at one point to the other point, right? You know, we would expect to see, you know, and people could say, well, yeah, but how can you apply this to this photo? And I go, well, because on this photo, it's 19.7 miles away. I can see a boat that's only 20 feet off the floor and I've seen this in real life. You can see the boat that Oldenburg docked up on the left side of this island. You can see it docked up there. Its highest point off of the water is 20 feet, right? Again, you shouldn't even be able to see it because there's more than 20 feet of drop, right? So you shouldn't even be able to see it. But not only that, that boat from left to right, 3 miles of drop from one side of the island to the other side of the island. There's another point on the right side of the island as opposed to the left that's 20 feet. That's also 20 feet off the water. But again, if we're taking this in terms of not just the spatial awareness of us going forward and the drop in front of us, but what about the drop from left to right? It should comport to be a sphere. There should be drop in every direction.
Okay, and what we will do with the land? You know, they're saying, oh, well, we have topography and land. Yeah, but when the sea is stopping, there is curvature is going on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you touch any ground from the sea, you know, the water is curving, and you're now touching the ground. Let's say that you're coming from Atlantic Ocean to the Africa, you know, and now the water is curving. Now you coming to the ground. Now that ground should curve from the east to the west of Africa.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But they will say, okay, you have topography. That mean in the ground that curve is going underground, how to say, and then but you have that problem because you are measuring the mountains through all that Africa continent, but you're measuring mountains to reference to sea level. But
yeah,
but you have curve underground. You know, because you have topography, you have mountains and everything, you know. But there is earth curving, you know, all that ground curving underground because you cannot see up, you know, how it's curving because of topography. You know? But when you want to measure mountain, you have the flat horizon level reference, you know.
Well, that's the point, especially
That's
when
so
we look
idiot,
at.
you know. Because if you want, you need to speak about land also, you know. Because okay, water is curving, and now we are approaching to the land. Now also land need to curve. Okay, we have topo, we have mountains. Great. That means that Earth must curve under mountains, and we cannot measure that because it's underground somehow. And then because of that, we have topography. You know.
Then you need to ask people, how do you measure the mountain's height, for instance, and then they measure the mountain from the foot, right? And then from the base of the mountain, you don't measure it from the position of when you're looking at it on the horizon, right? You measure it from the base of the mountain, and you measure it up to the peak, right? So then again, we have a mountain range, for instance, in the Himalayas, there's like 70, 80 miles across our horizon, for instance, right? And we see a homogeneous image and we're 100 miles away from it. And again, we don't, for some reason, it's even the same as like when you're in Africa and you can literally see countries like Italy, right? And you're in Spain and you can see Africa from Spain. It's like we don't see the water cutting off portions of the land when we observe these parts of the land, for instance, that that have topography. We don't see the so-called curving water as a horizontal line, as a sagittal that blocks up your view between it and the objects that you're looking at, and we don't see the difference in terms of the left to right from one side of your vision to the other side. We don't see the mountains either being more exposed or less exposed based on that curvature rate, based on the heights as well. Like there are so many different variations that you could add into it, as in like you should see more of this mountain on the right side because it's, let's say, taller than the mountains on the left, for instance, but the drop rate here is this, and the declination versus where you are and the angle of it versus where it is because it's slightly further forward than the other peaks, right? Like there are so many things in there that would make it appear to look different from where you are, but we never see that. We always see things as if they're on a flat plane, like always.
Take the Chile. Go from Santiago to the south, almost to the Antarctica. How much you drop you need to have to Chile, and you have all Andes mountains. From Santiago to the south. You have like a 2,000 kilometers of mountains. You need to have drop. Man of I don't know. But all this time, all these mountains, you are measuring base like a sea level. Because you have sea from the east, the left side. But from Santiago to no man, that has no any logic, any.
I don't know. I just feel like some of it is willful ignorance at this part, because a lot of the legwork's been done for people, but yet they do not wish to sort of admit that the legwork's been done. They don't really even want to look at any of the information anymore, and it's become a us versus them sort of mentality. And that's why you'll see me, like, I'm sort of like, I've tried to change who I am. I used to be very confrontational with people, right? And I've realized that a lot of the time that confrontational side of me would effectively put an emotional block up in the way of that person, because now it's me versus them, right? So me versus them, it becomes their objectivity leaves the room completely. They're not able to look at the information because they're trying to win the battle that's happening here and now. They're not really trying to look at the overall war, right? So like I've tried to change the way that I speak to people about it, and that's like the main way I use this platform now. And this is what I keep saying to people when I'm in here. It's like, use it when you're with someone that you want to teach to them how stupid the globe position is, right? Like you're with someone that you don't want to attack them directly because it will make them less objective, because they feel their ego will get brushed up and now it's you versus them in the argument, let's say with a friend, for instance, or a debate. So then you can use this medium here as a way of you debating globers and making them look stupid, where your friend can sort of be in on the joke because it's not directed towards him or her. So then you can start to, attack the globe, but without it being them having to defend the globe, your friend, that is. And just not to invoke the emotive response of egotism within inside of it, so they can stick and be objective on the points of the information. And that's what I've found. It's like I've done this with like 6 people in the room, for instance, come in here, destroy a glober, show them for what they really are, how stupid they are, and everyone involved that's around me, they're not as emotionally rattled by it. They don't feel like it's me versus them, and thus are able to stay a little bit more objective about the information that's provided in the debate. So it's like an indirect version of debate instead of direct, and less offensive. So you're not attacking them directly, and that's really why
I think that if I next time use the Glober, I will call him to come privately in some room, and then I will try for 2-3 minutes. I will say to him, "Listen, I have this," and that will be not how to say small amount. That will be big amount. I will show him and I will tell him in the beginning immediately. You will need to spend for sure 1 month. And then watch this for that at least minimum. Relax, take corn, live your life, and watch this. And then after 1 month, come here and say whatever you want to say. Say this is bullshit. That's all right, and then that's it. Because more than that, I cannot give you even.
Yeah.
And I can give you a lot of things, and on the end, you can say this is bullshit. Great, bye bye, thank you. This is bullshit. I cannot convince you. This is not logic for you. This is not common sense for you. That's all right. This is, and you go on with your life and don't come back here to fight or whatever. You're not satisfied or disagree with all these things what I gave you, but I want to give them something because they are not. They are coming. All of them. They are coming here and then they don't know what they are saying. Even maybe they watch something, 2 videos, 3 videos, and they
Well,
think
yeah,
that they.
but that's kind of my point, is that when you or I would research this topic, it didn't really feel like we were against anyone at the same time. We didn't have to battle for the previous position held to come to the new position. And that's what I'm saying, that sometimes this serves a purpose in the sense of that, like, the people that watch this, for instance, they get to see the Glober get ripped apart, and then they can be objective about the information from their perspective. But the very Globers that we talk to in here, we're going to have to start to understand that it is an us versus them sort of like framework, right? Because it's like we're asking them to defend their position of the globe. So it inculcates them into a position of a little battle, and that little battle removes objectivity. People in battle are flustered. People in battle are fighting outwardly in order to defend the very line that they're stood on. So we have to understand the nature of that, and I feel like we're doomed to just continue repeating the same shit if we don't, right? So like, admitted to ourselves that, like, yeah, right, this is a battle for the mind at this point. But like when we were looking at the information or research and stuff, we weren't battling against the various forms of information and where we were receiving it from. We weren't battling against those informers, right? Yeah, it was a battle for the mind, but we didn't have to directly battle for a previous position held for the new paradigm. We didn't need to battle to get to it. It was more that we were battling with ourselves. And it's easier sometimes, like I was saying, in a public forum, it's very hard to be objective and to admit you're wrong and concede to a point. It's harder to be objective because we're taught to not back down.
Well, I can put like this. I'm on the fence, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now let's put on the scale. Why would they lie? They would not lie. Why would Flat Earther lies now?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not fence now. Let's see, why would Flat Earthers lie?
Well, yeah, if you can understand that's true. It's like if you can't understand why the Globers would lie, then you should never assert the same thing to the flat Earth, all right? Like, that's ridiculous. It's like, so you would be like, why would they lie about the globe? Well, then why would we lie about this, right? You could apply the same logic, and if you do so, then again, your logic is flawed because remember, you believe that we're lying to you, Glober. So you can't apply that logic. Not you, but they can.
Human, yeah, but I'm saying like personally, like I still cannot realize like what kind of conspiracy is this, this Flat Earth. Because the people what I met, what I know, even you, whatever, so many people blah blah blah. Did you feel some kind of deception?
Mm-hmm. Well, no, yeah.
From that, I didn't feel deception from you, from Nathan, from QE, from many other people. I don't feel any kind of deception. Maybe it's a good one. I don't know. I didn't hear any kind of aim, any kind of program what this organization Flat Earth will do, which kind of do you understand me correct? This is like if I put on like on scale, I'm on fence, but I don't see why would Flat Earth lie now? What is there?
Yeah.
Like,
well, again, it comes back to like my name in a sense. It's like I say, like the Globers that say that we're infinitesimally small, that we're meaningless, that we'll never get up. We'll never get our point across, and we'll never be the mainstream. And well, then it speaks to what they're doing quite massively in a sense of like, well, then what the fuck are you doing arguing against us? Because if you believe that we're inconsequential, that what we say has no bearing or matter on reality as it is, or even like I said, we'll never be mainstream. Well, then why are you defending against the position that we hold? Because, well, again, we're not infinitesimally small. We're more and far, there's more of us than what they would like to admit. But not only that, I would say that if it is their position that we are inconsequential and we really do not hold any form of tangible ability to move the paradigm or to shift it to cause axiom rotation, as it were, then
not axial, axiom. If we do not have that capability, then you're arguing from a point of crackheadism of, you know, addicted to the dopamine hits, right? So like that's what we would have to gain if you
No,
flip
you show
that
me.
around.
Listen, a good example. Your example. You're showing me the Ireland. Now, 10 minutes ago.
Mhm.
And now my question will be, why he want to brainwash me with this thing?
Well, that's the point. We wouldn't, right? And I don't.
That will be my question. Why? Because in my that why would they lie also? Why? Because your people brainwashing other people with this story. That means okay, crack villain now speaking me about this island. Why you doing this, crack? That will be why you do
Again,
it?
like I said, we'll never know until we're in the mainstream, right? So like until we're mainstream, okay, and we're still continuing to harp on the point in this way, like the Globers are. The Globers have the mainstream point to be held, right? So why is it that people like Jem Panda and stuff are arguing this point? I would assert it's because they're crackheads and they're addicted to the dopamine hits that they receive via argumentation. That's what I would say, right? But they don't realize it because again, or it's because they actually think that we're a threat. So they're either going to have to concede that we're a threat, and that's why they're defending against the position of the globe in order that other people don't become flat earthers and indoctrinated by this so-called indoctrination. Or they're going to have to admit that they're crackheads arguing for the dopamine hits received via argumentation. Again, we could apply that same framework to us, right? That we could turn around and say, effectively, that we are arguing from a framework of the same, that we receive dopamine hits via our arguments that we give out and that we enjoy this process. But we will not know until we're in the mainstream whether that would be the case or not. So that could be the reason for someone to maybe lie or trick themselves into believing that they're telling the truth because they may enjoy the process of telling the truth, right? So that's a very nuanced way of looking at it, right? So it's not like a either or, right? It's very nuanced. So you could sort of say that, you know, maybe we're addicted to the dopamine hits that we receive and maybe we're crackheads, but you won't know that because we could just be defending the truth, right? And we're not in the mainstream yet, so we still have reason to argue, right? We still have a reason to argue this point because it's something that we know to be true and it's something that we're trying to assert. Once we become part of the mainstream, if we're still there arguing with the dregs and the fringe movement of globers that are sort of left over that are ardent and still stick to the point of the old, then you could maybe say that we're crackheads and that we're, arguing this thing just because we like the dopamine that we receive from doing so. But until that point, we would never really know. But with them, I feel like I could assert that right away. That I could just say, I genuinely think that they're addicted to the argumentation and the dopamine that they receive from it. And that's what makes it very palpable to me and it's tangible that they are liars and they don't care about lying to us because they're more obsessed with the very thing that they receive from this argument, which
Yeah, but
is,
for me, it was like from experience and everything in life and everything. On the end, I realized, correct, the history doesn't matter. I don't want to speak about that. But the thing is, authorities lies and not people. Yeah, people also, But I believe more people than authorities because in all my life, authorities all my life lied. That means.
well, yeah,
Why,
yourself. Authorities
yeah.
have something to gain from lying. It's like the person that has no authority can't really change much about reality for you as you live and breathe, right? No one can really change much for you without the authority first to do so. There's no real agenda that we could gain from. And that's, I guess, your point is, that we can't really gain from pushing this position.
And
there's not much to gain.
Yeah, if I can say, I maybe live because of people, not because of authorities, because I could be dead because of authority, for sure, if I choose that side.
All right, I'm gonna have to shoot off.
I also need to.
It's getting late. 12:15 now.
I have a flu, man. If somebody has something what I have, they will say that they have this thing.
They say they have the Holocaust, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and my battery is at 33%. Illuminati confirmed. You have the Rona, I have the 33% battery.
I'm 17 connected on the seat. where I should not to be.
Ah, man, what you got plugged in
Okay.
on that?
We lost 3 Glovers.
4 maybe,
But
wasn't it?
yeah, but they will maybe look. That bloody was like he said. I will look into. Okay.
Mm. I no doubt he'll come back. You know, he'll probably come back. I think he had to go. I don't know where he's from. He said that his education wasn't derived from the West, but I noticed that he had a very English accent. Maybe I'm mistaken. Did he sound English to you?
Yeah, very English. Yeah.
He sounded more English than I, right?
Yeah.
He was like, "Well, I don't have a traditional Western form of education, so, yes." I'm like, wait, you're not English? Bro, you sound better English to me.
Yeah, maybe no. I don't
Yeah, I
know.
only know. Yeah, I only
But
know.
it was, or maybe Australian. I don't know.
He wasn't Australian. That's
Sasha.
what I'm saying. That's still Western, right?
New
Thanks,
Zealand.
go ahead.
All right, Sasha. You said 1,000 miles. You said, what's the curvature in 1,000 miles?
6. No, I don't
It's
know.
over 500,000 feet. It's over 500,000 feet of curvature at 1,000 miles.
How much is that in meters?
It's like 257,000 meters.
It's got to be more. No, it's got to be
Maybe more.
Wait, isn't it more? It's got to be more because if you're going 180 kilometers an hour, it's 120 miles an hour. So it's about 35% more. So it'd be about 700.
No, meters is less than feet. No, meters
Right.
are
So it'd be more.
No,
So
what
it'd
I'm
be
saying
more
is,
of them.
no, I'm saying there are more feet in one. Right, so in 1 meter, there are more feet
No,
in a
there's
meter.
more. Kilometers are shorter, so there's more of them. So it'd be 777,000 kilometers. Thank you.
No, because the feet in
Tell me
meters.
again
So
in
let's
feet.
say, wait there a second. Look, 500,000, right? Right, so 500 feet into meters, yeah, okay, is right. There's 152 meters in feet, so I'm saying the number would be smaller, right?
No, it's more. It's over 800,000 kilometers. Over 800,000 kilometers. Yep.
Yeah, no, kilometers is more than
did you
miles.
say-
I know. No, kilometers is less than miles. I'm not saying that. We're talking about feet to meters. He asked for meters, not kilometers.
Did you say
Not
500,000 feet?
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah. So feet. So kilometers would be less. Okay. Right. So kilometers, I'm going to miles. So right. So it'd be 35% more. So yeah. So it'd be 1/3. So it's roughly a yard. So then that
Right,
would
so
be 150,000 to 200,000 meters.
Right, wait there. 500,000 feet in meters is 152,400 meters.
That's 152 kilometers, man.
And then meters, 150. Yeah, so that would be what in 1,500. 1,500.
Well, watch this. Let me put it in perspective. So an aircraft at 35,000 feet. 35,000 feet is very tiny. They say the ISS don't use miles.
1.5 kilometers.
Watch. No, listen. 1.3 million feet. 1.3 million feet, and they say it looks like a 747 at 35,000 feet.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you're insane if you believe.
Yeah, so it would be 150. So, sorry, 500,000 feet in drop would be like 15
It
kilometers.
will be like 90 miles of drop.
So
100 90 miles of drop.
500,000 feet
100
into
150
kilometers.
That'd be
150
150 kilometers.
Is it 152 kilometers? Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy
Kilometers is simple enough. Well, listen. Here's the thing. I'm going to direct everybody's attention.
An
right
aeroplane
quick.
is flying
Hold
on which elevation?
My goodness. Listen, hold on. Direct your attention. 22 minutes after the hour right now. Live stream voice text. Okay. This is from what? The website says physicsgeology.net, government funded. It says the Earth's surface area covered by water is 139,397,000 square miles. That's not my claim. They admit the earth and water are flat. Physicalgeology.net admits the entire construct of existence is measured flat. So it's not my claim. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, water.
139 million. Read it again. It's 139 million. Flat. It's square. What do you think a square is? You think a square is curving? It says square miles. That's the measurements of everybody with a big machine and a degree and a piece of paper and a name tag on. Thanks. That's all the scientists. That's all the engineers. That's all the geologists. They say it's 140 million square miles flat on the ocean. Thanks.
That guy's
So
not here
download
anymore,
that
by the
one.
way.
No, download that, Sasha. Sasha and Get Be Get. You both need to download that because you don't have to worry about your speech.
I downloaded it. I have it.
You.
I have it.
Yeah. So next time you say it's not my claim, it's not my claim. The scientists that you say, the geologists, the biologists, all these people admit the Earth is 140 million square miles flat on the ocean. Thanks. That's it. Not my claim.
I like that number.
Eat it. Eat lead too.
I like numbers.
You know what your field of view is on an airplane at 35,000 feet? They say you can only see about 200 miles.
Yeah, that's
You can see over 1,500 miles, up to
You can see
2,000.
loads.
2,000. Think of it this way. Think of the magnitude. You're talking about 20 million square miles around you when you're at 40,000 feet. I'm talking about your entire area of view, 360 degrees, is in the million of square miles. Millions of square miles. Literally, look it up.
What about seafloor miles?
You can't see them. They're under the seafloor, under the ocean. Can't see them.
Oh, okay.
That's why you look at the top of the ocean and you go, oh, it's 139 million square miles, according to the geologists. Right there.
But
physicalearth.net. There's the website right there. There it is.
But we made math on that stolen video. That means that we have 150 kilometers of drop.
Whether who was saying that you could only see in a field of view of how many miles was he saying first?
Just look at just look at the Earth curvature calculator.
No, I'm
pretty
not
much
talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I already know that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, what did someone say to you from the plane? That your field of view that you can only see how many miles did they say?
No. I'm talking about the Earth curvature calculator says you can only see much, but when you go into a plane,
That's
you can see
ridiculous.
literally hundreds of times more. That's the point, bro.
Of course you
Nothing
can.
works. Listen, here's the point. Everything is already a black swan. There is no white swan. That's the point. There's never been a white swan. Listen, hold on, watch. No one's ever taken a zoom in lens. Listen, here's the point. Listen, real quick. Watch this. Zooming lenses, P900, P1000, right? No one's ever taken a zoom on a camera, zoomed in on something and said, yep, I can only see 3 miles. Never happened. There is no white swan. Everybody needs to know that. There's no such
That's
thing
what
as
I always
somebody
say to
saying,
people.
right, there's no such thing. I
I
understand
say,
the
if you're
term, but
being
it's
intellectually
misused. Yeah.
honest with yourself
no such-
and you go to the coast, you're telling me that if you're just be honest with yourself, that you have seen a horizon that even ever comports to 1.225 times the square root of its ever side feet. No one can ever say that. Because if that was the case, then how did the Germans repurposed the German 88, which was meant to be an anti-flak gun? They repurposed it for a straight line of sight. They put it in the Tiger tank, right? The barrel in the Tiger is like 8 feet off the ground. Then the other forms of holding this, this straight line of sight now recoilless rifle, how it's been used, right? The German 88 was brilliant at knocking out American armor, especially the Sherman tank. We obviously know why, 'cause it's shit, right? And it's got its, very vertical armor plating. It's got no sloped armor. There's only a very small amount of sloped armor at the front, and it's basically still quite flat, right, in its angle. But it's not 45 degree or anything like that. It's much less of an angle. But my point is that how was it that the Germans were shooting people 10 miles away all the time, hundreds of tanks a day, over and over again, at 10 miles away? And these would be hidden in bushes in France, right, on the sides of roads and shit like this, literally like 2-3 feet off the ground, right?
And remember, at 8 feet, the horizon should be 3.48 miles away. That's where the leading edge of the sphere should be, the sagittar. So how are they hitting tanks? Like Sherman tanks, how high is a Sherman tank? And then it's 10 miles away, guys. So then you know the drop rate for 10 miles away. Okay, how much of it should be seen? Remember, they were knocking the tracks off of these tanks, not just hitting the tops of the tanks or the gunner or the tank commander that had his head out of the hatch. They weren't shooting his head off, right? They wouldn't even be able to see the head of the tank commander because of the drop rate, right? So it's like you said, if you're being honest with yourself, when have you ever seen a horizon that comports to that formula of 1.225 times the square root of the other side of feet? Never. It never happened. It's never happened. We always see horizons that are way further. I always say that. You've got to be honest with yourself first, though, before you can sort of understand that point. People need to be honest with themselves. Like, when have you ever seen a horizon that's 3 miles away from 6 feet up? You haven't. It doesn't happen. It's more a hijacking on the principle of the Anderson formula, which is to do with, a 6 foot man would expect to see another 6 feet man's feet disappear at roughly 3 miles away. But that's just the ability to resolve his feet, because the ground in front of his feet now becomes the thing that's in your focal range. Doesn't mean you can't see the rest of the man still, though. Right? And this is the same formula that we used on sniper scopes in order to determine distance of how far away someone is, with an aspect ratio on the side of the scope that would be drawn out, right? Like, you put a man in between these two posts. If he fits in between these two posts here, or these two posts here, you know that he's 100, 200, 300, 400 mile away. You know the distance of the man, because every man's roughly between this size and this size, so you have a rough estimation, right, based on the angular size of the man. That's the hijacking principle that they use to try and do the distance to the horizon, I believe, and it doesn't work, obviously. It's been very quick to unfold it all.
Live stream. Mic check. What's going on over here? I don't hear nobody speaking. What's going on? Is everyone dead? Fuck, all right then.
right, triple for the truth in the chat. As always, 539 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. Professor Phil, you're making a claim. You're trying to tell me that square miles are not flat. I think that might be a discussion appropriate for this hangout. I just have a sneaking suspicion. If I hope you're still unbanned. I got you unbanned 3 days ago. Haven't talked to you since. Didn't get a reply if you came on here. So I hope you're still unbanned. Come into the chat right now, and we'll discuss how you're telling me that square miles are not flat, because that's going to be an issue here. Because again, that's not my claim. You see, geology is dependent on this. That's how sextants work. That's how everything works, and they admit it. So this is going to be interesting. That's why I cited my sources as usual. Before you don't have to ask. I put my source in the voice text chat, so it's right there. So maybe Triple Fourth the Truth can help us get him on here. We got, because a bunch of people are unmuting this panel right now. So you got all the time in the world right now, Professor Phil, to tell us how square miles are not flat. I'd love to hear the explanation. Who else is in here? All right, let's help out this dreadful, very quiet minute here and get the old medical dictionary out and look at some words. Very dangerous in these discussions, my goodness. Do I know my ABCs? Yep. A, C, D. All right. Let's see what we got. Parallel. The magical word of the day is parallel. When describing things that are parallel from each, what is the necessary antecedent to be parallel? All right, let's go back to the chat and see if Professor Phil said anything yet. Place your bets. Okay, Professor Phil, I'll acknowledge the mark that you made. You said 1 million square miles on Earth can't be flat. Well, it looks like more than millions of square miles on Earth have to be flat. It looks like that's how everything is already dependent on in reality, because there's no claim for anything else. There's nobody claiming, oh, you have to adjust for curvature. No, the geologists are admitting this. And again, I gave my citation there. Let's go back to that real quick. Where are we at here? There we go. Physicalgeology.net. 139,397. 139 million. Area of square miles, 139 million. 397,000. Earth surface area covered by water. And that makes sense because when, the long-range radar systems built to detect ICBMs have to be pointed out to the horizon, and they're dependent on line of sight. In fact, when the target indicator shows you where the target is, and even if it's 100 miles away, it points at the horizon. It always just shows you it's out there, straight out in front of you. So it'd be nice if you would look up the Duga radar system, right? Duga, the largest radar system in the world. It points across the entire Atlantic Ocean flat. There's no such thing as bouncing off of. Again, that's going to hurt the entire premise here because it already shows us it's straight out and flat. So it can't bounce. It would then receive a radar cross-section from the top of the vehicle if it's an aircraft. And of course, all radar cross-sections are dependent on looking face forward at the aircraft or missile. If the missile is going straight up, you're going to see a side profile. If the aircraft is pointed towards you, you will see the nose of the aircraft profile, Professor Phil. So that's why the flight simulators, if you notice, the flight simulators, in order to simulate Earth, since even the late 90s, when I remember them as a child, also depend on millions of simulated flat square miles over the ocean. It's very simple. When you can design and make the maps, I don't know if you can do this anymore, but 20 years ago, you would get a brand new, flight simulator and you could build a map. But the one thing the map already had was a square that you were already dependent on. You were literally dependent on a completely flat surface for millions of simulated square miles in the flight simulator. So in order to simulate reality, they have to make these flight simulator maps 100% flat, because of course there's not going to be as much detail. The computer system, can't handle all the details. So to make it work, if it has to work at all, it has to be flat. And that's why we have a flat horizon in the flight simulators as well, proving that's the only way you can simulate a flat horizon. You have to make the floor flat, and you actually have to make the sky above you converge eventually. That's why the sky converges into a flat plane itself. So there's no other option. So when I go to this source, which is a government source, and it says physicalgeology.net, and it says there's 139,397,000 Earth surface area covered by water in square miles. And a square is a square is a square. That's why the word square exists. It cannot be bending, or that would have to be considered or mentioned or ever talked about. It's not. That's why everything is dependent already on the fact that, again, we're not adjusting or experiencing or seeing Earth curvature or spin. That's the point. So there's just no way around it. So again, not my claim. These are all those geologists that, of course, we refer to as scientists, and they have lab coats, so they're the expert. Well, all the experts agree no one's adjusting for Earth curvature or spin. So again, there isn't even a claim here, Dr. Phil. That's why, if you've noticed lately, all of the other people around you that are on your side are scared to come in here, because once, especially an atheist point of view comes in here for more than a couple hours or a couple days, they realize that they're out of luck and they don't even have a claim, because they don't, again, where'd you get the information from? Well, we can't get an answer. It's based on a cartoon magical fairy tale. Somebody 2,000 years ago had an ancient magical, cobra, I guess, that turned into a stick in the ground and then magically told us that proves we're on a ball because we have shadows. And again, this is just a story that is just a fairy tale. We don't have a claim based on reality. You have a claim based on the religious assumption, just like Scientologists. So the atheist community has already been raised in the mass religion of Scientology that's been going around since the 50s. It's already been in place. And that's why, if you notice, Professor Phil, there isn't a claim like this is the model of a globe Earth. No, there isn't even a claim for a model. So I know you want to keep saying model. That's the point. There is no model. And when there is a model, the model, in order to work, has to be flat. So again, all the models that are used in reality for all of engineering and all of flight and Trident Flight Research Center and McCoy and company that builds MiGs, and of course the Sukhoi company in Russia that builds their Sukhoi 27 platforms, all of them already depend on a flat stationary plane of existence because there's no claim for adjustments for anything but such is the reality. Again, look at any flight simulator. In order to simulate the horizon in reality, I know it's a nice diatribe, you have to make the floor flat. You might be able to get away with not adding a sky, but the floor always has to be flat, and that's how you can have a simulated horizon. There isn't even an example otherwise. Again, Professor Phil, I'm sure if you had one, you would gladly show us, but you can't. There is no other example. So it's a slam dunk. Again, let's go back to the source. physicalgeology.net. Surface, percent of Earth's total surface area. 29.2%. Area square miles. Okay, that's 148 million. Okay, go down one. Earth's surface area covered by water. 70.8%, which is 139,397,000 area of square miles. So again, there is no claim for anything else other than a plane of existence. Now, I'm not saying I agree with them totally because they haven't measured all of the square miles. That would be another lie. But they are admitting all of the square miles they've ever been able to measure of Earth's surface are square miles. So everything they've ever measured is done in square miles or square kilometers. Everything they've ever measured is done in square miles and square kilometers. Let me say this one more time for you. Let me say this one more time. physicalgeology.net. Everything they've ever measured on the Earth's surface, land or sea, is in square miles or square kilometers. That is what the entire world is already dependent on. And then amazingly, I go to Google Earth. Google Earth does not disagree. Same thing. Google Earth is also flat for thousands and millions, more than what we can see in reality. You just back off the entire map. There's literally 500 million square miles of flat territory. The whole map is flat. In order for the map to work, it has to be flat, because if I change altitudes, all of a sudden the distance is going to change if it isn't flat. So it's just too easy. In order for everything to work, there can't be a glob. There can't be globe. There can't be spin. There has to be a stationary flat surface. Again, 1988 Trident Flight Research quoting them saying a flat, non-rotating Earth. So again, let me change sources. Google Earth. There's my map. Let's bring this up. Hold on one second. I'm going to go and I'm going to add a picture. So it'll be about 53 minutes after the hour. If I can just get the Discord to pull up real quick. I might be lagging a little bit. I apologize. So let's go to the live stream right now. I'm going to post my picture. This is of an area that I've personally observed in real life. So I'm only going to use things which I've done myself. I've been there, done that, so I can attest to this area. And I have some photography of myself. But before I use my own photography, before we worry about what the XO claims, let's see what the working map system claims. Here we go. Take the screenshot of the map, and boom. This is a canyon that literally I could hide several thousands of cities in the canyon. But from a simulated distance of 100 miles or so up in the air, I can see the whole canyon, and it's flat. So in order for me to traverse this canyon or area around this canyon or this massive lake that's right around the Four Corners area of North America, and it's not the biggest, of course, depends on it being flat. The whole map, every working map is flat, including Google Earth. So again, let's go back to a different source. physicalgeology.net. Again, the Earth's surface in square miles, 57,491,000 square miles. Every square mile they've ever measured, which I don't believe that they haven't measured them all. Every single square mile they've been ever able to measure on Earth is a square mile. The necessary antecedent for square miles to exist is the fact that we're not on a shape or an object. We live on a plane of existence that is not limited by cartoons. I know this is crazy notion here, Phil, but you think God might be a little bit smarter than what the atheist cartoons depict. You see, God is much more than just making balls in space. God's plane of existence is literally billions of times bigger and greater than a ball earth, magical ball cosmology religion you learned about on television. That's limiting God's ability. That's literally perverting all of his creation. Excuse me. And that's why in Exodus 24, Dr. Phil, God says you won't have any graven images in the heavens above of anything. He says of anything. You won't have any graven images in the heavens above, the earth beneath, or the waters underneath the earth. So all of these things that were being shown are graven, literally, images. False idols. These are all false idol worship. Reality looks nothing like that. So the fact is, I can not only tell the little children and the old man this truth, I can even point out that not only do I can give examples that I can show you, I can show that the geologists and all the scientists and all the engineers and pilots that have ever existed also depend on not adjusting for curvature or spin. So it is not only my claim, it's the entire world's claim of anybody that's ever done anything and recorded it. Go do something, take a camera with you. You won't be adjusting for curvature or spin. You can fly in a plane or you can drive an RC car. It doesn't matter what you're going to do. Everything depends on the fact that you're, again, what? What is it, children? Not adjusting for curvature or spin. So if you're telling me we're on a spinning ball, the burden of proof is on you. Unfortunately, Google Maps and the geologists, and again, my source, physicalgeology.net and the Dryden Flight Research Center and NASA and the United States Navy and the Air Force and even the cosmonauts all agree that everything that's ever done in history is dependent on not adjusting for curvature or spin. So there you go, Professor Phil. Please join the channel as soon as you want to get this conversation going, because I'd love to see your sources and I'd love to see your point of view. If you have any evidence in any way, shape, or form, please bring it into the 24/7 Discord channel. This is DXO. It is now 3 minutes till 6, west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. I appreciate your time.
Yep. Good rant there, Exo. I wanted to just ask something. I know exactly what you're saying about the square. It's 100% logical. But thinking as a baller, I'm wondering if they're going to say that you can calculate the surface area of a sphere using pi, and that you'll still get square centimeters or square kilometers even when calculating the surface of a sphere.
Yep, that would require begging the question, though, because obviously first you know it's a sphere.
But just the actual the concept of a square being on a circle is ludicrous.
Yes,
but yet we'll still describe the surface area on a sphere in square kilometers, square meters.
But that would be that the terminology is incorrect. There's no such thing as a square mile on a sphere. And in fact, a specific sphere, this specific sphere cannot even have actually a square yard. Even though that sounds ridiculous, there are measuring tools on the plane of existence that can measure those sorts of minute differences. There's no such thing as a square foundation on a home. Every foundation would be slightly curved by the micrometer. There's no such thing, right? So what I'm saying is that all these examples depend on not adjusting for curvature or spin. Then when we go out in reality, we see hundreds and thousands of square miles. We see them, then it's over. Yeah, just confirms.
Yeah, well responded.
Well, since you said something solar, I'm going to put a picture up in the voice VC live stream again. 1 second. All right. You there, Solar?
Yeah.
All right. You see that picture right there? And if you look closely, you'll see there's an anomaly in the upper left, slightly above center, slightly to the left of center area that looks a little pinkish and not like the surrounding area. Do you see that?
Um,
In the last photo.
in
Yep.
in the I am the Lord, that is my
Yep.
name.
That one. Yep. That's one. Yep.
Up left, above horizon or on horizon? I'm looking at my phone, so it may not
It's
have the
actually not on the
resolution.
horizon, right? So it's going to be below the horizon. There's an anomaly on the ground of, where the actual floor of the earth is. The floor of the
Yeah,
earth has
okay,
an
I see
anomaly
it.
where it's pink. You see that pink anomaly
Yeah.
out there? That
Yeah.
here it is from Google Earth. So here it is from Google Earth. So let's see. And I have to actually get the measuring tool. It's over 50 miles long. That little pocket there, that egg is over 50 miles wide from left to right. Because I'm looking east. I'm looking east at it from about 30, 45, 50 miles away, right? And my 737 that's headed from Seattle to Phoenix. And I caught it on my left side. I didn't know what it was and I didn't pay attention to it. 2 weeks ago, I'm like, you know what? I need to see what this is because I don't talk about it. So I went ahead and I looked it up. And here it is. It's this formation on Google Earth. It's the Glen Canyon Dam. It's the washout spillway where you can see there was a lake there. It's literally like a dry lake. It's called Moab. It's part of Navajo Nation. It's like 75 miles wide. Just that little part right there, 75 miles wide. So people have no idea when you're looking at the Earth. The point is you don't even have a clue of how much you're looking at. I thought that was like maybe that's 4 or 5 miles or a few miles. No idea. No, it was 10 times bigger than what I thought because I'm so far away. That area there is the area that I took a picture on using Google Earth just to make sure and confirm it. That's the Four Corners area. I'm literally on the border of Utah, Nevada, and now Arizona. I'm going into Arizona, headed south, right? And there it is to my left, this Moab massive area around the Four Corners, which is literally dozens of miles wide. In fact, some of the areas look like they're 100 miles wide, but I don't want to. I'm trying to really just make it seem as conservative as possible. But just that section is 100 miles. So imagine going out to the horizon. If we could measure to the horizon, then we're talking thousands. See, it's insane, bro, that we don't, because we're so high up, we can't see how far we're looking. But then when you see something like this, oh my dear Lord, that's the scale that now gives us an idea of how big it is underneath it. Earth is big, and it's even flatter than it is big. It's amazing.
Yeah. That's kind of how it works.
I used to love it with Jay Tolan Media when he would take out his infrared lens and then capture something incredible like what you've just done. And he would say, "Behold the flat earth."
Hey, is there anything y'all don't have the answer to for like proving flat Earth? Like, do y'all have answers for everything?
Well, I do know who has all the answers. And maybe that's who I go to get my answers. How about that?
I mean, that's a good enough answer.
For the word of God is quick and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to dividing asunder of soul and spirit and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. Not only does that book have all the answers, it gives you answers about things you didn't realize you wanted to know and that are much more important on the surface level. You see, it's watch this. What is it about? It's about the heavens above, right? The earth actually teaches you about the importance of what's bigger than the creator. You see, it's not about the flat earth. That's the easy part. It's about the maker above, and you can't even have an above. There is no such thing as above on a ball. That's just, again, it's just a really mind warping, idiocracy cartoon religion. You can't even have an up or down on a ball. There's no up or down. There's no above. It removes it removes all your logic, all your intelligence goes right out the window. You turn into a zombie, and you'll make a claim like, "Oh yeah, I'm a Christian," and then as soon as somebody shows you where the Bible describes the earth as not a cartoon ball, You go, oh, well, actually, that part's allegorical. And now you start changing your mind. It literally will turn you into a monster, this religion here. And that's why I'm so adamant. That's why I'm so passionate about it. It's like a disease that can infect you, and it's deadly. So I'm going to be upset. I'm going to tell people you got to stop it. I'm going to shake them and say, stop doing it. But as soon as they start pulling me back into their home and then I start getting lit on fire, I got to then punch them in the neck and let them burn alive. I can't let them kill other people. And that's literally what this spiritual warfare is about. It's not about evidence. It's about the heart. It's about, you meeting somebody or Solar or one of these people. You meet somebody and all of a sudden you're being attacked because you're saying, I trust my eyes. And now you're a bad person, and now you're stupid, and now you're going to lose your friends. You might even lose some friends because I said I don't trust the cartoons on TV. And now all of a sudden, you might have to move from where you're from. You might have. So it's about the fear of people not ready to be ridiculed because you're raised since kindergarten when you are told, look how people used to be so stupid, Johnny and Billy and Sarah, because they thought the earth was flat. Hundreds of years ago, people just weren't smart like we are now, but now we're really smart because we have TV. We have TV, Billy, Sally, and Margaret, and Joey. Okay. And that's why we're so great now, because we've been to the moon. And now we're putting magical space rockets farther than the moon. And don't worry about all the starving kids here because they're not as important as the germs on Mars. That's what it destroys your mind. You're literally, when you are raised with this just despicable, satanic, perverted outer space cartoon religion, it is literally turning you into a monster. That's why it matters. It turns you into something that doesn't care about anything else. No matter what, you will not let anything get in the way of this monstrosity ball religion. You'll put everything else to the side. That's why it makes you become a monster. Literally like watching Invasion of the Body Snatchers starring Donald Sutherland. Literally.
So, Boat, what questions do you have, being a globe earther, that you think need answering?
You talking about me?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't have any questions. I mean, I just got put as a globe earther role.
Are you new to the server?
Yeah, I'm on like 2 days old or something like that.
Nice. And how did you find it?
Some Twitter link.
And your first reaction was, this is insane.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, I looked into what y'all research and stuff, and it kind of shocked me. So I got interested. That's why I tried to look for a server like this.
Did you
Well, then
find
you're
or
the perfect
hear
person.
any compelling information?
Any compelling info? Oh, I mean, the thing I
Yeah.
found that like interested me was how the sun was like all about perspective and stuff. If that's true, of course.
Well, wait a minute. Just like everything else has to obey perspective, and when we go away from something, if we go away from something that's higher than us, right, such as a ceiling lamp or the ceiling itself, right, or the top of a door, as we move away, that object or door frame or structure always appears to be going lower. If it's above us, such as the floor, all we have to do is look at the end of the floor and notice that the end of the floor appears to be higher than the floor right below me, right? But no, it's not. We know it's the same altitude, right? The floor is the same altitude, but as it goes out away from me, it converges into the center of my line of sight. My field of view ends. So that's how everything in reality works. If it's above me, it's going to appear to get lower as I move away. Just like when you're driving down the road and the street lamps appear to be going lower in your rearview mirror, and in front of you, they're getting higher on a flat surface. That's just how everything works. So there's no way around it. So we're just saying, listen, I don't even need to talk about the sun actually, because if I can't get someone to understand though, that I'm not adjusting for curvature or spin, and that everybody else already admits they depend on that, then we can't move forward anyway. The sun, the moon, the stars are something outside of this understanding. They don't have to obey what we obey. You see, they are on some sort of other level, literally, figuratively, observably, demonstrably. Every single part of that word level That's what the sun, moon, and stars are. They are at a different level. They are not tangible. You cannot touch them. You might be able to recognize and feel the sun's light. We can feel the heat, but that's as far as it gets. That's as far as it goes. There's nothing past that, so we can't compare the two anyway. And that's, remember, the one thing that these people do when they believe in this outer space religion is that they are going to ignore what we can prove. If I can prove the floor is flat, I don't have to prove anything else. But what that does is it makes it so that everything else is already disproven. That's why they can't deal with the flat shape of the earth, because once I prove the earth is a plane of existence, it's over. There is no more piggybacking and desperately pleading and hiding from reality and begging and using cartoons and saying, "Oh, what about this? What about that?" No, it's over. Once we show you the earth is flat, all that other stuff goes bye-bye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you understand?
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I agreed with him. I mean, I wasn't like
Okay.
trying to disprove the flat Earth. So
Cool.
Well, that's what I want to tell him. Listen, Bo, you're going to listen to people, and you're going to notice just by the way that the opposition talks, if you're honest with yourself, the truth will be yours. You are going to be gifted a very special thing that most people won't ever be able to have, and that is the truth, because it was more important than their ego. You're going to see grown men literally cry and hide and have literal panic attacks because they're being destroyed by literally a 19-year-old girl that's found out the truth. You will see soldiers, you'll see pilots, you'll see atheists all literally lose their minds when somebody says to them, "No, I just trust reality, not cartoons on TV." And they have nothing but that. And that's why this is such a crazy conversation, because the best way to learn is to see how people approach it. And listen, it's the greatest evidence. Either six years ago, when I found out this truth, I did not have to do any research because I already knew. But the thing that solidified it the most and showed me how important it was, not just knowing it, but realizing how important it was how people treated these so-called flat earthers and how they attacked this topic. That is how I knew it was literally one of the most important topics in existence right now, because it exposes the evil of the individual, makes them show you who they truly are. It was like it automatically it's like this weapon. Like, you have a weapon that will rip the masks off of anybody and they won't be able to hide their true intentions. And it's like you're almost too powerful. And I try to tell people, listen, this might be too powerful for you. Most people aren't ready for it.
yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to say to that, but
well, you're going to learn.
Well,
You're going to see.
Important
your
to
eyes will
know.
not.
It's important to know truth and facts, because it will be very hard for them to enslave your mind, which means taking your soul. It means that you will be working your whole lifetime for them, and you will be happy about it. But if you know truth, then you will actually work for yourself and as less possible for them. Because in this world, we do have to work for them, a small part. But there's nothing wrong with that. As long as you keep doing good.
I like just kind of pushing it, calling him a slave for believing in globe Earth. But I mean, that's just me.
So it's an enslavement for the mind.
Yeah.
So the idea is that you can't leave. Everything's already been explored, and you better just stay in your little zone. Have you watched The Mockingbird? What's it called? Hunger Games. Hey, Boat?
Yeah.
So in Hunger Games, they've got districts. Let's call those continents. And there's all people in different districts, and they've all got to stay on their districts, and it's difficult to cross between districts or to share information between districts. And then there's these overarching rulers who live in luxury while most people starve. And those are the people who look upwards at the sky and say they want to go search for intelligent life because they're implying there's no intelligent life here. And then they take billions of your dollars every year to search for this intelligent life while actual life here on this place dies. People starve to death in the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
It's a warped perception that people think that it's driving exploration or it's driving research. But if we were focused a little bit more on the value of life, we wouldn't be taking most of the stuff. So, like Exo was saying earlier, it's not really about whether it's flat or what shape this thing is. It's about the deception. It's about the lie, and why it is that they use this specific lie, because it enslaves the mind. And it keeps people fantasizing about what's behind Uranus, or what's on the Mars, what's on the moons of Saturn, or people are so
So y'all don't
fixated.
believe in like the planets and stuff?
No, not at all.
No,
the word
we do not believe because nobody, I mean literally nobody, has ever taken a piece of any planet from anywhere.
How would you explain looking into a telescope and seeing?
Well, okay, that's the point.
Look,
Wait a minute.
those-
Okay,
it's not
hold
about
on,
belief
hold on.
in the
yet.
Okay, go ahead. So,
In the
Yet,
telescope,
it's not.
when you
Wait,
look,
wait. It's not
yeah,
about
go
belief.
ahead. Sorry.
yep, wait a minute.
It's not about belief, Boat. When you actually go back and look at the etymology, the word planet means wandering star,
Yeah, I'm going after you, dude.
and the stars are lights in the sky. We're told that they're rocks, and what Get was basically saying is that you would have to go there and bring back a piece of it to show it is a rock. And then when you go and look further into it,
Wait a minute,
they do explorations in South America where they go collect rocks that appear like they're from other planets, and then just happen to say this moon rover or this special landing, they collected dust off of an asteroid, and it just happens to match with the Antarctic dust. So the whole thing about this planet is we see lights in the sky. There's an entire fantasy attached to those. We see lights, and we call those lights Mars, Venus. But the actual physical rock bodies that you see in the CGI from NASA, no, that's not true.
Yeah,
You
hold on.
don't
Get
see
a pen and
that with
paper.
your naked eyes.
Get a pen and paper ready. Watch this. Okay, Boat. I need you to ask me this question again, and because I don't want to misquote Boat. Boat, you got to ask me that question again about other planets, because I was telling you, obviously, the Earth is a flat plane, as everybody admits to, that has up 2 brain cells that rub together. So go ahead and ask me that question again about planets, Boat, please.
I asked, how would you explain seeing planets through a telescope?
Good, excellent. Now here's the problem, Bo, is that, and I'm glad Solar didn't go over it. Solar knows this, but he's trying to be nice to you. So I got to kind of be a little bit more aggressive and show you something. Real quick, hold on, Now get your pen and paper out, Get. So, Bo, here's the point: is that actually Solar, Get, God, Rick, myself, Damsel, Medic, Creation Bear. Actually, we do believe in the stars, which are the planets. You don't. They actually teach that you can't believe they're there. They're teaching you, and this magical space religion, that the stars and planets are actually in different places because of the times it takes for the light to get to you. So we are actually claiming they are really there. This cartoon space religion teaches you that they're not really there, and they're actually slightly ahead of themselves, and you're seeing the delay of them traveling to you, sometimes 20 minutes, sometimes 3 hours, sometimes months and years and eons of time. So we actually believe they're there. They're telling you you can't believe they're there. That's how bad this is. Bo, they're telling you you cannot believe they're there. These people in this room, you want to call them flat earthers, they're fun. The flat earthers are the only people that I meet that can point at it and say, there it is. If you believe in outer space religion, you can't. You got to go, well, that's what it looks like right now, but it's not really there. And that's the whole religion, bro. That's why I have to stress this. Their whole religion is everything you see is not there. It looks flat. It's actually curved. That's not true. Oh, you see a star in the sky? Actually, it's not really there. It's not true. Every single thing. They're the ones who need to be asked, why is it that you don't believe anything you see with the telescope? Because the flat earthers believe everything we see in a telescope. You see, that's the point. It's the exact opposite of what you think, Boat. They're the ones that don't trust the telescope. We do. Thank you.
When you watch the stars with through a telescope, you will see them that they are twinkling. You will literally not see what NASA CGI picture shows us. They don't look like that. Anything like that.
Right. Yep.
No, but I'm talking about like when you look at Saturn from a telescope, you can see its rings around it.
Right. We believe that. That's the point. If you just look
Yeah.
up pictures in
Twinkling.
telescopes, that's the point. Is that
Hang
we
on,
believe
somebody
that.
show him a
Yeah.
real picture of Saturn versus
Yeah.
the fake NASA picture of Saturn.
That's right.
Please.
Let's get him out and show him that's the
Yeah.
thing, is that you don't even know what it looks like in a telescope. But that's the Bo, I guarantee you,
Well, I
you
mean,
don't
I
know
have
what
a
it looks like.
telescope.
Yeah. Right.
I've
And you can
seen
okay.
it with
Did
my
you
own
take a
eyes.
picture?
We want to show you the real picture of Saturn versus the NASA fakery. They can just show you that.
I
Okay,
can
'cause
show
you've been brainwashed.
Alright. Is it going to be in the
Right.
live
Well,
stream
and
voice text?
here's another point. So I just have to point out also, if I say the earth is flat, does that mean I can't trust the sky with my eyes? No, right, Bo? Like obviously if I know the earth is flat, that means I can still trust my eyes and other endeavors, right? So it doesn't have anything to do with the sky. The sky is again separate from the earth. The stars, I mean, if anybody wants to correct me, I'm just going to put my life on the line. I put on my life right now, guys, to everybody in front of this whole server of 150 people watching, whatever total. I put on my life. We're not living on a star. Thank you.
CGI.
Because that's what they are. That's what planet means wandering star, wanderer, wandering star. We're not on a star. I will put my life on.
Okay, we just showed you some real pictures that we can really derive ourselves, and then the ones that NASA shows, which are computer generated. So you tell me which one is real.
Well, I mean, the one you sent first, I mean, is the legit one.
Yeah.
But the second
That's
one's
what you
obviously
see through a telescope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about it? I mean,
But what you see
he's not getting it.
NASA, when you look at the NASA CGI,
seen it with a telescope with my own eyes.
yeah,
Like,
you don't see that with your telescope. Yeah.
well, I don't see the CGI part. I see like the legit pictures you sent.
Right. So those are stars, right? So those are stars. So can we say yes? We
Wait,
all
so-
agree. We see those stars in the sky, and they are real.
Oh,
'Cause
so you're
that's what we're
saying
claiming.
Saturn is a star?
Yes, that's what it means. That's what the word planet
Saturn
means.
is a
That's,
star.
hold
Yeah.
on. That's what the word means. That's the point. They've taught you the word means something
Yeah.
else. That's what it means. We understand what words mean. Globers don't, bro. That's the point.
Planet means wandering star.
That's it. It's
It
over.
doesn't circle around the star Polaris like all others in a circle. They have a elliptic orbit in the sky. The wandering planets, the wandering stars, and they are called planets.
Right.
That's
Does that
the only
affect where I'm living,
difference.
though? Right.
Yeah.
So, Bo, does that affect me though?
And-
So depending on the sky, though,
Yeah.
that doesn't affect the floor beneath me, though, does it, Bo?
No, it does not.
So watch this. So good answer. Now, if I'm teaching, let's say, because I am a teacher, I've taught a few things in my life, but let's say I wanted to teach specifically the shape of the earth to children. Do I also, if I want to just teach them about the shape of the earth, do I also have to teach them about other things, not shape of the earth, not on earth? Or can I just stick to this is how we measure the earth?
I mean, you can just stick to this is how we measure the earth.
Perfect. And that's all we're claiming, is that everybody depends on this earth being a plane of existence. Now, other things above us, that's a different level. In fact, it's interesting. I'm not saying to go to the Bible right now, but you will eventually. The Bible tells us if you can't understand the things of this earth, you can't understand the heavenly things. They are not comparable. So that's another reason why I know I'm not living on a star. Thanks.
Yeah, it's just like laying tiles in your house is not one and the same with painting the walls. They're two different things. Jobs.
Hey, is it okay if I go like a little bit off topic for like a second?
Like
Well,
what?
be careful. It depends on where you're
Like,
going, though. You got to be careful where you're going if it's going to go off topic.
like I was gonna talk about like if y'all like believe in aliens.
Oh, okay, that was close. Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
softball
Well,
question.
I would
Have you
like to answer this one.
have you seen an alien?
Nah, I've not.
I
I
believe in
will answer.
politicians. You
Go
see?
ahead. Go ahead,
Go ahead,
Ken.
GBG.
I have an answer. Yeah. I believe in life in the heavens, but I do not believe in aliens. And they call them aliens because they try to pose them, and they try to say that the life from heavens is evil.
So that's your
And then
answer.
if I could say, Bo, even
Yeah.
when I was a Glober just a few years ago, I didn't think aliens were real. So I didn't get to flat Earth and start thinking of aliens either. So
Oh, so they're like, they're fake, like aliens are
short
impossible.
answer,
Well,
no aliens.
the aliens, they had, if they existed, they had 13 or 14 billions of years time to visit us, and they did not.
Damn. I mean, that's all I wanted to know. I mean,
Yeah,
No,
I
I want
mean
to.
that's their
Can I pose
story.
it slightly differently?
Yeah.
So, what is really exciting about this is that when you realize that you're living on a flat plane, because water's level, and you start to look through all the ancient maps, there's all kinds of continents that we are no longer shown that used to exist. And the way that I reconciled the alien concept is we used to call them extraterrestrials or extra-terrain. So if you start to consider it and you start to look through all the previous maps and then you go read Iron Republic and some of these other stories where guys ventured south, found the ice wall, penetrated the ice wall, managed to make their way through, and then found continents outside of our known lands, because they always say the known world. This is the known world. Then when you start to think about extra terrain or extraterrestrial, extra territory, there could be other lands coming and visiting us, which makes a lot more sense than these aliens that travel 10,000 light years and then crash on our planet. If they can travel 10 billion light years to come visit us and not crash, I'm sure that our atmosphere shouldn't be that difficult for them. But if they're in another continent that we in this slave population, in this Hunger Games, if we are not allowed to know about these other districts, and yet they come to visit us, that could be what we're seeing. And then that opens up all kinds of possibilities because it's local. It's not light years away.
I have like one more question. What do y'all think is like under the earth? If there is anything like
Well,
under.
why don't we start digging and find out how far we can go?
How far were
Well,
they able to go, Boat? When human beings dug into the ground, how far do you think they were able to go? I already know you don't know, but that's the point. Is only flat earthers know. Isn't that weird? Only flat earthers seem to know how far human beings
yeah.
have dug down into the earth. For some
Wasn't it
reason,
like,
globe earthers have no idea. That's
Cola
what's really
super
weird.
deep.
if I'm mistaken,
Have you
it
ever heard?
was like
Have you
5
ever
miles deep.
heard of? One moment, please.
Alright,
Have you ever heard of the Cola super deep?
no, I have not.
Yeah, this is the deepest bore hole in the earth with a drilling machine. And they have drilled uh, almost 8 miles deep. And beyond that, they could not drill any further. And when you search Google, you will find that they stopped the drilling because of the temperature, the high temperature, which is crazy to invoke because they say they call 400 Celsius degrees high temperature, but the drilling bit they were using, it was made of steel and tungsten. Tungsten is normally operating at 2000 Celsius degrees. It can normally cut steel at those high temperature, and 2000 degrees Celsius is way beyond a melting point of the steel. So from 400 Celsius to 2000, it's a huge difference. It doesn't explain. 400 Celsius is normal operating temperature for tungsten. It doesn't even get warm. Like the tool is not in normal operating parameters.
Wouldn't you think like the mechanical parts inside the drill like heat up though?
What? The steel, 400 Celsius, is
Or like
not
if
hot.
you thinking it by hand or something? Like if it was a machine, like you think the stuff inside it would heat up and like get destroyed.
Well, the drill head bit was 7 miles down, deep in the ground. It wasn't inside the machine. There was a drill connecting rod with pipes. They keep connecting pipes as they drill down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
And the machine has like a clutch, wheels, which um, squeezes that pipe and spins it.
So what you basically said was we have no clue what is underground.
Yeah, I mean that's what we empirically know. 7 point something miles deep, almost 8 miles.
We've never been
Nobody
there.
knows
We can't get
anything.
there. We don't know about an Earth's
Yeah,
core. We don't know about lava. We don't know nothing like that.
yeah. Anything further than that, we have nothing. Nobody went anywhere deeper than that.
Can I add
Oh, and
something too?
okay, sure.
Yeah, so it's very important to tell the difference between empirical and speculation. And I love speculating. There's a lot of things that I'm really curious about, but like everything we say pretty much is what we know is what we say what's empirical, what we can see, what we can do, what we can test. and there's a lot of things we don't know because we could speculate about it, but it's really good to know the difference between that, because there's only so much we know, and that's just what I wanted to say. And look this up yourself, and test everything out yourself, and that's very important for you
Yeah,
to
I
have
don't mind.
real knowledge.
I don't mind speculation, but we have to be aware that when we do this, that's just speculation. Nobody can claim that's actually a fact. You know, it's just a story. You have to prove it by
Exactly.
experiment or scientific method. You know, yeah. Yeah, I can say, hey, we live in a super dome, superfluid liquid helium fountain, which is streaming from the North Pole, shooting high in the sky this helium jet, and it's raining upwards on the dome and outwards to the South Pole, where it goes back beneath the Earth, where the whole mass of the land is actually meets these requirements. The high pressure, weight, and extreme cold of the superfluid liquid helium, so that you can have in between a layer of metallic oxygen that can separate these two different realms of they are extremely opposite to each other. The matter which we live in, and the ground, the earth, with the air, and this superfluid liquid helium medium, which is below 5 Kelvin, and even below the lambda point.
Yeah, it's a wonderful journey, but if you stick to it, and do experiments yourself, you're gonna slowly realize for yourself the truth, and it's a wonderful journey. Once you realize the truth, uh, everything's open. It's like a brand new science book, and we're all not on this journey. So hopefully, you do stuff yourself, buy your first telescope, and go out there and test this out yourself.
Well, it's nice to look at the sky, but what if the sky has an effect, something like when you look into two opposing mirrors? When you look into opposing mirrors, you can see that it multiplies to the infinite. So it gives you that infinite depth. And this is what we have when we look at the sky also.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Just there's a lot of experiments you can do to test the curvature, and I like the stars. I like the moon and the sun. One of my favorite subjects, and that's what interests me. But I've done my experiments, and just I hope you stick to it and check it out yourself.
All right, that sounds good.
Yeah, sure. I I am looking at light coming from a different kind of medium, from the sky. When we look at at the night sky or daylight, it's nothing like what we experience here down here. We have no proof that the sky is tangible. We don't know that. We don't invoke the dome theory or stuff like that. We only say that the definition of gas pressure, the container is the antecedent for this gas pressure. We can't have it without container, because the definition of gas pressure is the number of of the molecules collisions with the walls of the container. That's the definition. And then also the second law of thermodynamics, the entropy, pressurized systems, once opened, they balance with the other, they equalize with the medium, the outside. And when you look at the stars at night with a telescope, they look like they will be behind a surface of water where there are waves. That's how they look like. Their shape is always moving because there are waves in that surface, and it distorts their image. And hey, guess what? Superfluid liquid helium has a very, very low index refraction, the lowest of all the liquids known. It's almost like the air. It is so low that if you were next to a lake of this liquid, you will not see it. You will have to be looking very, very carefully at it to see its surface. It will be like thin air, like it doesn't exist, almost invisible. And it also has pretty much the same internal pressure, just like the air we breathe, almost 14 psi. And this is a very weird thing about it, that it's constant. No matter how deep you dive, the pressure does not increase. It's constant. Unlike water, the deeper you dive, the pressure increases because you have more and more water on top of you. You could move all you want. You could spin any propeller, anything. You will not be able to generate a current inside it. It is a frictionless medium. Yeah, this is much more real than what NASA is telling us. And guess what? They are playing with this liquid helium. They do have quantum computers. it's their everyday play. But this information, they don't publish it. You pay them your tax money to make discoveries, invent stuff, yeah, register all sort of intellectual properties, IPs and patents, and then they sell them to big tech and big corporations. And then you have to buy them again from them. But you already paid for everything that they have. Without your tax money, they wouldn't have made any discovery. It's not just a scam or lie. It's a cyclical, repeating, systematic lie.
Not all technology, though, eh? Some technology was developed independent of NASA.
Yeah.
I mean, the fields of computing and electronics were developed completely separate, completely independently from NASA, for example.
The Z80 chip.
I know electronics before silicon ICs developed independent of NASA.
Yeah, but they came up with this integrated circuit.
No, they didn't.
The Z80.
Z80 was manufactured by Zilog.
Yeah, but
Integrated
that's
circuit.
what I know. That's what I know, that it was NASA involved.
Oh, NASA have been involved at various junctures in development of some electronics and some computing. But the whole technological field, the majority of it, it's got nothing to do with NASA. Some predates NASA. And most of the technology that's come on afterwards got nothing at all to do with NASA.
Well, look, for example, Altera. Do you know this company?
No, never heard of Altera.
Yeah, this is a company broken from NASA.
Yeah, lots of companies are broken from NASA. What are Altera do?
They produce all sort of FPGAs, even military computing systems, devices. They make research into CPUs, like I think they reach
I get what you're
2
saying.
nanometers CPUs.
I get what you're saying, but the vast majority of technological advances in electronics and computing have got nothing to do with NASA. That's a fact. They are involved in a lot of technology, that's true.
I'm gonna look. What was the name of that company? Zilog?
Zilog.
Zilog. Yeah.
I think they developed the Z80. They were certainly the original predominant manufacturers of it. That wasn't the first. That wasn't the first IC microprocessor.
Yeah.
It was one of the first cheap and affordable 8-bit microprocessors, but it wasn't the first 8-bit 8-bit microprocessor.
Yeah, it wasn't the first, but it became the most popular, common, affordable. Yeah.
Well, in home computing, it did.
Mm.
It had its peers at the time used for different technologies.
Yeah, I don't put my hand in fire for that thing that I said, but it was just a thing that I know I've been told very, very long time ago, but I didn't have time to check it.
No, that's fine.
That it was NASA that made this gift to the world, the Z80 CPU. So yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Red pill time.
Yeah.
So when the Europeans came over here and populated North America, where I live, getting to the foreigners away from Babylon. This is actually the nation of Babylon, if you didn't know that. As the Bible describes,
I know.
as the Bible describes, it is fine linen, scarlet, and purple, or red, white, and blue. That's what fine linen, scarlet, and purple. So when they came over here, let's look at the history. This was 250, 300, 400, 500 years. They killed millions of innocent people. They killed millions of innocent people over here, and they stole millions of innocent people from other countries to build this nation. So when I tell you, as this is known history and people don't understand this or know, when I tell young people or adults or people that believe in this country, I'm going to tell them they already killed millions of people to make this place, and they're going to kill millions of people to destroy this place. That has already happened in the past. So if you don't believe that it's possible again, then you don't believe in history anyway. As we know, history repeats itself. So again, not my claim. This nation, this world, this Western society, from the Romans all the way to Her Majesty, the Queen of England, the serpent seed herself sitting on the throne over there in Europe, have already been mass murderers since the beginning. There's nothing new happening. There's nothing new going on. They are they are murdering millions of people now. This thing that they put in your guys, this thing that they put in your arm is not the mark of the beast, okay? And before we start getting in trouble, before we start getting in trouble, because we're not going to be able to talk about any of this soon at all, okay? They have a transhumanism chip that's going to go in your body and in your brain. It's going to be implanted in your skull, okay? It's called a BED, a body activity data system. In order to receive currency, you will need this system. It is going to monitor every single part of your body, including your thoughts and intents. It's going to monitor your heart rate. It's going to monitor your blood flow, your temperature, when you're sleeping, when you're awake, when you're talking to people, when you're talking to your mom, your dad, your cousins. Every single time you interact with a person, it's going to be able to tell if you are going along with what they've told you to do or not. And that's how they are going to pay you. This is the mark of the beast.
This is horror. This is horror, what you're saying.
Listen. This is the mark of the beast, because when they patented it, by the way, they patented it under the nose because everybody was worried about the jabs. They patented last year, March 26. I've said this several times. Doesn't matter. Listen, W0202-006-0606. That's the patent number. Okay? The patent number. And they say, listen. Here's the thing about it. Watch this. They say that it will have upgradability, it will have limitless potential, and no matter what it's designed for and has the capability of now, it should not be limited to of the future. That means this same 0060606 device patented by Bill Gates and Microsoft is going to be used for years to come. It is the mark of the beast, and nobody knows about it.
Have you got a link to the patent?
It's already here.
Where is it?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that I can tell you when they're going to implement it or force it. It means they've already listen. Hold on. You gotta let me finish the sentence. It means they've already admitted and confirmed it exists. It's just waiting on the shelf to be used. It is already here. Period.
Have you got a link to the patent at all?
A link to the what?
Patent. The patent document.
Well, anybody can find. Just type in W0202-006-0606. There's thousands of documents on it.
Say it slowly.
Thousands. W0202-006-0606. Again, W0202-006-0606. And look for body activity data. BAD. Body activity data. That's what it does. It is implanted to monitor your body activity data. Here's the point. The other thing that they've been, listen, the other thing they've been doing, you must know this because a lot of Christians are confused because they're the ones pointing out the pages of the Bible. It's not the mark. The thing they've been doing to us for a year and a half is just to kill you. It's not to allow you to buy or sell. It's not the mark. It's here to, it's literally here to rape, torture, and murder you. That's what the other poisons are designed for. It's not the mark of the beast. The mark of the beast is the opposite. People will be begging for this mark so that they are allowed to feed their families. Nobody needs the other thing. That's the opposite. They're actually polar opposites. So people need to relax and stop saying that this jab, this serpent bite is the mark of the beast. It's not. This is not the mark of the beast. Now, you might die from it. You might take the thing tomorrow and die. Well, good for you. If it means that you didn't take the mark of the beast, then that was probably good that it killed you. Because if you take the mark of the beast, it's over for eternity. You are not going to be able to be forgiven. So if you are this stupid to take the vax, like Meme says, you're probably better off dying from it. That's how bad this is, guys. It's not what you think. Everything is backwards, guys. Everything.
It's very wicked. Yeah.
Verify that you'll burn in eternity?
Revelation 13:18. It's a whole new level, get. This is a conversation that literally scares supposed Bible. I will scare, dude, find me a Bible teacher. I will scare the death out of them.
They hate it. They don't like it. Yeah.
Dude, they're scared to death. You know what I mean? Like that's just a realization about this fact, bro, is that if people believe
you know why they are scared?
Because they believe in the beast system. Yes, they're already in with the beast system. Yes.
The people that are coming to them are supporting the preachers. For the preacher, these people means money for them, and if they speak such things, they will scare the people and they will run away from them, and they make no money then. Yeah.
Right. Many will say that, hey, didn't we prophesy in your name? We cast out demons in your name. I was a Christian. Oh, just believe me. No, I did the right thing. I did
Did you watch Benny Hinn?
No, it's over. Yeah, they're all going to toast, man. They need to invest in Sunblock 5000.
Yeah.
This is the great deception. Listen, get, you might understand. Listen, the beast system is the computer age. That's the beast system. It's a computer. They're all computer. We use everything via computer system. Now, that doesn't mean you're damned forever if you use the beast system, but if you worship the system, it's over. If you allow them to put a controlling device in your body to monitor your thoughts and your literal heart rate, you're done, bro. That's the mark. It's patented, and they're going to make it so you have to take it to buy or sell in about 3, maybe 5 years. I don't know. Could be tomorrow. I don't
know. I think they can manage with technology to somehow turn your whole being into some sort of a cancer, and you will not die anymore. You lose death. Death is gonna flee from you. You will not be able to die, no matter what you do. You can destroy your body all you want. They will take you pieces, put you back, and you will be very broken, but still alive. You will not die, and it's horrible. You know.
Sheesh. If people just give into these conversations, I mean, there's just every day I go to these other channels because they can't talk about this. They can't. This is still the topic that is literally scares the death out of all these other truthers, right? They call themselves truthers, and then all of a sudden you bring up space being fake, and oh no, they would never lie about outer space because rovers and tin cans and pictures ISS. It's literally this religion. This is the one world religion now, and that's why everybody justifies this beast system because we have outer space. Outer space is the ritual that justifies the crime.
Yeah. This nanotechnology is the first step to building the triple helix, the third helix. Helix, yeah.
These are rituals. All these space things are rituals, and people love the ritual. That's literally, this is the most disgusting thing ever.
It's the religion of no life.
Yeah, babies aren't real, but there's germs on Mars. And those are so important. We got to spend $500 trillion to save the germs on Mars. Oh, but there's 15,000 unborn babies being killed a day in North America. Oh, that's okay. Well, forget the unborn babies. We need these germs on Mars. That's the society we live on. That's it. It's over.
Abortion is not a crime. Yeah.
No, it's not alive. It's not alive. But the germs on Mars.
He's not alive. Oh my
That's
God.
alive. Yeah, the germs on Mars are welcome to the atheist. This is an entire antichrist ritualistic system. The whole thing.
Yeah.
And the point is, these people have these so-called truthers and so-called Christians or whatever. They have no idea that they're literally worshiping the rituals.
Yeah.
Literally.
I tell you, Exo, I personally know doctor who helped a lady to have an abortion, and she was 5 months. They do this. And when I saw that, I got horrified. But it was done in hospital in Romania. They just wrote false information on the papers. So, what can we think of this world? Anything else? This world is destined to perdition, prophesied. It will be burned. And vast majority of Christians, they don't like this idea.
Are you saying that all the other space agencies are lying too? Yes, as the Bible says, thus saith the Lord, cursed is the
Just,
man that trusteth in man.
yeah,
Cursed is the man. I'm not talking about normal people. I'm talking about supposedly
yeah,
Christians asking me this. Well, your
yeah,
Bible says you can't trust man, and you certainly can't trust rich men, but you want to trust mass murdering rich men. Oh, that was easy. Thanks.
yeah.
Watch this. Wait. This is I love to do this. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on. I'm gonna pull the sheet out from underneath these glasses on this table. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay, good. It almost worked. So here's the point. Okay. How many people would trust Jeffrey Dahmer if Jeffrey Dahmer said, this is before he was killed in prison. Let's say Jeffrey Dahmer built a rocket in jail after he was caught, after eating babies. And Jeffrey Dahmer says, yes, I made a rocket and it went to space. How many people would believe him? How many people would believe Jeffrey Dahmer? Anybody got an answer? 0, maybe 0, 1, 2, 3. How many people would?
Nobody.
Let's just say 0. Let's say 0. Let's say
Yeah,
even the
yeah,
atheist wouldn't be desperate enough. Even atheists would not believe Jeffrey Dahmer. However, if I have
yeah.
thousands of Jeffrey Dahmers that eat millions of people and kill billions, then everybody believes them. Thanks.
Yeah, yeah, good one.
Thanks for playing. Yeah, thanks for
Yeah,
playing. I will
nice.
rip your soul out of you atheists, I swear. Yeah, one Jeffrey Dahmer, no, you can't trust him. Thousands of Jeffrey Dahmers, oh, it's science. Yep, welcome to the Great
Believable,
Deception.
yeah.
Yep, welcome to Great Deception. 3 million people in Vietnam, innocent people. 10 million people in Northern Africa killed. 20 million people in Europe, innocent people. Just millions of innocent people. If you just get thousands of mass murderers, it's science. You got to believe it. Yep.
Yeah. Millions of Jeffrey Dahmer is peer review.
That's right. It's extra peer reviewed. Yep. It's science. It's knowledge.
Yeah.
It's Big Bang. It's magical monkey balls. It's balls in space turning the chia pets because so many Jeffrey Dahmers got together and agreed they can't all be lying. They can't all be lying. How could
The
thousands of Jeffrey Dahmers be lying, guys? Can somebody please help me? Why would Jason Voorhees, Freddy Krueger, Jeffrey Dahmer, and Adolf Hitler lie? I don't get it, guys. I don't get it. I'm sorry.
What's up?
Oh, we're just
Good.
talking about the
What's
mass
up?
extinction of human beings on Earth as it is right now.
How are you guys? Crazy stuff going on.
Not bad. I got
we're
plenty
in
room for
Revelation.
better.
The mass extinction. COVID-19. Music.
Oh no!
Just don't say that. Don't say that on a live stream,
use
though.
code
Don't
words.
say.
Yeah.
Listen, hold on. Housekeeping. Housekeeping. Hi, hello, housekeeping. Hot door. Okay, come in, housekeeping. Okay, I need to clean this up. So here's the deal, guys. No more. We don't bring up these TV hoax names of anything because in a free world, all the countries got together and said we can't talk about it because obviously we're in a democracy. So China, North Korea, Russia, and Japan, and all the satanic governments combined are telling us the truth. So we cannot talk about it because it's for our own good and safety. Because if we talk about it, then obviously we don't appreciate our slave masters. So you cannot talk about that. Thank you.
I apologize. I won't do it again.
Yeah. Thank you.
I wasn't thinking. I forgot.
It happens. Yeah.
Now,
it takes
on the
time
side note,
until we accommodate.
on a side note, we can't talk about it. However, we can't talk about it, but the government loves you so much, even though you have to pay for every single thing in the plane of existence, including car insurance and health insurance. When it comes to this, we're going to give it to you for free. We are going to make sure that everybody, including the little people in your family, are going to take this one thing for free. Yes, I know we charged you for everything else on the plane of existence for the past 5,000 years of human history, but trust us, we love you so much. We are going to grow aborted fetal cells, chia pets, and then we're going to inject them into your body, and we're not going to charge you because it's so good for you, and that's how good we are. Thank you for complying.
Or they'll offer you $150 worth of some kind of gift card like they offered me.
A kebab and the movie ticket and the free taxi ride. Yeah.
Thanks for fine.
I asked her where that money was coming from. She's like, I don't know, some kind of grant, I guess.
Listen, man, this stuff is no joke. They really trying to kill you. You know, but I don't even know what's going on with that kind of stuff, you know? I don't know what the purpose of it is. What's the end game for that?
Yeah. When the President Trump came to power, he named a new CDC director, a guy called Redford. This is the American governmental organization, which deals with bioterrorism, bioweapons, and stuff like that. Yeah, viruses, blah blah. And his name was Redford. If you played Resident Evil, you know that name. John Redford.
What do you think they're trying to do to the people?
The third helix. The third DNA helix.
It's called a purge. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. This is what an actual purge is, not the ones they show you in movies. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Yes, it's designed to kill you, maim you, incapacitate you, and sterilize you. Some people have the worst effects. Some people have minor. Some will have none at all. They have to make some of them placebos so that not everybody's affected. But that's what this is. In warfare, it's called softening the target. So they are trying to kill many before they have to implement other measures. This also does another thing. It separates people, separates families, children from their parents, friends from their friends. It's a separation, separating the military, separating the government. All the employees have to comply with it to keep their jobs. All the ones that don't will be removed. Therefore, all the ones remaining have already complied. That means all the ones remaining that work for the governments will enforce these perverted mass murdering laws because they've now complied with them. It is a big scheme. Yes, it's for the mark of the beast that will be implemented within the next decade. It's all building up to prepare these people for the mark of the beast, period.
You know, in the C word, there's a 1-9. The 1 equals A, and the 9 equals I. Do you think this ties into artificial intelligence?
Yes, because that's what the body activity data system is. The mark of the beast is a artificial intelligent implant put into you. Yes.
Who do you think is the supreme commander of the U.S. Police and the Department of Justice?
Besides Satan, Obama?
No, it's Pred Paul. It's an AI from a small sub-program of Google NASA AI.
Yeah, the beast system is the computer,
Yeah.
just for the record. That's why for 30, 40 years, they've been saying that all these computer barcodes have 3 6s in them because the entire computer system is the beast system.
Predpol, Predictive Police. It's an AI system. And this is the Supreme Commander of the US Police. He instructs where and what times the police officers patrol on the streets. This AI makes all the plans for them. And he also controls all the Department of Justice sentences, all of them. The judges, they only read the screen.
I'm a bit confused. Like, I really want to understand this part about how it ties into artificial intelligence. So, is there like metal particles in it or something? And
No, hold on. There's a problem here. You're not listening because I'm telling you that what they've been putting in our arms for a year and a half, not me, that's not the mark. The AI system is the mark that's coming next. That's what the BAD system is, the W020200600606. So I'm even giving you the patent number for the actual AI system. That's called a body activity data system. Look it up.
It doesn't mention anything injected into the body.
Yes, it's not only injected into the body, it's injected in your head. It monitors and controls your brain.
It doesn't mention any. It doesn't mention a device implanted into the human body.
Oh, how many pages? There's about 1,000 pages on it. How many pages did you read?
I read the description and the drawings.
Oh, so you think it's going to just hover on top of people?
Where does it say it's injected into the body?
Yeah, that's the point. It's monitoring your brain activity. How does it monitor your brain activity without being in your head? It's called a body activity data system. It is an implant that goes in your body. It's a necessary antecedent. If it's a body activity data set, they're already showing you for the past 10 years how they're going to implant chips inside human beings. The body activity data is the final key for their system. It is going to literally control you, and it's a polygraph. It can tell if you're telling the truth or not, because you can't trick them. It's a full control AI system.
The DNA is a operating system, and this is the secondary operating system, the triple helix, the third helix added to the DNA.
so this sounds like a Neuralink when Elon Musk had that.
It's beyond Neuralink. It's 1,000 light years beyond what Neuralink Elon Musk conceived.
And so, like, with all this, they'll be able to track our every move and predict what we're going to do, and that's how they'll control us.
This system was not invented by a man. Also, Bitcoin was not invented by a man. Blockchain. It was invented by Google NASA AI. The invisible god of Wall Street.
I was talking to this guy the other day, and my ignorant self was saying, "Oh, they want your souls in a computer. They want your souls in a computer." But he says, "Dude, what makes you think your soul isn't already in the computer?" And then he said that, like, this stuff probably goes back to the fallen angel times, where like these angels like programmed the AI to be like this. I don't know, but it was just crazy what he was saying. Like, it was so interesting.
Yeah, here's the deal, guys. Even if it's just, hold on, for the record, even if it's just on your skin, that's the same thing. It's on your body, because that's what the Bible says. The body says it's on your forehead or on the right hand. it doesn't necessarily say it's implanted anyway. So again, if they're saying it's just put on your skin anyway, that completely aligns with this mark. That's what the mark says. It says it will be visible. Everybody will be able to tell that you are part of the system. It's a mark on your forehead. That makes sense. If they're going to monitor my brain, where would they put it? Are they going to put it on my ass? Are they going to put it on my forehead? They're going to put it on my forehead.
They could put it
Nowadays, the problem is that nowadays people are quite awake. You know, quite a lot of quite a big number from the world's people. They are awake, and if they are not awake, they still have heard and they know about this, and they would have doubts immediately if they saw something like this overnight happening. What they will do is they will put mankind through such horrors and terrors that people will forget everything, and then after a generation or two of very bad times, not like the world wars, even worse. Yeah, people will just submit, take this path.
So when they get to that point when they've got everyone into submissive drones, what do they do with them?
It doesn't matter. It's not about what they do with them. This is the AI. It is a artificial life. It is life which is not from God. It is not empathic. When an AI judges you, we look at what all.
Sorry, you're breaking up.
And that's what we will say to you.
Yeah, but to what ends would they want to make every human being stuck in a framework where everything they think is monitored? What do they gain?
Well, who's
from doing that?
controlling? Well, yeah. Well, these people are controlled, man. They're
Never
controlled
be.
by their pride.
Yeah.
It's going. Hold on, yeah. It's going to be the nth degree. These people are fully invested. That's why they even sacrifice their own family members. Why do you think so many celebrities, their children are always dying, and these celebrities just can't get their children in a safe place for 5 minutes because they're always giving into the sacrifices, bro. The government agencies are the exact same thing. People have no idea how bad this deception is. They've already sold their souls. They're trying to justify it. They're being told by their hires up, "Oh, we're going to keep you alive forever. This technology is going to make it so that you don't die anyway, but we just have to have you kill millions of people and help us, take their blood and adrenochrome and all these other things, and then you'll just be one of us, guy. We'll all be gods." Doesn't that sound great? Here, sign here.
Who doesn't want to
Sign
die?
here, yeah.
I don't want to live forever.
I don't. Well,
The people, the
I don't
Satanists in
fear
charge.
death.
Yep. The Satanists in charge think they're going to live. They're being told listen, Walt Disney 50 years ago thought he was going to be cryogenically frozen, guys, until they could find a new body for him. This idea has been around for centuries, bro. That's the point. Nothing's new. This has all been talked about for thousands of years. We're talking, go back to the Babylonian times and read that about Genesis. We're talking about thousands of years of these evil people doing this on this plane of existence.
Death is not the end of life.
Death is just a transition into another life.
No, it's not a transition. Death is going to the place of rest.
Judgment.
Yeah, before the judgment.
Yes, death.
The judgment
Man
is
appointed to die
come.
once, and then the judgment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what the judgment is? It's a Taurus field.
No, you can't
It's good.
describe it. Actually, you can't describe God's judgment. You can't. You don't
No.
understand. You cannot describe it. You cannot describe God's judgment. Nope, that is beyond your realm. Nope.
Well, I've actually
You
experienced it.
can you
can't describe it.
by if
I've
you
been to
try
Sheol as
to
well. I've been, just for the
yeah
record, Gabby, I've been to Sheol. Many of us have seen other things. We've they call it astral projection. It's not. It's called
yeah
spiritual projection. We've seen other places. Yeah, that might be true. That it means no idea what God's judgment is. No, all I know is
yeah
that God loves me and I don't deserve it. That's what I know.
Here's what I think it is. I think it's gonna be like a place where you face yourself and every deep thing about yourself, you just experience it for like an eternity, and like you're being judged. But like,
Oh no! That would be for the evil people, but no, not if you are in God's family. He's even going to forget your sins, actually. So if He forgets them, I guarantee
yeah
you're not going to be remembering them either.
well, the problem is that those who are found guilty in the judgment, there will be also those taken into God's custody, into heavens. And those who will be living, they will never, ever remember or know of any of those evil ones that have lived, because they will be erased from the existence. The fire of Armageddon is a fire which will ignite, and it will be triggered by the AI, by the quantum computing, tapping into the cyber virtual worlds. They are what they call parallel universes, parallel worlds, but they don't literally exist. They are only possibilities, virtual. And these are so different than reality, like at the highest extreme you can imagine, but they can also be so very close to reality that is the only difference is only a different choice that you made. And
Going back to what
AI is providing you all these informations, real results from real possibilities, which if you apply them in businesses and stuff, yeah, it will be very good for the business wise, profit, you will achieve the best profits and stuff. But this means merging this world with what it was not supposed to be happening. So it's a false utopia.
Getting back to what someone was saying earlier on about going to heaven, you're saying that if you're in heaven, you forget all your sins you've committed.
No.
The other guy say that?
It's not about, you can't forget, and the forgiveness doesn't just come snapping fingers. Everything will be paid back. And you see, God gives you eternity, eternal life. And then it will be nothing for you to work a period of time to pay back what you took unlawful. Or if you lied someone, Yeah, you will go back to him and admit you lied to him and ask forgiveness. And how can you repair the damage? And he will tell you what your lie cost him, and you'll pay him. Yeah.
How will you pay him? How will you pay him?
You have all the eternity to work it out. You know.
How very convenient.
Yeah.
How can you possibly pay someone back for your sins against him in this world, in an eternity of perfection?
What is 1,000 years compared to eternity?
That's not what I asked you.
What was your question?
How can you pay someone back? Yeah. For the sins you've committed against them in this life, in a world of in a realm of infinite perfection. If heaven is perfect, then what needs repairing?
What are you saying, bro?
If heaven is perfect, then what needs repairing?
Where did I say it needs repairing?
You said you've got an eternity to work out how to repay or repair for the sins you committed against other people.
Yeah.
So in a realm of total perfection, what does it mean to repay someone? It's a place without money.
You are asking me. No, you are asking me. Like, what will they be asking from you to forgive you?
In a perfect place, they have everything they already need already. So what would they
I
possibly?
don't know. Look, have you ever lied to your parents?
That's not. Why are you deflecting from the
Wait,
question I'm
is
asking you?
Wait
Let
a
me
minute.
ask
Wait,
you,
you're,
have
wait
you
a minute.
ever
Okay,
lied to
wait
your
a minute.
parents?
Excuse me. Get beget. Is
Yeah.
he saying you're God now? Is he saying you're God? Get beget.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Because if he's asking you this, then only God would know these types of things about repairing heaven and earth. I don't think a man would know about that. So if you're not a God, get beget, you got to let
Yeah,
him
but
know.
I
Are you a
was not.
God?
Yeah, no,
Yeah, he thinks you're a
I'm
God. You
not.
got to let him know. Okay, good. For the
Oh,
record,
I
thank you
see.
so
I
much.
misunderstood.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Excellent, guys. We can move on.
I didn't think he was. I didn't suggest he was a god, but he was
Yes, you
asserting
are.
that he. No, I didn't. I
Yes,
said
you are.
he was asserting how he knew how it would work in heaven, how you would repay someone for your sins in an eternity. You'd have a mechanism where you could
Repay.
somehow repay them for your sins
Yeah.
against them.
Yeah, that's why I said 20 minutes ago, you can't understand God's judgment. It's something that you don't want to go down because you can't. I don't know what to tell you.
If you can't understand it, how can you define it?
You
Well, I
can't.
said.
It's not definable. It's only truth, justice, and love. That's what it is. It's pure love. God's judgment, it's love. Yes, listen to me for a second. God's judgment is love. Do you have a problem with that?
That's just one word, isn't it?
You see,
Yeah, that's the point. It's love. That's what it is. Without judgment, there is no love. Without punishing the wicked, there is no truth. Without truth, there is no love. That's the way this works. Yes. That's why he says, I am the truth, the way, and the life, and nobody gets to the Father except through me. He's the truth. That's the point. In the beginning was the Word is with God, the Word was God. Yeah, the Word is the truth. So the truth sets you free. It's amazing how it just says the same thing.
And
Yeah, you can't understand it.
by giving the example I gave, I didn't mean like there will be impossible tasks. I was presenting this something like, okay, you lie to your parents, they caught you lie to them, they either punish you or they asked you to do something, some garden work or housework.
Yep.
Yeah. As a payback for lying to them. But that thing, that housework which they ask you to do, it doesn't harm you in any way. It's not something pleasing for you at that time, but it is something good that you
Right.
do. Yeah.
And what sort of good thing could you do that would make up for, say, I don't know, raping a child? When you get, as opposed to just arguing with your parents.
What is your question?
What so what can you what sort of God create a world?
Well, do you think you will be forgiven for raping a child?
Are you saying, all right, so I'll ask you a question. Are you telling me if you rape a child, it's impossible to get into heaven?
Probably.
Probably.
Very likely. Very likely, yeah.
What about murder?
Murder,
Sins, bro. And you're
it
truly
will
sorry.
be, it's not as bad as raping a child.
Oh, I'm glad you got a list of things that are in and things that are out. That's quite good. I thought God was doing the judgment.
I'm telling you from what I saw reading in the Bible.
Right.
I'm not saying this is God's judgment.
Isn't there a bit in the Bible where a man being crucified next to Jesus who's done lots of hideous crimes, it repents and ascends to heaven as well? Isn't it? It is possible for murderers to go to heaven,
Hello?
isn't it?
Hello?
It is.
Hello?
Old dude, roger that, old dude, roger that.
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry if I've got a really bad connection, but all I can hear is raping children and talking about God's judgment. Can you take both subjects to appropriate streams for it, please? Can we stop talking as if we know what the afterlife is, and we can talk about it like we know about it? The subject is flat Earth. If I hear anything else about anything else other than flat Earth, and I don't care what you've got to say, you're all getting banned. You understand that? We're not here to talk about raping of babies, okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
I didn't stop the conversation.
I don't fucking care. End of.
That's right. It's over. So back to the topic of man-made constructs and religious beliefs. I have somebody in the chat right now. What's his name? That Us Gunas. Yeah, great job. So that Us Gunas. Have you got VC verified yet? Yeah, you're VC verified. Can you use your microphone? Because I mean, I'm assuming you're going to say that you don't believe in that because I'm assuming you are. If I assumed you didn't, you know, whatever I say, you're gonna just right. So that's how this is. Yeah, I see your name in the chat here in the live stream voice chat right here. That Us Gunas. You were saying the mark of the beast, which is slightly off topic, but yeah, we discussed it earlier. So you're saying that could be a good thing. It's a good thing to control people like absolute slaves and prevent the other people that don't take it to be killed, to let them starve to death. You think letting millions of people starve to death is a good thing? That Us Gunas. So again, you have to be an atheist, even if you don't call yourself one. It's clearly that you are an atheist and you have to believe in evolution to think that the survival of the fittest and killing millions of innocent people is okay, which is what happens when you do believe in a globe Earth. I understand that. But please just don't hide from your own belief system. Just admit what you believe. And you'll never get on the microphone. But yeah, don't, if you can't talk, and you're not allowed to. Let's obey the rules of the server. The moderator just stated rules got to be upheld. You can't be trolling the chat if you're not going to speak on the microphone. Then you'll have to be sent the cog disc and you can have a chat down there. Rules of the, thank you for unmuting. Go ahead, that Us Gunas. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for saying yes. So we have confirmed your voice works. So you're saying that mass murder could be a good thing. That Us.
Of course not.
Okay, so then the mark of the beast would probably be a bad thing. See how easy that is? It's not complicated, right? It's not brain science or rocket surgery. See? Go ahead.
That's what you think.
No, I live in a real realm of real things and reality with real people. I don't live in a cartoon where I can hide from reality. You know what I mean? I don't think I come from monkeys and then hide from that belief system like atheists and Globers. They're scared to death to even mention their own belief system. So actually, you can't even find a claim to challenge this room. I'm sorry. I'm just going to let you know right off the bat.
Did you know that Baal with double L was a god worshipped in the Bible? The ball globe Baal.
Yeah, they're worshiping. Of course they know that. That's who they worship right now. That's who they worship right now. Yeah. They worship Baal.
Yeah. The same word.
Same word. Yep. Baal spins around the sun god Helios, and Helios spins around Satan, the great attractor. Nothing to see here, folks. Keep moving. Move right along.
Hey, Exo, the Baal killed the whole heavens. It made the whole heavens lifeless.
You got it.
Lifeless.
You got it.
Yeah.
Exactly right. You got it.
And the stars, the moon and the sun, the way they spin, orbit in the sky, cyclically, every day, night and years after years, eons, repeatedly, only a living being can do so. Sleep, wake up, wash, eat, go to work, come back home, do housework, eat, pray, and sleep. And next day, repeat. Yeah. Only living beings can do this, animated. Throw as many balls as you like. You will never see them. One of them starts spinning around the other forever and ever. It will never happen. Were these some sort of truthers? Like opening such discussion topics? Self-proclaimed truthers. I say a lot of these kind of people, they surely are in official position, probably definitely in governmental institutions, and trying to gather any sort of information that they could use to enforce the censorship. I felt this many times listening to some people here. Not from our community. I mean, those ones from the globe, Earth side. Well, I have to go sleep. Good night, family. Be great, everyone.
Well, this just in, Helioskeptic as my witness in the chat right now of his own production here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Right now it is 7:47 west of the Rockies, Mexico here. This is the EXO speaking. And supposedly there's nearly 50,000 people right now watching a TV screen, including a computer monitor, and they're watching outer space videos from NASA, and apparently
wow,
still think it's real. Yeah, 50,000 people right now are living in a cartoon and have no idea.
I tell you what, it's not people watching, is those videos are being live streamed on connected devices, companies, you know. They log in
I know.
and they
Right.
just
Exactly.
stream.
Yeah. The chat, yeah, it says 45,000 people are watching, but the chat is acting like 120 people are watching. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
You guys got any? Do Globers know how to type, or do they just sit there in awe and just they're frozen and they can't move? I don't know. Bro, it's true. There aren't 45,000 people. There's nobody cares. There's nobody in their right mind. There's a couple of anti-flat earthers watching it, trying to go, there's the cartoon right there. There it is. There's our evidence. It's just a bunch of psycho. These people are just these are literally, they're going to be Soylent Green. This is the future Soylent Green population, the trillions, the D. Rosses, these Sean Hawkins. These are the largest group of Dunning-Kruger criminals in the history of this existence. There's
I'm telling you, if harsh times are going to come, like chaos and anarchy and stuff like that, I pray to God that I don't encounter these kind of people on the street, because these are the dangerous ones to face. Yeah, like in real life. Okay, it's late for me. Good night.
It is a separation of the wheat from the chaff. That has not happened in quite some time. But these people, these haters that you see, these atheists, these globers, whoever they are trying to hate on you because you don't believe in cartoons, you are looking at the same people that will be pointing out to the authorities where you are so that they can round you up and kill you. And I will put my name on. Have a good night.